Harper Audio presents How to Lose a Duke in 10 Days, An American Heiress in London, by Laura Lee Gerke, performed by Susan Erickson. Prologue. Kenya, East Africa. The chanting woke him, a primitive, repetitive melody that brought him slowly to consciousness. As he awakened, his first sensation was pain, and he tried to draw back, to return to oblivion, but it was too late for that. The chanting was the reason. It went on, and the more he tried to ignore it, the more deeply it seemed to grind into his brain. He wanted to cover his ears and obtain some blessed silence so he could sleep, but he could not seem to lift his hands. How strange. His head was aching fit to split. His skin prickled as if he were being pierced by thousands of white-hot needles, yet inside his body there was a deep, bruising cold, as if his skeleton were made of icicles. And his leg. Something was wrong with his leg. The pain he felt seemed centered there, in his right thigh, and radiated outward to every other part of his body. He wanted to open his eyes and look, see what was wrong with his leg, but once again he could not seem to make his muscles obey his will. His mind felt dazed, unfocused. What was wrong with him? He strove to think, but thinking seemed to take far too much effort. And when the chant quieted to a low murmur, he began sinking back into sleep. Visions and sounds danced across his mind, so quick that he wasn't sure if they were a dream or an explanation. A tawny blur, searing pain, and the sharp report of rifle shots echoing across the Nyong hills. The picture in his mind shifted, and he saw a girl in a blue silk frock. A tall, slim girl with a freckled face, Titian hair, and green eyes. She was looking at him, but there was no flirtation in her glance, no come-hither smile on her pale pink lips. She stood so still, she might have been a statue, and yet she seemed the most alive, intense creature he'd ever seen. He caught his breath. She couldn't possibly be here, not in the wilds of Kenya. She was in England. Her image faded, receding into a mist, and though he tried to bring her back, he couldn't, for his brain felt thick, his wits like tar. Something cold and wet touched his face, a compress that brushed across his forehead, then over his mouth and nose. He shook his head from side to side in violent protest. He hated having anything over his face. It always made him feel as if he were smothering. Jones knew that. What was the fellow doing? The wet cloth brushed against his face again, and he managed to shove it away. His body was shaking. He could feel it, involuntary shudders deep inside. He was so cold. That perplexed him. This was Africa. He was never cold here. England, now. England was cold, with its constant dampness and drizzle, its standoffishness and class-conscious snobbery, its frozen traditions. Even as those disparaging thoughts went through his mind, another rose up right behind them. It's time to go home. He tried at once to dismiss the notion. He still had work to do here in Africa. He was in Africa, wasn't he? That pang of uncertainty impelled him to open his eyes and lift his head. The moment he did, everything spun violently, and he thought he might be sick. He squeezed his eyes shut until the nausea passed, and when he opened them again, he saw things that were blessedly familiar. A canvas roof and walls, his battered ebony trunk desk, piles of skins, his rolled map shoved in a basket, his black leather travelling trunk, things that had comprised the elements of his home for half a decade. Inhaling deeply, he caught the sense of sweat and the savannah, and he felt a rush of relief that reason had not utterly deserted him. 2 men with skin of coffee black stood by the entrance to his tent. 2 others knelt on either side of his cot, still mumbling that infernal chant, but there was no sign of Jones. Where the hell was Jones? One of the men kneeling beside him reached out to press a hand against his chest, urging him to lie down. Too weak to resist, he sank back onto the cot and closed his eyes. But when he did, he saw the girl again. Her green eyes glittered like peridot jewels as they looked into his, and her bright hair seemed to glow with incandescent fire beneath the gaslights of the ballroom. Ballroom? He must be dreaming, for it had been years since he'd last been in a ballroom. And yet he knew the girl. Her face again receded, and checkerboards took her place in his mind, checkerboards of pale green fields and golden meadows, their squares framed by darker green hedgerows. These were Margrave lands, and they spread out before him as far as his eyes could see. He tried to turn his back on them, but when he did, he saw the wash, and beyond it, the sea. The scent of the savannah was gone now, replaced by one of green turf and meadowsweet, of peaty fires and roast goose. It's time to go home. That thought came again, bringing with it an inevitability that overrode the chanting in his ears. The fields, the hedgerows, the ocean, the eyes of that girl, all the images in his mind melted together into a brilliant viridian carpet, then faded, not receding into a mist, but falling away beneath him like a fissure opening in the earth, and then he saw nothing. All around him was the blankness of a void, and he felt a throb of fear, the same sensation that raised the hairs on his neck sometimes when he was in the bush. Danger, he knew, was very close at hand. Suddenly, the chanting stopped. Voices flowed over him in rapid bursts, anxious and fretful voices, speaking in Kikuyu. But though he was fluent in most Bantu dialects, including this one, he could not seem to comprehend what they were saying. The voices rose to a higher, almost frantic pitch, and suddenly he felt his body being lifted from the cot. The movement sent a fresh wave of pain through his already aching bones. He cried out, yet no sound came from his ravaged throat. They were moving him now, carrying him somewhere. The pain was excruciating, particularly in his thigh, and he felt as if his bones would snap like sticks at any moment. It seemed an eternity before they stopped. Dry grass rustled beneath him as he was laid down, and then he heard the rasp of metal cutting through turf and dirt. What the bloody hell was going on? He forced his eyes open again and found that directly above him was the outline of a silvery crescent moon, but its lines were blurry against the night sky. He blinked, shook his head, and blinked again. Suddenly, the moon came into focus. It was the African new moon, lying on her back, surrounded by all the glittering diamonds and black velvet of the night sky. A familiar sight to him. Every night, when everyone else was asleep and the fire was low, he would lean back in his canvas chair, his legs stretched out and his muscles still aching from the day's safari, and he would stare up at these constellations as he drank his evening coffee. In Kenya, Nights like this were commonplace. It was far more rare to have such a clear, beautiful night sky back in England. There, day or night, the sky was usually misty, the air damp and chilling. But in summer, on a clear day, England had its moments. Punting and croquet, and picnics on the lawn at Highcliffe, good champagne, strawberries. The sharp sting of saliva hit his mouth at the thought of strawberries. He couldn't remember when he'd last had strawberries. It seemed like a lifetime ago. It's time to go home. The girl's face came to him again. Thin and resolute, with a square jaw and a pointed chin, pale with translucent, luminous skin under a dusting of freckles. With its sharply angled auburn brows and high cheekbones, it wasn't a soft face, nor was it beautiful. Instead, it was arresting, riveting, the sort of face you saw across a ballroom and never quite forgot. But she wasn't just a girl, he realized with sudden clarity. She was his wife. Edie, he thought, and something hard and tight squeezed his chest, something painful, like a hand around his heart. How strange, he thought, to become sentimental about a woman he barely knew and a place he hadn't seen for years. Even stranger that they should be beckoning him from thousands of miles away, pulling him with forces too strong to deny, and he knew he couldn't stay here any longer. It was time to go home. The voices came again, but still too low for him to make out words, and thoughts of home were forgotten. He turned his head, and, between blades of savanna grass, he was able to discern the same 4 men he'd seen in his tent, but he was still unable to see Jones anywhere. The men were a short distance away, but though their dark skin made them barely visible in the dim light, he was able to recognize them. They were his men. He knew them so well that even in the dark their movements told him their identity. They were digging with English shovels. Another curious thing, for the Kikuyu had no use for most English implements. As he watched them, awareness came slowly, like dawn breaking, and everything that had seemed incomprehensible until now suddenly made perfect, terrible sense. They were his men, his best, most loyal men, and they were according him an honor usually reserved only for tribal chiefs, the highest honor the Kikuyu could bestow. They were digging his grave. Chapter 1. Tea and scandal, as writer William Congreve so shrewdly pointed out, have always had a natural affinity, and every season the matrons of British society developed very decided preferences as to which scandals would be served with an afternoon cup of Earl Grey. The Prince of Wales was a perennial favourite, for obvious reasons. A prince, the ladies felt, ought to be scandalous, particularly one whose parent was so deadly dull. Bertie could always be counted upon to provide many delightful tidbits. The Marquis of Troubridge had been another reliable source of gossip, until he'd settled down to domestic married life and become disappointingly lax in that regard. His wife, however, still held a bit of interest for the ladies of the temps, for though the initial shock of her marriage to Troubridge had worn off, many still found it fascinating that the former Lady Featherstone would wed another rake. Hadn't she learned anything from her first marriage? Assurances that she was quite happy with Troubridge a full year after their wedding were usually greeted with a disbelieving sniff, and a cautionary tale or two about fortune hunters in general, and why any girl with sense ought to stay away from them. At which point, discussion invariably turned to the Duchess of Margrave. Everybody knew the Duke had married her for her money. After all, what other reason could there be? Not her beauty, the more attractive ladies were quick to point out. With that tall, thin figure, and that unruly ginger hair, and, my dears, those freckles. And it certainly wasn't her social position that had caught the Duke's eye. Before coming to England, Edie Ann Jewell had been little Miss Nobody from nowhere. Her grandfather had made his money in trade, selling flour, beans, and bacon to hungry gold miners on California's Barbary Coast. And though her father quadrupled the family fortune by shrewd investing on Wall Street, that fact had made little impression on the New York society, and when a scandal compromised her reputation, any chance of social acceptance had seemed lost. But a move to London, and a single season sponsored by Lady Featherstone, and little Miss Nobody had snared the most eligible and most indebted bachelor in town with all her Yankee millions. The press on both sides of the pond had touted it as a love match, and it had certainly seemed to be so. But less than a month after the wedding, it was publicly demonstrated that love, if it had ever existed at all, had gone awry. Having cleared his family's many debts with his new wife's dowry, the Duke of Margrave had departed for the wilds of Africa, and he'd been there ever since, with no apparent intent of coming home again. Abandoned and alone, the Duchess had turned her attention to managing all the Margrave estates herself. Granted, she had competent stewards and plenty of money, but still, many ladies shook their heads with heavy sighs. What a burden for a mere woman to have to bear. And was it really comme il faut for a duchess to manage estates on her own? Matrons of the temps debated the point over endless plates of cucumber sandwiches and seed cake. The younger ladies tended to defend the Duchess and put the blame on Margrave, pointing out that he was the one who went away. If the Duke were at home and not exploring his way across Africa, his wife would not be forced to act in his stead. Those of the older generation usually inserted a withering reminder at this point of the existence of the Duke's younger brother, Cecil. He was the one who ought to be managing Margrave affairs in the Duke's absence, and the fact that he wasn't being given his rightful opportunity to do so only served to demonstrate the Duchess's ignorance of the way things ought to be. But then, what else could one expect from an American? Breeding tells in the end, one of the ladies was wont to say at this point in the discussion. Gadding about the estates, digging up gardens, tearing down follies, moving fountains that had been in place for over a century. This was no way for a duchess to behave. And what about the interior changes she was forever making? Gaslights, bathrooms, and heaven only knew what else. Such modern devices could only serve to tarnish a house's beauty, intrude upon its harmony, and play havoc with its domestic routine. Think of the poor servants, the ladies told each other. What would a chambermaid do all day if there were no chamber pots to be cleaned? And what did the family think of it all? The Dowager Duchess put on a brave show, of course, though she couldn't possibly approve. Lady Nadine, on the other hand, told everyone she liked the changes made to the ducal residences, but of course she would say so. The Duke's sister was one of those amiable, empty-headed girls who never seemed offended by what anyone did. Cecil, though, surely he must resent the situation. No wonder he spent so much time in Scotland. Some said the Duchess enjoyed wielding the powers that were the special privilege of the sterner sex. Others did not see how that could be so, for what woman could enjoy the coarse and burdensome duties of men? The one thing most of the ladies did agree on was that the Duchess was to be pitied, not judged. There she was, poor thing, the ladies said, their unmistakable relish thinly veiled by a pretense of concern. She filling her empty days with masculine responsibilities, with her husband off in Kenya, and without even children to comfort her. Yes, poor, poor thing. The Duchess's reaction to these discussions, whenever she chanced to hear of them, was to laugh. If only they knew the truth. Her marriage was perfect. It wasn't the sort of marriage the British approved, for there was no heir, and it wasn't the sort Americans approved, because it wasn't based on love, and it certainly wasn't the sort of marriage she'd envisioned as a young romantic girl. But Saratoga had succeeded in stripping her of any romantic notions she'd ever had. Just the thought of that place and what had happened there still made Edie slightly sick. She turned her face away so Joanna wouldn't see her expression as she struggled to blot out the dark day that had changed her life forever. She concentrated on the warm sun that washed over her in the open landau and breathed deeply of the fresh English air, working to shove away the smell of a musty Saratoga summer house and Frederick Van Housen's hot, panting breath on her face. She listened to the clatter of carriage wheels so she wouldn't hear the sound of her own sobs or the whispered titters of New York society about that hussy, Edie Jewell. Like a phoenix rising from ashes, she had created a new life for herself out of the wreckage of the old one, and it suited her down to the ground. She was a duchess with no duke, a mistress with no master, and much to the bafflement of society, she liked it that way. Her life was comfortable, safe, and as predictable as a finely tuned machine, every aspect within her control. Well, perhaps not every aspect, she amended ruefully as she looked at the 15-year-old girl seated across from her. Much like herself, her sister Joanna was not amenable to being controlled. "I don't see why I have to go away to school," the girl said for the 5th time since the carriage had left Highcliffe, and for perhaps the 105th time since the decision had been made. "I don't see why I can't continue to live at home with you and have Mrs. Simmons like I've always had." More than anything, Edie wished that were possible. Already she was missing her sister, and the girl hadn't even boarded the train yet. Still, she knew it wouldn't be good for either of them if she showed how she felt. Instead, Edie pretended a staunch indifference to Joanna's arguments. "I couldn't possibly subject dear Mrs. Simmons here to another year of you," she said with a cheer she was far from feeling. "You'll be the death of her if I do." "That's not the reason." Joanna's brown eyes looked back at her in an accusatory fashion. "It's that silly business with the cigarettes. If I'd known you'd send me away because of it, I'd never have done it." "Ah, so it's not your conscience that's bothering you. It's what you see as your punishment." At once, Joanna's face took on a stricken expression. "That's not true!" she cried. "I do feel badly about it, Edie, I do!" "As you should, Joanna," Mrs. Simmons interjected from her place beside the girl. "Cigarettes are a nasty, most unladylike habit." Joanna paid no heed to that comment, for she knew from long experience that working on the formidable Mrs. Simmons was futile. She kept her gaze fixed on Edie, and beneath her straw boater hat, her big doe eyes glimmered with tears. "I can't believe you're sending me away." Edie's heart twisted at those words, even though she knew quite well she was being manipulated. In every other aspect of her life, she was confident of her decisions, sure of her ground, and not easily governed. But Joanna was her weak spot. Mrs. Simmons, thankfully, had the resolve Edie lacked where Joanna was concerned. But during the past year, the girl had become too ungovernable even for that good lady to manage. Numerous times she had recommended finishing school, and after the incident with the cigarettes, Edie had capitulated at last, much to her sister's dismay. The 4 weeks since then had seen Joanna bent on a relentless barrage to wear down her resolve. Fortunately, Willowbank Finishing School for Girls had been willing to accept the Duchess of Margrave's sister for the very next term. If Joanna's campaign had lasted much longer, Edie knew she probably would have given in. Joanna needed school. She was at an age where she needed the discipline and the stimulation that would come from it. She needed the polish and the chance to make friends. Edie knew all that, but she also knew she would miss her sister terribly. Already she could feel loneliness closing in. "Edie?" Her sister's voice intruded, tentative, penitent. Edie turned her head, relieved from the distraction, and looked at the girl across from her in the open landau. "Yes, darling." "If I promise never to do anything bad ever again, can I stay?" "Joanna, this must stop," Mrs. Simmons said before Edie could answer. "Your sister has made her decision. I have been engaged for another post, and you have been accepted at Willowbank. That, by the way, is a high compliment to you, since Willowbank is a school of great distinction. Mrs. Calloway accepts very few of the girls who apply." Edie forced herself to speak with the lightness she didn't feel in the least. "And at Willowbank, you'll be able to paint and study art, which you love more than anything. You'll make friends and learn all sorts of new things. Why, that clever brain of yours shall be occupied from morning till night." "I probably won't ever know if it's morning or night," Joanna grumbled. "The windows there are so tiny one can hardly see out, and it's dark and dreary, and when winter comes it's sure to be freezing cold. Ugh!" "Well, it is a castle," Edie pointed out. "But don't you think it'll be rather fun living in a castle?" Joanna was not impressed. She made a face and fell back against her seat with a heavy sigh. "It'll be like living in the Tower of London. It's a prison." "Joanna!" Mrs. Simmons's voice was sharp with rebuke, but Joanna, irrepressible, opened her big eyes wide as she transferred her gaze from Edie to the indomitable elderly woman seated beside her. "What?" she asked with a pretense of injured innocence. "The tower was a prison, wasn't it?" "It was," Mrs. Simmons gave a sniff. "And if you keep vexing your sister, she might send you there instead of Willowbank." "If she did, could I enter through Queen Anne's Gate in a boat?" Joanna's face brightened at the notion. "That might be good fun." "Until they cut your head off," Edie put in. "Behave at Willowbank the way you've been behaving at home, and I dare say Mrs. Calloway will be tempted to do that very thing." Joanna's expression turned sulky, but she couldn't seem to think of a clever reply to that, so she lapsed into silence. Plotting, Edie had no doubt, yet another argument for why boarding school was a bad idea. The girl was understandably apprehensive about going. Their mother had died when Joanna was only 8. Daddy, occupied with business affairs in New York, had found leaving Joanna in Edie's care upon her marriage the best thing for everyone, and the sisters had seldom been separated. But Edie knew she couldn't keep Joanna tethered to her side forever, as much as she wished she could. She studied her beloved sister across the carriage, noting the girl's beautiful face with mixed feelings. On the one hand, she was thankful the physical flaws that had so plagued her own youth would never torment her sister. Joanna's nose was aquiline rather than pug, with nary a freckle in sight. Her hair was auburn without a hint of carrot, and her figure, though slim, was already much more rounded than Edie's would ever be. She was also, thankfully, not quite so tall as her elder sister. But though Edie was happy to see Joanna blossoming into the beauty she had never been, it also made Edie more determined than ever to guard and protect the girl, to make sure that what had happened to her at Saratoga never, ever happened to her baby sister. She knew that at Willowbank, Joanna would be safe and protected and fully chaperoned, but nonetheless, she desperately wanted to turn the carriage around, and when the vehicle slowed, it almost seemed as if fate were granting her that wish. "Whoa!" her driver said from the box above, pulling hard on the reins and bringing the carriage to a snail's pace. "What is it, Roberts?" Edie asked, straightening in her seat. "Why did you slow down?" "Sheep ahead of us, Your Grace. Quite a lot of them." "Sheep?" Curling her gloved fingers over the top of the carriage door, she half rose from her seat and eyed the mass of sheep in the road ahead with both relief and dismay. Guided by a pair of men on horseback and a group of dogs, they were headed in the same direction as the carriage, moving at an excruciatingly slow pace. "Will it make much of a delay?" she asked, sinking back in her seat. The young man twisted his head, looking over his shoulder at her. "I'm afraid so, Your Grace. At least 20 minutes, I'd say, perhaps longer." "Goody!" Joanna bounded gleefully in her seat. "We shall miss the train." Edie glanced at the watch pinned to the lapel of her blue serge tailor-made and confirmed that was a definite possibility. She leaned sideways, craning her neck to see past the horses. Then she glanced up at her driver again. "Couldn't you just nudge the carriage forward?" she asked, feeling a bit desperate. "Surely the sheep will move out of the way rather than be run over by the horses." Roberts gave her a wry look. "That would be supposing the sheep had room to move over, Your Grace. They're massed together pretty tight, and with the hill on the right and the ha-ha on the left, they've nowhere to go but straight down the lane." "So until we reach the road that turns to Clifton, we'll be moving as slowly as this?" Roberts's confirming nod was apologetic. "I'm afraid so. I'm sorry." "Ha!" Joanna cried, triumphant. "And there won't be another train until tomorrow." Another day of being worked on by her sister? Edie leaned back against the leather seat with a groan. She was doomed. The carriage moved forward at a crawl, while Mrs. Simmons sat in impeccably ladylike silence. Joanna smiled with barely restrained triumph, and Edie tried to brace herself for another 24 hours of her sister's attempting to weaken her resolve. Half an hour went by before they were able to turn from the lane and leave the sheep behind, and though Roberts made up some of the lost time by speeding up the pace of the carriage, the train coming from Norwich was already huffing clouds of steam as it readied itself to pull out of Clifton's tiny station. Roberts had barely brought the carriage to a halt before Edie was out of the vehicle and racing toward the station. "Bring the luggage, Roberts, would you?" she called over her shoulder as she ran up the steps and opened the door. Without waiting for an answer, she went inside, passed through the small, empty station building, and emerged out the opposite side onto the platform. It, too, was empty, save one man who leaned back against the pillar behind him in a careless pose, hat pulled low. Surrounded by stacks of luggage, he seemed to have no inclination to board the train, and Edie could only presume he had just disembarked, and was now waiting for a carriage to be procured for him. Foreign, she thought at once, but she passed him by without a second glance, or another thought, as a man she recognized as the station-master stepped down from the train. "Mr. Weatherby." "Your Grace?" He straightened to respectful attention at once. "How may I be of service?" "My sister and her governess are to take this train, but we are terribly late. Could you perhaps persuade the conductor to delay departure another minute or two so that they have time to board?" "I will try, Your Grace, but it can be dangerous to delay a train. I will see what I can do." The station master bowed with a tug of his cap and bustled off to once again board the train and find the conductor. Edie glanced back over her shoulder, but the others had not yet followed her to the platform, and because she did not want to think about her sister's impending departure, she occupied her mind by giving the stranger nearby a more thorough study. Definitely foreign, she decided, although she didn't know quite why he gave her that impression. He was dressed for the country in well-cut, typical English tweeds, but nonetheless there was something un-English about him. Perhaps it was his negligent pose, or the way his brown felt hat was pulled sleepily over his eyes. Or perhaps it was the mahogany and ivory walking stick in his hand, or the worn portmanteau of crocodile leather by his feet, or the brass-studded black trunk stacked nearby. Or perhaps it was merely the steam from the train that swirled around him like mist. But something about the man spoke of exotic places far away from this sleepy little corner of England. Clifton was a picturesque village on the Norfolk coast at the top of the Wash, and a place of strategic importance when Vikings were plundering England's coastline, but nowadays it was nothing more than a sleepy bywater. Even its boast of having a ducal seat couldn't save it from being quaint, insular, and hopelessly old-fashioned. Here, a stranger stuck out like a pair of red knickers on a vicar's washing line. Within an hour, the village would be buzzing like bees about this new arrival. Within 2, his bona fides would be established, his background unearthed, his intentions known. By tea-time, her maid would probably be able to tell her all about him. "You stopped it from leaving!" Joanna's voice, dismayed and accusatory, interrupted her speculations, and Edie turned, the stranger again forgotten. "Of course," she answered, pasting on a smile for her sister's benefit. "It's a wonderful thing to be a duchess. They delay trains for me." "Of course they do," Joanna muttered in disgust. "I should have known they would." Mrs. Simmons came bustling up, gesturing to the 2 men behind her, whose arms were loaded with luggage. "I've secured a porter to assist Roberts with the trunks." She lifted the pair of tickets in her black-gloved hand. "Best we go aboard and not keep the train waiting any longer." "All right, then." Joanna lifted her chin, trying to put on an indifferent air about it all. "I suppose I have to go, since you're both so determined." Beneath the nonchalance, there was fear. Edie sensed it, and though it tore at her heart, she could not give in to it. Desperate, she turned to the governess. "Watch over her. See that she's settled in and has everything she needs before—" She paused and took a deep breath. "Before you leave her." The governess gave a nod. "Of course I will, Your Grace. Come, Joanna." The girl's face twisted, broke up. Her defiance crumbled. "Edie, don't make me go!" Mrs. Simmons's brisk voice intervened. "None of this now, Joanna. You are the sister of a duchess and a young lady of good society. Behave accordingly." Joanna didn't seem inclined to behave like a lady. She wrapped her arms around Edie, clinging to her like a barnacle. "Don't send me away." "Hush now." She rubbed her sister's back, striving to keep her own emotions in control as Joanna gave a sob against her shoulder. "They'll take good care of you at Willowbank." "Not as good as you." Edie gently began to pull back, and though it was one of the hardest things she'd ever done, she extricated herself from her sister's embrace. "Go on now. Be brave, my darling, and I shall see you at Christmas." "That's forever away." Joanna wiped at her face and turned angrily away to follow the governess onto the train. She boarded without a backward glance, but it wasn't more than a moment later before she was sliding down the first window and sticking her head out. "Can't you come visit me before Christmas?" she asked, folding her arms atop the open window as Mrs. Simmons continued on toward their seats farther down the car. "We'll see. I want you to settle in without any distractions from me, but we'll see. In the meantime, write to me and tell me everything, who you meet and what your schoolmistresses are like, and all about your lessons." "It would serve you right if I don't send you a single letter," Joanna scowled, her face still damp with tears. "I shan't write a word. I'll keep you in suspense all year long, wondering what I'm doing." "No, wait," she amended. "I'll do better than that. I'll misbehave. I'll smoke cigarettes again. I'll cause so much havoc they'll expel me and send me home." "And here I thought you'd want a season in London when you turn 18, Edie retorted, her voice shaking with the effort not to break into tears herself. "If you're expelled from Willowbank, the only season you'll get will be a place far more remote than Kent. I'll send you to some convent in Ireland." "Empty threat," Joanna muttered, wiping at her face. "We're not Catholic. And besides, knowing you, I doubt I'll ever have a season. It'd be too much for your nerves." "You'll have a season." Even as she gave the assurance, she found the idea of safeguarding her sister by putting her in a convent far more appealing. "If you manage to behave yourself." Joanna sniffed. "I knew you weren't above blackmail." The whistle blew, signaling that the train was about to pull out, and as her sister stretched out her hand, Edie reached up to give it a good squeeze. "Be good, my darling, and please, for once in your life, do what you're told. I shall see you at Christmas, maybe before." She knew she ought to stay until the train was gone, but another moment and she'd fall apart. So she smiled one last time, waved brightly to her sister, and turned to leave before she could start bawling like a baby. Her escape, however, proved very short-lived. As she started back across the platform, the voice of the stranger calling her name stopped her in her tracks. "Hello, Edie." Even her beloved sister was momentarily forgotten as she turned to the man on the platform. Strangers did not speak to duchesses, and Edie had been a duchess long enough to be astonished by the fact that this one had spoken to her. And when he pushed back his hat to reveal his eyes, beautiful, brilliant grey eyes that seemed to see straight into her, her astonishment deepened into shock. This man was no foreign stranger. This man was her husband. "Stuart?" His name was a startled cry torn from her throat, but he didn't seem to notice that in it was none of the joy a reunion between husband and wife ought to convey. He doffed the hat and inclined his head a bit, though it was hardly a bow, for he didn't bother to straighten away from the pillar. And that almost impudent gesture only served to confirm the ghastly truth that her husband was here, a mere half-dozen feet from her, and not the thousands of miles away he was supposed to be. Good manners dictated a greeting of some sort beyond that mere cry of his name, but though she opened her mouth, no words came out. Unable to speak, Edie could only stare at the man she'd married 5 years ago and hadn't seen since. Africa, she appreciated at once, was a hard land. That fact was evident in every aspect of his appearance. It was in his tan skin, in the faint creases that edged his eyes and his mouth, and in the sun-torched glints of gold and amber in his dark brown hair. It was in the lean planes of his face, and in the long, strong lines of his body. It was in the exotic walking stick in his hand, and in his keen, watchful eyes. During the years of his absence, she'd wondered on occasion what Africa was like. Now she knew, for in the man before her, she could see many aspects of that particular continent. Its harsh climate, its nomadic nature, its wild, adventurous spirit, and the uncompromising toll it took on those who were merely human. Gone was the carefree, handsome young man who'd blithely married a girl he didn't even know, left that girl in charge of his entire retinue of estates, and gone off for parts unknown with happy insouciance. Returning in his place was someone completely different. Someone so different that she'd passed right by him without so much as a glimmer of recognition. Never would she have thought 5 years could change a man so much. But what was he doing here? She glanced past him to the black leather trunks stacked on the platform, to the suitcases and portmanteaus around his feet, and the implications of all that luggage hit her with sudden force. When she looked at him again and saw his mouth tighten, that tiny movement confirmed the awful suspicion forming in her mind more effectively than any words. Home is the hunter, she thought wildly, and her dismay deepened into dread as she realized that her perfect, husbandless life might be crumbling into dust. Chapter 2. Only the most self-deluded fool would have thought she'd be glad to see him, and Stuart had never been a fool. Nonetheless, even he wasn't quite prepared for the look of horror on Edie's face. He should have written first, giving her at least a hint of what was in the wind. He'd tried, but somehow informing her of the situation in a letter had proved to be an impossible task. Each draft he'd attempted was more stilted and awkward than the one before, until he'd given up and just booked his passage home with the rationale that something this important, this life-altering, ought to be communicated in person. Yet now, seeing her face, he wished he'd found a way to put it all in writing, for this moment was proving more awkward than any letter would have been. It didn't help matters that of all the versions of their reunion he'd envisioned during the long journey from Mombasa, encountering her here on Clifton's train platform only a few minutes after stepping off the train had never been one of them. His leg hurt like hell after the cramped train ride, reminding him, as if he needed reminding, that he wasn't quite the dashing young fellow he'd been 5 years ago. Standing before her now, he felt off balance, askew, terribly vulnerable. She hadn't recognized him, he knew, and if he hadn't spoken, she'd have walked right by. Had he changed so much, he wondered, or did her lack of recognition just prove how little they really knew each other? She'd changed too, but despite that, he would have recognized her anywhere. Her face had the same arresting quality that had first captivated his attention in a ballroom 5 years ago, and had so insistently invaded his fevered dreams that fateful night in Kenya when he'd almost died. It was a softer face now than the one he remembered, not so sharp and fierce as it used to be. The face of a strong woman rather than a desperate girl. He forced himself to speak. It's been a long time. She didn't reply. She simply stared at him, speechless, her light green eyes still wide with shock. He stopped, cleared his throat, and tried again. I've come home. Her head moved, an almost imperceptible movement of denial. Then, without any warning, she bolted like a startled gazelle, lowering her head and racing past him without a word. He turned, watching as she vanished through the door into the station building. He didn't try to follow her. Even if he wanted to, there was no way he could catch her if she chose to keep running. Stuart's hand moved to his thigh, and even through the layers of his clothing, he could trace the dent along the side of his leg where muscle and tissue had been ripped apart by a very angry lioness. How he'd survived, he still didn't know. But his days of running anywhere were over. Even walking hurt, even after 6 months. "So you're Margrave." Stuart turned and found Edie's sister standing on the platform a few feet away, enveloped in a cloud of steam, as the train behind her rumbled out of the station, with what he could only assume was a very irate governess still on board. He lifted a brow. "Aren't you supposed to be on that train?" She glanced at it, then back at him, and on her lips was a triumphant little smile. "Oops." Stuart did not smile back. He admired boldness and audacity, but he didn't think he ought to be encouraging those traits in Edie's little sister, especially since he sensed she was already quite a handful without any encouragement. And poor Mrs. Simmons? Her smile widened into an unrepentant grin. "Bound for Kent without me, it seems. And your luggage with her." She made a face. "A trunk full of hideous school uniforms. I shan't mourn the loss. Besides," she added cheerfully, "if I'm here, I can help you." "Help me?" He frowned, puzzled by the offer, for he couldn't imagine what assistance a 15-year-old schoolgirl thought she could provide him. "Help me to do what?" "Win Edie back." She laughed in the face of his surprise. "Well, that is why you came home, isn't it?" It couldn't be him. It simply couldn't. Her heart pounding like the piston of a steam engine, Edie ran through the station and out of the front doors, her only thought to get as far away from Stuart as possible. She paused on the steps to locate her carriage, and when she saw the open vehicle, she muttered a frustrated oath to see it standing empty by the corner. Roberts had, of course, followed them inside with the luggage, and she'd have to wait for him unless she wanted to drive the vehicle herself. That would certainly cause the tongues of Clifton to start wagging, especially in light of the Duke's return and the way she'd bolted from the station like a rabbit. Still, better that than to wait and have Stuart accompanying them back to Highcliffe. She needed time to pull her wits together, time to assimilate the impossible. Her husband was home. "Your Grace?" Roberts's voice behind her was like the answer to a prayer. She turned. "Take me home at once, please." A frown of bewilderment crossed the driver's face. He hesitated, glanced back over his shoulder, and returned his gaze to hers. "Oughtn't we to wait for—" "No." Waiting for Margrave was the last thing she wanted. Edie started toward the landau without another word, and after a moment, Roberts continued following her. When they reached the vehicle, he rolled out the steps, she got in, and moments later they were off. As he turned the landau around to take her back to Highcliffe, she glanced at the station. And when she saw no sign of her husband attempting to follow, she sank back against the seat with a sigh of relief. Idiotic to dash out the way she had, but bloody hell! She hadn't known what else to do. Stuart was home. That wasn't supposed to happen. Ever. They'd agreed on that in the bargain they'd made 5 years ago, so what was he doing here? The image of him on the train platform flashed through her mind. of him surrounded by trunks and crates, and she felt another jolt of the same panic that had sent her running out of the train station. Edie took a deep breath and let it out slowly, trying to think, reminding herself that she didn't know for certain what had brought him home. He might have just returned for a holiday, to see old friends and family. No, not family, she amended at once. His immediate family was all out of the country, and besides, family ties meant little to Stuart. Friends, yes. He might have come home to see friends. The vast amount of luggage might be gifts, ivory or skins or whatever it was he hunted on the African savannas. She knew about his expeditions, of course, but beyond that, she wasn't quite clear how he occupied his time in Kenya, for they didn't correspond and never had. That had been part of the bargain, too. Edie turned her head, staring out over sprawling green fields and hedgerows. But in her mind's eye, a different scene opened up before her. A dazzling London ballroom half a decade ago, and girls moving across the dance floor like color-washed rose petals floating on a breeze. The years fell away. 19, and nearing the end of her first season in London, Edie watched the girls on the ballroom floor with admiration and a hint of envy. She'd loved waltzing as a young girl, but even then she'd never been much good at it. Impossible to be a floating rose petal when you were taller than your partner, and having shot up to a height of 6 feet by the age of 14, Edie always seemed to be taller than her partner. She also had the tendency to lead rather than be led, which generally resulted in smashed toes, embarrassing collisions, and frustrated partners. And even if she had managed to master the waltz, it would have done her little good, for ever since Saratoga, she could hardly bear to be touched. Not that any of that mattered much anyway, for no man ever asked her to dance. By now, every male from London to New York knew she was a giraffe, and at every ball she spent most of her time lined up along one side of the room with all the other wallflowers. Daddy had brought her to London in the hope things would be different for her here. Rich American girls, not accepted by the New York Knickerbocker set, could often find, or buy, a place in London society. He had even hired Lady Featherstone, England's most successful matchmaker, to assist in the effort to gain social acceptance for Edie. But much to Arthur Jewell's dismay, even an enormous dowry and the matchmaking Lady Featherstone hadn't been enough to sway any peer, however impecunious or desperate he might be, to marry his ruined eldest daughter. Of course, Edie knew her mop of curly carrot and ginger hair, the splatter of freckles across her face, her towering height and unprepossessing bosom hadn't done much to help her chances either. And though the outspokenness and independent spirit of American girls were characteristics that Englishmen seemed to find charming, in Edie's case, both traits had fallen rather flat. All in all, she was almost as great a social failure in London as she'd been in New York, even before whispers of her sullied reputation had started seeping over from the other side of the Atlantic. Now, time was running out. In 3 days it would be August 12th, a date that marked the official end of the season and Edie's return to New York. Though Lady Featherstone had suggested they remain a bit longer, Daddy's business matters back home required his return, and given Edie's lack of social success so far, he couldn't see the point of prolonging their stay. For Edie, going home meant disaster. It meant going back to the stifling atmosphere of Madison Avenue and the awful shunning at Newport, a return to the smothering shame and the horrid whispers behind her back. But far worse, Going home meant seeing again the man who had caused it all. Frederick Van Housen was part of the Knickerbocker set, unquestioningly accepted by McAllister's patriarchs and happily invited by Mrs. Astor to her annual ball. Edie's family had never been part of the social circle in which the Van Housens moved, but she would still see him. He lived only a few blocks from her home on Madison Avenue. His family's house in Newport was less than a mile from hers. Both fathers were members of the New York Yacht Club, and both owned racehorses that ran at Saratoga. Just the thought of seeing him ever again was enough to make her physically ill. To face him, even from a passing carriage or across a bookshop, to ever see again the contemptuous satisfaction in his eyes and the triumphant little smirk on his face would be unbearable. To look into his eyes and know that he was remembering what he'd done to her, that he was reliving the pleasure he'd gained by giving her pain, would be the pit of hell. Marriage to an Englishman, she knew, was the only way to avoid what awaited her in New York. In addition, marriage would gain her a measure of control over her own life, and after Saratoga, control was something she desperately wanted. And yet, the idea of marriage was as unbearable as that of going back home, for marriage gave her husband the legal right to her body whenever he wanted it. Edie's white-gloved hands curled into fists. The lilting music of a Strauss waltz and the hum of ballroom conversation faded as she once again strove to find a way out. But she feared there was no way out of hell. "Ooh, look!" Beside her, Leonie Atherton's voice was an excited squeak that penetrated Edie's brooding thoughts. "The Duke of Margrave's just arrived." Glad of the distraction, Edie drew a deep breath and followed her friend's gaze to the ballroom entrance nearby. When she spied the man standing there, she felt a flicker of surprise to discover there was at least one man in society taller than she was. A good 2 or 3 inches taller by the look of him. With thoughts of Frederick still at the forefront of her mind, she studied the man by the door, struck by the fact that he was as different from Frederick as chalk was from cheese. This man was no fair-haired Apollo with the face of a choir boy, the clothes of a dandy, and the air of the privileged. No, this man had a lean, tanned face and a devil-may-care demeanor, and he wore his impeccably cut clothes with a careless sort of elegance. His white tie was undone, his dark hair was unruly, and though he might be a duke, Edie wondered if he even gave a damn. Having been surrounded by ambitious social climbers all her life, Edie was rather amused by the notion of a man who didn't care how well-born he was. "He's supposed to be one of the most charming men in London," Leonie said beside her. "And handsome, too. Even you, Edie, as fastidious as you are, must admit he's handsome." She might be chary of men, thanks to Frederick, but that fact hadn't affected her eyesight. "I suppose he is," she conceded, "if you like that dark, reckless sort of good looks." "And who doesn't?" Leonie laughed. "But you've got him pegged, that's for sure. He lived in Africa for 2 years," she went on, with the knowing air of one who read the scandal rags every day. "He hunted things, elephants, lions, leopards, all that. Saved the life of some chieftain, I believe. Or maybe it was a British diplomat. Anyway, he's trekked through the jungles, navigated rivers, had all sorts of adventures. He's quite wild, so they say." "He looks it. Doesn't he, though? It's said that half the girls in London were in love with him, and he left a trail of broken hearts behind when he went away. He had to come back when his father died, but he desperately wants to return to Africa. He wants to live there forever. Can you imagine? But I doubt he'll be able to go. Why not? He's the Duke now, and I don't think a Duke could live in Africa, do you? They have to manage their estates and things. She paused, her knowledge of a Duke's actual duties having apparently run out. Not that being the Duke does him much good, for he's in a difficult position. He's got heaps of debt. Everything's mortgaged to the hilt, and the papers announced last week that his creditors have called his loans. They'll probably take everything that's not entailed. I see. Not only handsome, but a wrong 'un. Not him. It was his grandfather who gambled away most of the money, and whatever his grandfather didn't lose at the card table, his father sank into some very bad investments. Oh, if only he'd ask me to dance. He said to dance divinely. But, of course, he can't do that, for we've never even been introduced. But it would be heavenly if he'd look in my direction and be so captivated that he'd march over to Lady Featherston and request an introduction. She could tell him how rich I am, she added, laughing, and he might marry me, and I could solve all his problems. Edie froze at her friend's laughing words, staring at the tall man with the carelessly handsome face who stood a dozen feet away. Leonie might be joking, but for herself, did it have to be a joke? Mightn't it be just what she'd been hoping for? For the first time since Saratoga, she felt a stirring of hope. Could this man be her salvation, she wondered? Could this Duke of Margrave be her way out of hell? As if he sensed her scrutiny, he glanced her way, and when their eyes met, she sucked in a sharp breath. He had beautiful eyes, piercing, pale gray eyes that seemed to look straight into her soul. She wondered if perhaps she was also looking into his. She was staring, she knew, and yet she couldn't look away. My escape from hell, she thought, and the air between them seemed to stir, rippling over her skin like a cool breeze. She shivered and turned her head, forcing her gaze to the dance floor, but after a moment she couldn't resist another glance at him. To her astonishment, he was still watching her. He was smiling a little, head to one side, a quizzical little frown between his dark brows. She wondered what he could be thinking. A way out of hell. She was mad. She must be, she thought, mad with desperation and panic. She looked away again and tried to set aside the idea that was running through her mind. Handsome the Duke of Margrave might be, but the angled planes of his cheekbones, the strong line of his jaw, and the hawk-like shrewdness of those beautiful eyes spoke plainly of a man who would not be easy to manage. Still, if he was leaving for Africa, that might not matter. When he walked by where she stood, he didn't look her way, but she studied him from beneath her lashes as he passed, noting the easy athletic grace with which he moved, grace that didn't come from navigating English ballrooms. When he melded into the crowd, she murmured something to a friend about needing a glass of water and followed him. Making her way toward the refreshment table, she watched him as he paused to converse with a group of acquaintances, and she almost groaned in dismay as he led the beautiful and rich Susan Buckingham of Philadelphia out onto the dance floor. Though Edie had 5 times Susan's money, she couldn't hold a candle to her fellow American heiress in looks, and she feared the wild, crazy idea in her head might be doomed to failure before she could even try to implement it. But she needn't have worried about Susan. Though they waltzed beautifully together, though she said things that made him smile and laugh, when the dance was over, the Duke did not linger with her. Instead, he returned her to her place, bowed, and moved on, and Edie's hope flared up once more. She knew she needed to get him alone, but she didn't see how she could manage it. And then Providence, which had not been favoring Edie much of late, came to her aid. The Duke paused at the other end of the refreshment table, lingering over the unopened bottles of champagne that were chilling on ice in an enormous silver bucket. She moved closer, watching as he pulled out, rejected, and returned several bottles. He finally selected one, but he didn't call for a footman to open it. Instead, bottle in one hand, he took up a glass from the table with the other and turned away, stepping out through the nearby opened French doors that led to the terrace. He didn't seem to be slipping out for a rendezvous. A glance at the dance floor showed that Susan had been claimed by a new partner. He might be meeting someone else, of course, but Edie didn't think it likely, since he'd only taken one glass with him. This was her chance, if she had the nerve to take it. It might be the only chance she had left. With that thought, she moved to the end of the refreshment table where he'd been standing, took up a champagne flute of her own, and after a quick glance around to be sure Lady Featherston was nowhere in sight and no one else was watching her, she slipped outside to follow the Duke. He was no longer on the terrace, but as her gaze swept over the moonlit gardens, she saw him striding away across the sweeping expanse of lawn. He seemed to be making for the tall boxwood hedges that formed a maze at the back of the grounds. Moving as quickly as she dared, she followed, but by the time she reached the maze, he had already slipped into its labyrinthine depths. She plunged in after him, but only a few minutes later she found herself at a dead end, with Margrave nowhere in sight. She rose on her toes, elevating herself as much as she could in her flat slippers, but even as tall as she was, the hedge was too high for her to see over, and she sank back down with an exasperated sigh. She assumed he was headed for the center of the maze, but though she made several more attempts to follow, all of them proved useless, and she soon found herself hopelessly lost. Equally bad, she'd lost him. "Now what?" she muttered, staring into the dark green wall of yet another dead end. "Looking for me?" A deep, lazy voice inquired behind her. With a rush of relief, Edie whirled around to find her quarry less than 10 feet away. But when she looked into those extraordinary gray eyes of his, her relief dissolved into something more like dread, because her question to herself still remained unanswered. Now what? Chapter 3. I usually don't care much for being followed, but in this case I'm willing to make an exception. Margrave smiled at her, a flash of white, even teeth in the moonlight, and it struck Edie with sudden force that she'd just done something incredibly stupid. Driven only by the single idea in her head, she hadn't realized until this moment that she was putting herself in a situation where history might repeat itself. Still, it was rather late in the day to be thinking about either danger or regret. What she needed to think of was what to do next. "What makes you think I was following you?" she asked, to gain time and marshal her nerve. "Wishful thinking? Or conceit?" He laughed, and as he did, Edie realized the society gossip Leonie had heard was right. The man had charm. Even she, as immune to charm as she was to good looks, could feel the potency of both in this man. "It could be that, I suppose," he conceded. "I do think rather well of myself. But now that you've put me in my place, may I offer a word of advice? If you do ever want to follow a man in future, I suggest you make less noise while you're about it, or he'll notice you're there." Boldness, she decided, was her best bet at this point, and she took a step closer to him. "What makes you think I didn't want you to notice?" His dark brows rose a notch. "And here I was, thinking this ball such a dull affair," he murmured. "So you admit you were following me?" "Yes. I saw you. I heard a bit about you, and I decided I wanted to talk to you." He began walking toward her. "Given this shameless conduct on your part, dare I hope something delightfully naughty is in the wind?" Edie tensed, forcing down a jolt of panic, hoping this time she wasn't utterly wrong in her judgment of men. "I said I wanted to talk," she reminded. "And that's all. How disappointing." "That depends on the conversation." He chuckled. "Fair enough," he acknowledged as he halted in front of her. "Talk it is, then. But the conversation had best be scintillating indeed, or I shall feel thoroughly let down." He shifted his glass to the same hand that held the bottle of champagne. Then he turned, offering her his arm. "Shall we?" She hesitated, but a glance around reminded her that there was no escape except past him, and she doubted she could find her way out of this maze without him anyway. In for a penny, in for a pound, she thought. Putting her hand, lightly, on his arm, she allowed him to guide her out of her dead-end corridor and down a different path. They took several more twists and turns before emerging at last into a clearing that appeared to be the center of the maze, where a gazebo of sorts had been erected. Roman in style, its limestone pillars were capped by a dome that glowed white in the moonlight, and steps all around the circular structure led up to a pair of curved stone benches. "There now," he said as he led her up the steps. "Here we can converse in complete privacy. No one ever manages to find the center of this thing." "You did." "Earning your heartfelt admiration, I hope. But in this case, it would be undeserved. I stayed here at Hanford House many times as a boy, so I found the center of this maze long ago. Still, I am rather good at navigation, if I do say it myself." "Yes, I heard about some of your exploits in Africa. People say you want to go back and live there. More than anything in the world." He set down his glass and began to open the champagne. "But it may not be possible." "Why not?" "Let's just say I have responsibilities at home." "You mean debts?" All these questions. The cork popped, and he let it fall from his hand. "I'm beginning to fear that's why you followed me. Are you a journalist thinking to interview me about my exploits? Like that woman, what was her name? Nellie Bly?" "I'm no journalist." So you say. But can I believe you?" "You'll just have to trust me." She held out her glass and nodded to the bottle, feeling in desperate need of a drink. Poor. Bossy as well as bold. What an intoxicating combination. "If you are a journalist," he added as he began filling her glass, "I must warn you that I shall expect a great deal of seductive persuasion on your part before I give away any of my scandalous secrets." She didn't tell him her means of persuasion wasn't the sort he had in mind. "Rumor has it you are desperately in need of money," she said instead. "Oh, rumor," he countered, his voice light. "Anyone with sense knows that's not rumor, but fact. Still," he added as he poured champagne for himself, "I never discuss crude subjects like money while drinking good champagne. It's wrong somehow." She took a swallow from her glass. "Discussing money might be necessary." "Why?" he asked casually, as he set aside the bottle. "Are you proposing to become my mistress?" Edie's heart gave a hard, panicked thump in her chest at the question, and she gave a nervous laugh. "More the other way around, actually." The moment the words were out of her mouth, she wanted to bite her tongue off. Even a man as worldly as this one couldn't take that sort of statement in stride. He blinked, giving her a dubious look as if fearing he might have misunderstood her meaning, and when he spoke, his voice still had a flippancy that told her he wasn't taking what she said seriously. "My hopes are rising with every moment we spend together," he murmured. "I've never been a gigolo before. What does it pay?" She didn't know what a gigolo was, but she knew what he meant, and though paying him to be her lover wasn't at all what she had in mind, she didn't say so. "They've called your loans, I hear," she said instead, refusing to be diverted from the important topic. "If you can't raise the funds to pay your debts, what happens to your estates?" "It'll be ghastly, I expect," he said, his voice filled with cheer, but in his dark, charming, reckless face, she could see a hint of desperation. "Everything that's not entailed will go on the auction block. I've heaps of relations, and they will wail and moan when the money dries up. They've no way of fending for themselves, you see, and I am their sole source of income. I'm only telling you this because the fees for my services shall be quite steep. I'm not sure you can afford me." "You'd be surprised what I can afford. But—" Edie paused, took a deep breath, and rolled the dice. "But I don't need a lover. I need a husband." "Ah!" He took a sip of champagne. "I was rather hoping for the other, for it would be quite a lark. I can't say I find the idea of being a husband nearly as exciting." "If you marry me," she persevered, "I'll pay all your debts." He tilted his head, studying her. "You really are an extraordinary girl. Do you make a habit of proposing marriage to random strangers?" She flushed. "Of course not. I've never done this sort of thing in my life." "Well, I've never been the recipient of such a proposal, so we're even there. Tell me, are all Americans as straightforward about these things as you?" "I don't know. I only know that I haven't got time to pussyfoot around." "Why?" His lashes lowered, and Edie's throat went dry as he cast a long, considering glance over her body. "Are you pregnant?" She blushed hotly at the question, but she knew this was no time for girlish gaucheness. And given the circumstances, his question was a fair one. "No," she answered, shoving aside her embarrassment. "I'm not pregnant." "Then I can't help but question your sanity for wanting to get married. Will you please stop making jokes? You can't really blame me, can you? This isn't the sort of thing a chap expects when he attends a ball. Not that I'm complaining," he added, "for my evening has certainly become more interesting since you arrived on the scene. But it's leaving me a bit at 6s and 7s all the same." He fell silent, considering. Then he said, "Assuming for the moment that you mean what you say, can you deliver the goods?" She frowned. "What do you mean?" "How rich are you? Because you'd have to be enormously, obscenely rich to solve my problems, darling. Granted, you're an American. I can discern that by your accent. And it seems all Americans are rich nowadays, doesn't it? I can also see that you're wearing a smashing silk gown that probably costs more quid than I spend in a month, and you're draped in enough jewels to sink a ship. But still, I can't imagine even you have the blunt to pay off the debts of my reprobate ancestors, take care of my dukedom, and support me and all my endlessly sponging relations for the rest of our lives. That depends on how much money we're talking about, she answered, watching his face as he lifted his glass to his lips. At the current rate of exchange, my dowry amounts to about £1,000,000. He choked. Good God! He muttered after a moment, staring at her in disbelief. I'm not sure even the Queen has that much money. I will also receive an income of £100,000 a year once I marry. I trust all that's enough to solve your family's financial difficulties. Rather. He laughed a little, clearly confounded. But, my dear girl, you're mad. You must be to propose such a thing to a complete stranger. Marriage is a permanent thing. Until death do us part, you know. If you had regrets later, I won't have regrets. She could hear the hard resolve in her own voice. As long as you mean what you say, and you really do go to Africa. A hint of surprise showed in his face. Surprise that told her he wasn't accustomed to a woman's disinterest. But it was gone almost at once, and he grinned at her. By God, you don't spare a man's feelings, do you? What about my estates? I'll manage them for you. Thankfully, he didn't spout any horrid masculine doubts about a woman's ability to do so. Why on earth would you want to take on such a thankless job? And make such a foolish investment? There's no money in land nowadays. You'd be sinking your entire fortune in future into what I assure you is a bottomless pit. You're willing to do that? Willing? She'd crawl to the devil and offer up her soul for it if it meant she didn't have to go back to New York, as long as the devil in question was willing to make the deal on her terms. She lifted her glass, and over the rim she met his incredulous gaze with a resolute one of her own. I would, yes. Why? She sipped her champagne. That is none of your business. I'm offering you an enormous amount of money. Be content with that. Money's all very well, but... He paused, and she tensed as he looked her over. It was a thorough, thoughtful assessment, and she was afraid he was about to press further into her motives, but his next question belied that fear. Have you got brains? He asked. Could you run things here in an efficient manner? I have 5 country estates to maintain, as well as a hunting lodge in Scotland and a house in London, and all of them need endless repairs and maintenance. Can you work with stewards and land agents? Can you order workmen about and supervise servants and see to the farms? Can you take charge and manage everything in my stead as well as I would do it myself? Absolutely. She said it with complete assurance, which was such a crock, for she'd never been in charge of anything in her entire life, but she wanted to be. She wanted it so much, just thinking about it made her feel dizzy. Being a duchess meant a certain degree of freedom. It meant security. If the Duke was absent, it could even mean paradise. I can do anything that needs doing. You know, he murmured, still studying her. I do believe you can. If you marry me, I will use my dowry to pay off your debts and those of your family. With whatever remains, along with my annual income, I will repair and maintain your estates and take care of your sponging relatives, as you call them. I will also provide you with a generous income. You can go off to Africa with no worries and a clear conscience and live the life you truly want to live. I have only one condition. What's that? That you never, ever come back. The fierceness of her voice caused him to raise an eyebrow. Never is a long time. I don't want a husband in any sense but the legal one. Well, if I'm to be your husband in the legal sense, the marriage ought to be consummated. I presume you know what that means. She knew. Edie opened her mouth to reply, but even as she tried to speak, her throat closed up, and she couldn't form the words to answer him. Damn! This was no time for her nerves to go to pieces. She took a gulp of champagne, and the bubbles in the wine seemed to burn the back of her throat as she swallowed. I know what it means, she said at last, forcing the words out, her voice like the rasp of a saw in the quiet hush of evening. But I don't see why it's necessary. He studied her face in the moonlight for a moment without speaking. If bedding me is as repugnant a notion to you as your countenance would suggest, he said at last, I shall bow out now, for though I don't mind being a faithful husband, I've no desire to be a celibate one. Good evening. He started past her to return to the ball, and Edie turned, clutching at his sleeve. No, wait! Margrave paused, and Edie forced herself to relax her grip. It's not repugnance, she said, letting her hand fall. It's nothing to do with you. It's just... She stared into his face, helpless to explain. He had a countenance that would make any girl's heart race. Any girl, that is, who wasn't broken inside. Pain pinched her chest, and for one fleeting moment she wondered what her world might be like now if it had been this man she'd met in that abandoned summer house at Saratoga instead of Frederick Van Housen. And if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. Edie shoved aside pointless speculations of what might have been. This is a business deal, she told him. I don't want you getting any romantic notions about it or about me. He seemed amused. The conceit of the girl! What if our night together is so transcendent that you fall madly in love with me? What then? Sorry to prick your vanity, but that won't happen. Look, she went on before he could answer, I'm offering you everything you want from life. Don't allow your masculine pride to stand in your way. If consummating the marriage is truly necessary, I'll do it. You needn't act as if it's equivalent to torture, my dear. Most people consider love-making to be quite delightful. I don't expect torture, nor delight. I don't... She paused, battling back the fear that clogged her throat and twisted her stomach into knots. I don't expect anything. I see. I'm a means to an end for you, and nothing more. It sounded so terribly cold, put like that, and yet she was cold. The desires that other women felt had been killed in her a year ago. If we marry, I will... She paused for another swallow of nerve-bolstering champagne. I will sleep with you once to make it legal, but never again after that. Once we have satisfied the legal definition of matrimony, you are free to bed anyone else you wish. I shan't mind. You wouldn't be the first woman in the history of mankind to make that claim, he said wryly, but you just might be the first one to mean it. I do mean it. She felt impelled to be as honest as possible about her point of view. If you agree to my proposition, I don't want you doing so under the mistaken assumption that I desire you. I don't. I see. Dare I ask why not? He took a sip of champagne. Are you a lesbian? When she only stared at him in bafflement, he chuckled. I'm asking, he said gently, If you are attracted to women rather than men." "God, no!" she burst out, shocked. Once again, she could feel heat flooding her face, and not for the first time she cursed the fair complexion that enabled anyone to know when she was embarrassed. "Why would you ask me such a thing?" "My masculine pride demands it. Somehow it's a more palatable explanation than, 'Sorry, old chap, I just don't find you attractive.' Sadly, now that I know you're not that sort, I am all the more stung, and—" He paused, swirling champagne, watching her. "All the more intrigued." She scowled. "Don't be. I'm not the least bit intriguing." "I beg to differ." He downed his last swallow of wine and reached for the bottle to refill his glass. "You are, I can safely say, the most fascinating girl I've ever met. You have this cool, touch-me-not air about you that rather makes a chap want to try." A cold wave of fear swept over her, but with an effort she hid it beneath an air of amused disdain. "And what do you hope will be the result? That I'll fall into your arms?" "I take it you won't." "That's a shame, then." He paused in refilling his glass, and again his gaze flicked downward, then back up. "For I suspect there's quite a fire under that cool, detached, practical exterior of yours." "No, there isn't." She flung her head back, meeting his quizzical gaze with a hard one of her own. "If you ever feel tempted during our marriage to prove otherwise, I'll cut off your income faster than you can say Jack Robinson." "Prickly, aren't you?" he murmured as he set aside the bottle. "What happened to make you so? Some fellow break your heart and leave you vowing never to love again?" "Something like that," she muttered, and looked away. But she could feel his inquiring gaze on her, and she sighed, knowing it was best to tell him her version of the gossip about her before he learned it elsewhere. "His name is Frederick Van Housen. I've known him all my life, but his family and mine do not move in the same circle. I was so stupid." She paused and swallowed painfully, trying to work up a palatable version of the events. "I was foolish enough to think—" She paused again. Even in a heavily edited version, this was almost unbearable to explain. "We were together, and word of it got out," she managed at last. "And now my reputation in New York is ruined." "I see." "And he didn't marry you? What a cad!" "Yes," she agreed with feeling. "The story is starting to spread here, too. I am damaged goods. It's only fair you know that. So you looked me over, made a few inquiries, then followed me out here to suggest I step in, do what he didn't have the intestinal fortitude to do, and save your reputation. If I refuse, am I to expect an outraged mamma to appear and demand I do the honorable thing? No. My mother died 2 years ago, and my offer stands on its own. If you refuse, you refuse, and that's the end of it." "Becoming a duchess would be quite a sweet way to score off this Van Housen chap for letting you down, I imagine. Still, it's deuced hard work being a duchess. It isn't the glamorous job you Americans think it is. I'm not doing this for the glamour, or even to save my reputation. I want to control and manage my own life. I want independence and autonomy. I want to be accountable to no one." "But as my wife, you would be accountable to me." "No, I won't, because I shall retain control of the money. You'll have to sign a prenuptial agreement to that effect." "You do have brains." So what makes independence and autonomy so important to you? That is none of your business. And if you ask me any more questions, the deal's off. Very well. If I'm to save my family from sponging off friends for the rest of their pathetic lives, I suppose I shall have to set aside my curiosity. So you accept my offer? I'd be insane not to. And despite your heroic willingness to lie with me once for the sake of legalities, it won't be necessary. I prefer the women I bed to be willing. Her heartfelt sigh of relief did not escape his notice, and he gave her a wry look in response. Your ability to wound my vanity is boundless, it seems. Despite that, my honor demands I tell you that non-consummation isn't sufficient grounds for annulment under British law. You said it was. Not precisely, he shrugged, but I was curious to see how far you'd go to get what you want. Now I know. Despite her relief, she couldn't help a flash of resentment. I don't like being lied to. Best get used to it if you want to marry into the aristocracy. We lie to each other all the time, for the sake of honor, or to be polite, or even, sometimes, to deliberately deceive. But mostly we lie to ourselves. I doubt, he added with bitterness in his voice, we know how to be any other way. She'd been in England long enough to know that there was a grain of truth in what he said. But she did wonder at the bitter edge to his voice. Still, it wasn't her business. I hope what you say is true, she said instead, because we will have to put on a convincing display of fondness during our engagement. If my father suspects otherwise, he'll never sign over the dowry. Then we shall have to convince your father of the depths of our mutual affection. She ignored the hint of mockery in his voice. It's not only Daddy we'll have to convince. Who else is there? Lady Featherstone. He nodded in understanding. The matchmaking countess. She is a matchmaker, yes, but she doesn't arrange marriages of convenience. She expects her clients to have affection for each other. If she realizes that we're making a material marriage, she'll tell Daddy not to agree, and he'll take her counsel. And I don't think deceiving her will be easy. She's a tougher proposition than even my father, and he's nobody's fool. Also, she knows everyone in society, and if there's any talk that our affection is not authentic, the fat will be in the fire. I can be very affectionate, he said. But when he moved a step closer, she flattened a hand against his chest. I believe you, she assured. No need to demonstrate it when we're alone. Sorry, he apologized. But he didn't step back until she pushed. Just practicing my part, you know. Well, don't overdo it. If we seem too madly in love, Lady Featherstone is sure to see through it, and she'll think we're being rash and insist on a long engagement. You'll have to play the part of devoted fiancé, responsible future husband, and affectionate friend. Can you do that? Why not? He looked away, staring at the house in the distance. Playing a part is nothing new to me. I've been playing one for most of my life. She inhaled sharply, the impact of his words like a punch in the stomach. I know just what you mean, she whispered. He looked at her again. We'll have a long enough engagement to convince everyone we sincerely want to marry. 6 weeks ought to be sufficient. After the wedding, we'll spend a couple of months at Highcliffe, my ducal seat in Norfolk, so I can show you how to run things and help secure your position. And then you'll leave for Africa and never return? He didn't answer at once. Instead, he gave her a thoughtful look. Deserting you forever paints me rather a villain. And that bothers you? Funnily enough, it does, he said dryly. Still, it isn't as if I have many options. Saving my estates from collapse and returning to the place I love shall have to be my consolations. So we have a deal? She lifted her glass. He lifted his. We do. With the exchange of glances, the clink of glasses, and a final swallow of champagne, the agreement was made. As Edie lowered her glass, relief came over her in a flood, making her weak in the knees. She would never have to see Frederick's insufferable, smirking face again. She couldn't wipe out that awful day as if it had never happened, but perhaps she could at least put it behind her and build a new life. Margrave gave a soft cough, interrupting her thoughts. Now that we are to be married, he said, there's something I need to ask you. She felt a pang of alarm. Don't think this arrangement will allow you to invade my privacy, asking intimate questions. He gave her a look as if in apology. This question is rather important. We simply can't proceed unless you answer it. Oh, very well. What do you want to know? He leaned closer, a faint smile tilting his mouth. What the devil is your name? Chapter 4. The carriage jerked to a halt, and Edie came out of the past with equal abruptness, realizing she had arrived at Highcliffe. Margrave, she suspected, wouldn't be far behind. I've come home. Not for long, she muttered. I beg your pardon, Your Grace. Robert, standing by the carriage, gave her a puzzled look as he opened the door. She waved a hand, shaking her head. Never mind, she said, and stepped down from the vehicle. The driver closed the door behind her and climbed back up on the box. Edie started for the house, but when she heard the carriage turning around in the drive instead of heading toward the stables, she turned as well, waving her arms to gain Roberts's attention. He pulled the vehicle to a stop beside her. Your Grace? Roberts? Where on earth are you going? To fetch his Grace from the station. You'll do no such thing. The words came out sharper than she'd intended, and Roberts looked at her in abashed bewilderment. I'm sorry, she said at once. I didn't mean to snap at you, but... She paused, inventing quickly. But His Grace has no doubt hired a carriage to bring him from the station, so it would be a waste of your time to go back. Best to take the landau on down to the stables. The driver eyed her dubiously for a moment. If you're sure, Your Grace. When she nodded, he shrugged in acquiescence and once again turned the carriage around. Be good to have a master at Highcliffe, won't it, Your Grace? He called as he drove the carriage past her. This house has no master, she murmured, as she watched the vehicle roll down the drive toward the stables. Only a mistress. Margrave might be home again, but Edie vowed he wouldn't be staying long. They'd made a deal, and she was living up to her part. She intended to make sure he lived up to his. Well, that is why you came home, isn't it? The question of Edie's pert little sister hung in the air, still unanswered, even after a porter had secured him a hired carriage, and he and Joanna were on their way to Highcliffe. Not that his sister-in-law let the subject drop. No, they'd barely gotten under way before she broached it again. How are you going to set about this? She asked, as the carriage started toward the road toward home. Winning Edie back, I mean. He honestly didn't know. How did one win back what one never had in the first place? 5 years ago, winning Edie hadn't been part of the plan. Oh, he'd had fleeting thoughts of what might have been. Nights where he'd gazed up at the star-filled Kenyan sky and relived that moment in the ballroom at Handford House when the sight of her had stopped him dead in his tracks. But then her words from that night would come back to him, and he'd force himself to put aside such pointless tortures. A man in the bush could go mad thinking that way about a woman. Everything was different now, of course, but only for him. For Edie, it was clear nothing had changed. One look at his wife's face in the train station had told him that. In fact, as things stood now, he probably had a better chance of making the quarterfinals at Wimbledon than he did winning Edie's heart. Truth be told, he wasn't sure she had a heart to win. Still, one couldn't tell that to Edie's young sister, who appeared to have a rather romantic view of things. "You seem quite certain that's why I'm here," he said instead. "Isn't it?" A hint of disappointment came into her face. "But what other reason could there be?" He looked away, staring out over acres of land that had been in Margrave hands for nearly 2 centuries. By marrying Edie, he'd kept everything intact for the next generation. But at the time, he hadn't thought much about the fact that the next generation wouldn't be his. And that was important now in a way it hadn't been before. Children meant part of a man lived on, even after his own death. There was nothing like being on the verge of death, he thought, to make a man yearn for immortality. He returned his attention to the girl. "Oh, I intend to win her over, trust me. I only meant that it's more complicated than you might think." She nodded as if she understood. "Well, you have been gone a long time. You'll have your work cut out for you, that's certain, so—" She paused to settle back in her seat. "What's your strategy?" He couldn't help a laugh at the blunt question. "You know," he said, regarding her thoughtfully, "you remind me a great deal of your sister." "Edie?" Joanna seemed dubious about that. "Most people don't think we're in the least alike." "Perhaps not in looks, no," he murmured, noting without emotion the perfection of the oval face beneath the schoolgirl's straw boater. Joanna Jewell might only be 15, but she was already a beauty, and he suspected that when the time came for her debut, there would be quite a few broken-hearted young chaps in London as a result. Still, though Edie might not possess her sister's flawless features and freckle-free complexion, she had an attraction all her own, one he suspected she herself had never been able to see. I wasn't referring to appearances, but cheek. "You mean sass?" Joanna heaved a sigh. "You're right, and it's just not fair. I say sassy things and I get into trouble, but Edie says whatever she likes, and because she's a duchess, no one ever thinks she's sassy. I did when I first met her. Of course, she wasn't my duchess then, but I thought her very cheeky." "You did?" Joanna leaned forward, eager to hear. "Why? What did she say to you?" He thought back to that night in the maze at Hanford House for a moment before he answered, not sure what within that extraordinary conversation might be appropriate for the ears of a young girl. "She didn't find me the least bit attractive." He laughed a little at the memory. "And she made no bones about telling me so." "But she married you. How did you change your mind? Whatever you did then, maybe you could do it again." "I doubt it." "Then what is your plan?" She sounded quite nettled with him for not having it all planned out. "Assuming I have a plan, as you put it, what makes you think I'll share it with you?" She shook her head, staring at him as if he had cotton wool for brains. "Because I can tell you whether or not it will work, of course. She's not going to just fall into your arms, you know." That, he acknowledged with a grimace, was brutally true. Edie had never fallen into his arms, not even once. The image of her moonlit face, as luminous and smooth as alabaster, flashed across his mind, as vivid now as it had been that fateful night at Hanford House. So vivid, in fact, that despite his many efforts over the years not to think of her, he'd failed more often than he'd succeeded. It had been her image that had so persistently invaded his dreams during his delirium-filled fever, not the dangerous events that had almost killed him. Even now, he could hear her voice clearly, so resolute and uncompromising. "That you never, ever come back." Well, as he'd told her then, never was a long time. Circumstances changed, and plans went awry. His certainly had. He turned on the carriage seat, grimacing as he shifted his weight onto one hip and stretched out his leg. The sea voyage from Mombasa to Constantinople hadn't been too bad, even without Jones. He felt another grimace of pain that had nothing to do with his leg, and he put his valet out of his mind. Jones was gone, and there was nothing he could do about that. He focused on the pain in his leg instead. That was easier to bear. On the ship, he'd been able to move about freely, but trains and carriages were a different matter. The muscles of his thigh had knotted up before he'd even reached Rome, and by now they were so constricted that he felt his right leg must surely be at least an inch shorter than his left. "What happened to your leg?" Stuart glanced at the girl seated opposite him. "Do you always ask impertinent questions?" That made her grin. "All the time. It drives Mrs. Simmons mad." "I don't doubt it. But to answer your question, I was mauled by a lioness." Her brown eyes went wide. "Really? How exciting!" Stuart settled back in the corner of his seat, giving her a wry look. He unknotted his tie and removed his collar stud, something he'd been longing to do ever since he'd put them on. Nothing like a stiff, tight collar to remind a man of all that was wrong with civilization. "It wasn't the least bit exciting, my dear girl," he assured Joanna, as he dropped his stud into his pocket and pulled apart his collar. "I almost died." "And now you have to use a cane," she said, and frowned, looking thoughtful. "I suppose you could do something with that," she said after a moment. "Edie's terribly tender-hearted." He eyed her with doubt. "Are we talking about the same woman?" "She'll melt like butter if you go about things the right way." As agreeable as that sounded, Stuart's mind couldn't quite form the picture. Granted, he knew next to nothing about his wife, but the idea of Edie's melting like butter over anything, especially him, didn't seem the least bit likely. "Oh, she tries to be hard and tough," Joanna went on as he continued to eye her askance. "But it's a sham. She's always finding homes for stray kittens and puppies, and she gets very upset when a bird flies into a window. She feels sorry for anything wounded." "I suppose I do fall into that classification," he murmured. "So I'm to play on her sympathy?" "Well, it wouldn't hurt to have her feeling sorry for you, would it? I can show you other ways to get on her good side, too. You see—" She paused to give him a confident smile. "I can wind Edie round my little finger when I want to." That was probably true. For though there might be some similarities in temperament between the Jewel sisters, there was one significant difference. It was clear that Joanna was hopelessly spoiled. "That's very kind of you," he said, smiling back at her. "And you'll do this out of the goodness of your heart, I assume?" She looked at him with injured innocence. "I want my sister to be happy." "I'm sure you do," he agreed gravely. "Come, child, drop the other shoe." She grinned, unrepentant. "I wouldn't mind staying out of finishing school." "Ah. But what makes you think I can persuade your sister to change her mind about that?" Her answer was simple, direct, and a damn sight too clever for a schoolgirl. "Tell her you want me to go, so the two of you can be alone together. That's sure to make her keep me here." Stuart began to feel for Edie. "I'm glad you're on my side," he murmured. "So," she prompted when he said nothing more, "do we have a deal?" He laughed, remembering those same words on Edie's lips 5 years ago. "You do remind me of your sister." She leaned forward and stuck out her hand. "Is that a yes?" He could see no disadvantage to the arrangement. The girl certainly seemed to know her sister well, far better than he. "Why not?" he said, and also leaned forward. "As you said, I shall need all the help I can muster." As they clasped hands to seal their arrangement, he reflected that making bargains with impertinent American females seemed to be his lot in life. So far, he couldn't complain about his luck in that regard, but now he and Edie would have to negotiate a new, entirely different sort of marriage than the one they'd had in the past. And when Stuart thought of her appalled face at the train station, he knew that bargain was not going to be an easy one for her to make. Stuart might not know much about the woman he had married, but he knew one thing. Patience was not one of her virtues. He and Joanna had barely stepped down from the hired carriage parked in the drive before the heavy oak front doors were thrown back and Edie came out to greet them, the butler and the housekeeper in her wake. Not that greeting them could really describe her purpose, if her expression was anything to go by. She was frowning like thunder. "What on earth are you doing here?" she demanded, as she strode across the gravel toward the carriage. Stuart opened his mouth, ready to restate the obvious, but he shut it again when he realized she wasn't talking to him. Her next words confirmed that realization. "Why aren't you on your way to Kent, young lady?" she demanded as she passed him and halted in front of Joanna. The girl gave a shrug. "I missed the train." "Missed it?" Edie echoed. "How in heaven's name could you miss it? You were on it, and so was Mrs. Simmons. Where is she, by the way?" "Still on board, bound for Kent," Joanna informed her with obvious relish. "Well, I couldn't wait for her," she added, as Edie made a sound of dismay. "As it was, I barely had time to jump off the train myself, since it was already moving." "Oh, my Lord! You jumped off a moving train?" "Joanna Arlene Jewell, what were you thinking? You could have been badly hurt." She glanced down, her anger fading into concern. "Are you all right?" "Edie, don't fuss. I'm all right. Didn't fall or twist an ankle or anything when I jumped. But you could have." Her concern faded as quickly as it came. "And you did this? Why?" she demanded. "Because Margrave's come home, of course." The girl waved a hand in Stuart's direction. "I knew who he was the second I heard you call his name, and I could see the things around here were about to get very interesting. I wasn't going to miss any of that." "You won't be missing anything," Edie assured her, "because Margrave isn't staying long, and," she added, before either he or the girl could dispute that statement, "neither are you, little sister. There is another train tomorrow, and you'll be on it." "But he's my brother-in-law, and I want to get to know him. I only met him once, you know, and I barely even remember it. And by the way," she added before Edie could speak, her tone indignant, "why didn't you tell me he was injured in Africa?" "Injured?" Edie turned to him in surprise, and Stuart hastened into speech, for despite Joanna's assurance that it would help his cause, he had no intention of playing on Edie's sympathy. He didn't want pity, for God's sake. "It's nothing," he said, hoping to dismiss any further discussion on the topic. Nothing at all, he added, giving Joanna a quelling look. He ought to have known that wouldn't work. "It's not nothing," the girl cried and turned to Edie. "He got eaten by a lioness." "Good heavens!" Edie burst out. "Stuart!" "I wasn't eaten, only gnawed a bit." Then she decided she didn't like the taste of me. Edie pressed a hand to her mouth and slowly lowered her gaze to his leg. "So that's why you've taken to carrying a walking stick," she murmured behind her hand. "I didn't realize." She paused, lowered her hand, and returned her gaze to his face. "Oh, Stuart," she said, and in her voice and her eyes was the pity he loathed and dreaded. "I'm sorry. How terrible!" "Not so terrible," he countered, keeping his voice light, ignoring the none-too-gentle elbow Joanna jammed into his side. "My tennis game's gone to hell, of course, and stairs take a bit more time than they used to, but other than that—" He paused and gave what he hoped was a careless shrug. "I'm quite all right." "He's not all right," Joanna contradicted him. "He's lame, so—" "I am not lame." Desperate for a distraction, he glanced around, and when he saw the tall, portly fellow in black who stood by the front steps, he stepped around his wife and headed in that direction, displaying as great a show of vigour in his walk as he could manage. "Wellesley," he greeted in a hearty voice, "how delightful to see you." "Your Grace." The butler bowed, and when he straightened, his impassive expression made Stuart grateful for the British custom of well-trained impassive servants. "It is a great pleasure to have you back at Highcliffe." "Thank you." He glanced around the butler, noting that the house's limestone facade, no longer cracked and crumbling, must have been replaced. "Everything running smoothly here, I trust?" "Yes, indeed. Very smoothly." Wellesley glanced at his undone collar with a hint of disapproval and glanced past him. "Is Mr. Jones following you in another carriage? If so—" "Jones isn't coming," he cut in. "But yes, a dog-cart shall be arriving soon with the rest of my things." He turned to greet the spare, elderly housekeeper who stood beside the butler. "Mrs. Gates, good to see you are still here." "Oh, I'll always be here, Your Grace," she said, her lined face breaking into a wide smile. "As long as the good Lord allows." "I'm glad to hear it. Have you enough housemaids under you to make my rooms ready, even though I was terribly rude and didn't write ahead about my return?" "Of course, Your Grace. I shall have your rooms prepared at once, and if Mr. Jones is not with you—" She paused to gesture to the lanky young man in livery to her left. "I'm sure Edward here would be up to the task. As first footman, he has served as valet upon occasion." "His Grace won't need a footman for that," Wellesley put in. "I shall do for him myself until Mr. Jones arrives." "Jones won't be coming." Stuart sighed, rubbing a hand over his face, reminding himself they had the right to know. "Mr. Jones is dead." "What?" Edie's shocked gasp didn't cause him to turn around. "It won't be necessary for you to valet, Wellesley. Thank you for all your solicitousness, but I shall do for myself." "Yourself?" The surprised word from both the servants was also echoed from behind him, and he turned as Edie came up beside him. "But surely you'll need help," she said, a frown of what might have been concern knitting her brows. "Without a valet, how will you manage?" "I've grown accustomed to doing for myself, and I find I prefer it that way, at least for now." "Wellesley, Will you—" He broke off, his voice failing. He gave a cough and tried again. "Will you tell the other servants about Jones? I know some of them were quite fond of him." "Of course, Your Grace." "Thank you," he said with relief and gratitude. "Mrs. Gates, if you will have my rooms prepared and a bath drawn, I would appreciate it. I'll wait in the library." Glad that particular room was on the ground floor, he gave a nod to the remaining servants and limped up the steps and into the house, hoping that everyone would now allow the subject of his injuries and his valet to drop. Edie's demeanor indicated that she might actually have the heart he'd wondered if she possessed. But though her compassion for his condition might commend her character, he had no intention of using that to persuade her to make their marriage real. The day he needed pity to win a woman was the day he'd walk himself and his mangled legs straight off a cliff. Chapter 5. The library was so different from the room he remembered that Stuart stopped in the doorway, uncertain for a moment if he was in the right place. Shelves of books still lined 3 walls of the long rectangular room, but the 4th wall, the one that ran alongside the south terrace, had been stripped of bookshelves altogether. In their place were tall French doors that opened onto the terrace, framed by silk draperies of soft green. The room's walnut paneling had been removed, and the walls painted a pale buttery yellow. The once gilded woodwork was now white, and the worn velvet upholstery of the furnishings had been replaced with the delicately patterned green and white chintz. The room was now airy and full of light, a vast improvement over the oppressiveness of the previous decor. The library wasn't the only thing about the house Edie had transformed. He'd already noticed that the north facade had been replaced, but a step outside verified that the south one had received the same treatment. The knot gardens were no longer a gnarled mass of overgrown boxwood, wild rose canes, and weed-infested turf. The Italianate potagers, put in by the 3rd Duke during the reign of Queen Anne, were now back to their original intricate splendor, their roses blooming with controlled abandon, and their low boxwood edges precisely trimmed. The once rusty wrought-iron table and chairs on the terrace had been painted white. Potted geraniums lined the balustrade, and beneath his feet the cracked, crumbling flagstones of the past were gone. In the distance, the home farm looked tidy and the fields well tended. He hadn't any doubt that Edie would capably manage Highcliffe and his other estates, not only because he trusted his instincts, but also because annual reports from stewards and land agents over the years had confirmed it. Despite that, he found it reassuring to see for himself that everything was in order. And yet, looking out over the immaculately groomed lands spread out before him, he wondered suddenly what there would be for him to do there. Edie had managed everything so well. What could he contribute? It's time to go home. The insistent need that had pounded through his head on that fateful night 6 months ago echoed back to him again, reminding him that he could have chosen to die. But instead, he'd chosen to live, to come home and accept at last the role he'd been born to. But then, he'd always known he would return one day. He just hadn't expected it to be this way. He'd rather fancied coming home to all the celebratory fanfare due to a famous traveller and explorer. He certainly hadn't envisioned himself limping in like a wounded animal. Still, he was here, and he had responsibilities to assume. Patching things up with Edie was his primary goal, for nothing else would matter without that. Not that there had ever really been anything to patch up. They hadn't been the happily married couple who had drifted apart, separated, and now had to reconcile. No, they'd been two strangers brought together by mutual need. They had certainly never been in love. At least, he amended, she hadn't been. He thought of the first time he'd ever seen her in that ballroom, and how it had felt. Like the hand of fate grabbing hold of him, forcing him to stand still and look hard, because in front of him was something worth noticing. He might have fallen, and fallen hard, if she hadn't so ruthlessly cut the ground from beneath his feet before he'd even known her name. Ah, well. This was a new beginning and a second chance. Not that the task ahead of him would be an easy one. He'd known then, and he knew now, that Edie had a wall around her it would not be easy to breach. "You've changed." The sound of her voice had him turning around to find her in the doorway to the corridor, watching him through the open French doors. "A man's bound to change in 5 years, I suppose." He started back toward the library, but after only a few steps he wished he'd remained where he was. With her watching, he felt acutely self-conscious as he came across the terrace and into the library, especially when he paused in the center of the room and noted that she had not come forward to meet him halfway. He hoped that was not a metaphor for their future. "Stuart." She hesitated a moment. Then she said simply, "I'm sorry about Jones." "Was that Lyons, too?" "Yes." "How do you think I've changed?" he asked, rushing on, feeling a desperate need to veer off the subject of his valet. "Aside from the obvious, of course," he added with a forced laugh, shifting his weight to his good leg and holding up his walking stick. She considered for a moment. "You're much graver than I remember. Not quite so glib and debonair as you used to be." "Yes, my carefree youth has passed on, I dare say." Her lips curved upward a bit. "Still undoing your ties at every opportunity, though, I see." "It's not the tie, Edie," he said with a grin, hoping here was the beginning of a rapprochement. "It's the collar. One of the things Africa taught me was just how uncomfortable the damn things are." "You've changed too, by the way," he added. "Have I?" She seemed surprised by that. "In what way?" He studied her for a long moment, considering. It was the same face he remembered, with its angled auburn brows, spring green eyes, and dusting of freckles. It had the same stubborn square jaw, pointed chin, and pale pink mouth, and he presumed her straight white teeth still had that slight overbite that showed when she smiled, though, as he recalled, she'd never been one to smile much. Hers had never been a pretty face, he supposed, not by society's standards, but it was so vibrantly alive that its lack of symmetrical beauty didn't seem to matter. So what was it about her that was different? He tried to pin it down. "You're not so thin now as you were then, and not so fierce, not so driven. You seem... I don't know quite how to put it, Edie. You're softer, somehow." She shifted her weight and looked away as if uncomfortable with his description. "Yes, well..." She gave a cough. "That's good." Silence fell between them. a silence that banished any hope of immediate rapport and underscored the brutal fact that despite being married, they were two strangers alone in a room, grasping for something to say. Not that there was nothing for them to talk about, quite the contrary. Their future as husband and wife stretched before them, and if he'd survived for anything at all, it was for another chance with her, a chance to make with her a marriage that was real. He could hardly jump right into that topic, however, and he glanced around, striving for something neutral to say. "I like what you've done with this room," he remarked at last. "The French doors to the terrace are a splendid idea. I did the same thing in the music room, the billiard room, and the ballroom. Since these rooms all flank the terrace, it was a simple improvement to make. Well, the ballroom would certainly benefit from the additional fresh air. That room was always beastly hot when it was full of people, even with all the windows open. And here in the library, the French doors bring in a lot more light. One can see well enough to read in here now. Before, I remember, one always had to light a lamp, even in the afternoon. Such a silly thing, I always thought, not to have adequate light in a library. But now, a lamp would only be necessary after dark." "Not even then, really," she said, and pointed to one of several gold sconces that adorned the walls. "I installed gas lights in all the rooms ages ago." He smiled. "How American of you! A most sensible thing to do." Edie made a face. "Your mother wouldn't agree. She hates them. She breathes disapproval of them every time she visits." He looked at her with sympathy. "Has she been very awful?" Edie waved a hand. "Nothing I can't handle. Your mother's rather like a house cat. She wants to be pampered and catered to, and she's inclined to hiss a bit when she doesn't get her way." "That sounds like an apt description of my entire family." "It does, rather," she agreed. "Do they know you're here?" "Mamma and Nadine know. I came through Rome on my way home, and I called on them there. You knew they were in Rome, didn't you?" "Of course you did," he went on before she could answer. "Mamma would never go anywhere without telling you where to send the quarterly allowance." She did not dispute that rather cynical contention. "Will they be following you, then? Should I have more rooms prepared?" He shook his head. "They're staying in Italy through the autumn as planned." He felt a twinge of stupid boyhood pain, but he shoved it aside, for he'd accepted long ago the indifference and utter lack of love in his family. "Nadine," he went on, "has an Italian prince on the hook at present, and if she came home now, why, he might slip free. Priorities, Edie, priorities." She nodded with understanding, for she knew by now just what his sister and mother were like. "Of course. What about Cecil?" "Oh, I've plenty of time to inform him. The fly fishing's deuced good in Scotland just now, and the stocking begins next week. Even if I wrote today, I doubt my brother would be able to drag himself away from Stuart Lodge to come down and welcome me. If you really want to see him while you're here, I could cut off his allowance," she suggested with a touch of humour. Stuart gave a shout of laughter and surprise. It wasn't like the Edie he remembered to make a joke. He'd be down like a shot, wouldn't he? Still, it's not necessary to put him through that sort of shock yet a while. She wrinkled up her freckled nose in a rueful way. "When you first told me what spongers they were, I didn't quite believe you. I did my best to warn you what they were like. True, but until I met them, I don't think I quite believed you. Yet after you met them, you married me anyway," he murmured. "I have often wondered why." "We both know why we married." Yes, quite so. You came to me and proposed a very sensible arrangement, and I—" He paused long enough to take a deep breath. "I jumped at it. But what I meant was that I've often wondered why you chose me." "Oh, I doubt you've thought about me enough to wonder about that," she said, with a deprecating shrug and a laugh. "And if you ever thought that, Edie, you were wrong." Her humor faded at once. Her tongue darted out to lick her lips, as if they were dry or she was suddenly nervous. "Stuart, why are you here?" she asked in a low voice. "I believe you already know the answer to that question." She came into the library, crossing to where he stood. "I suppose—" She paused for a moment, halting in front of him. "I suppose your injuries are what brought you home?" "Partly. At least," he amended to himself, "they had provided the perfect excuse." "In a way." His enigmatic reply caused a puzzled frown to crease her brow. "So you're home to consult a doctor? I've already seen 2 doctors, one in Nairobi and one in Mombasa. I was referring to an English doctor. Both of them were English." She shook her head. "No, I meant a specialist. Someone who might have more experience treating injuries such as yours than a colonial doctor." "It wouldn't matter." "It might. Some of the doctors in Harley Street are quite clever," she added, and he could hear a hint of desperation creeping into her voice. "One of them might be able to offer a course of treatment, something that would put you right again, and then—" She paused again, and this time it was a pause so palpably awkward it made him grimace. "Go on," he prompted. And then you could go back." He decided there was no point in sugarcoating the truth. "I'm not going back, Edie. I'm home for good." She displayed no surprise. Instead, she nodded, but if he thought it was a nod of acceptance, he was mistaken. "You promised me you would never come back. Remember?" He didn't tell her it was a promise he'd always known he might break. "My circumstances have changed, as you've no doubt observed. I can't lead the life I led before. No more hunting, no more safari work." He paused, for though all that was true, it wasn't what had brought him home. "Edie, I nearly died." She bit her lip and looked away. "I'm sorry, Stuart. Truly, I am." "But—" She looked at him again, and he saw the girl he knew, the girl who wanted no husband except in name. "Do you intend to break our agreement?" If their marriage was to have a prayer of succeeding, he had to make her understand what had happened to him and why that mattered. "I saw men digging my grave, Edie. I watched them do it. I knew I was dying, and I can't begin to describe what that was like, except to say that that changes a man. It makes him instantly, keenly aware that everything he thought was important isn't important at all. It forces him to look at his life in a whole new light, reconsider his choices, perhaps make new ones. And just which of your choices," she interrupted, "are you reconsidering?" "I realized it was time for me to come home, take care of my estates and you." "I don't need taking care of." He could see her expression hardening as she said it, but he persevered, for it had to be said. I want to do my duty to my estates and my family and my marriage. I want to be a real husband." He paused, then added, "with a real wife." Those words were scarcely out of his mouth before she was shaking her head. "No, we agreed. I know what we agreed, but that was 5 years ago. Things are different now. Not for me." He ignored that painfully obvious fact because his only hope for a future with her was in finding a way to overcome it. "But they are different for me, Edie. I don't just want what's over the next hill or across the next river. I want to be part of something that endures." Her lips parted, but she said nothing. She stared at him, wordless, and he took advantage of the moment to finish what he needed to say. "Next time I look death in the face, I want to know that I'll have left something behind me that isn't just my bones and ashes. Edie." He paused and took a deep breath. "I want children." She staggered back a step, almost as if he'd slapped her. "You gave me your word!" she choked out. "Damn you! You gave me your word!" She turned, and, for the second time in 2 hours, she began walking away faster than he could follow. "We can't avoid each other forever," he called after her. "I don't see why not," she shot back over her shoulder. "We've been doing a splendid job of it for the past 5 years. With that, she vanished into the corridor. Stuart let out his breath in a slow sigh. This, he appreciated as he stared at the empty doorway, was going to be even harder than he thought. "Of all the idiotic things to do!" A disgusted feminine voice interrupted his thoughts, and he turned around to find Joanna standing in the frame of one of the open French doors, frowning at him. "Really, Margrave, if you're not going to take my advice, how am I going to help you? I see that in addition to being impertinent and disobeying your sister, you also have no compunction about eavesdropping. Well, it's not my fault if you and Edie have a set-to where the doors are wide open. And anyway, I have a serious stake in this. If I find you eavesdropping on any more of my private conversations with your sister, or with anyone else for that matter, I'll haul you off to Willowbank myself, tied and gagged if necessary. Is that understood?" Her expression turned sulky, but she was forced to knuckle under. "Oh, very well," she mumbled. "I won't listen in any more. But now that the damage is done," she added irrepressibly, "I have to ask what you were thinking. The part about children is all right, I suppose. Edie does like babies. But doing your duty to your marriage and all that mush about being part of something that endures?" She made a sound of derision. "You think that's going to win her over?" In hindsight, he supposed it did sound like an utter load of tosh, but it nettled him nonetheless that he was being given advice on romance by a schoolgirl. "And by playing on her sympathy, you think I'd have done better, do you? Well, you couldn't have done any worse." Having made that irrefutable point, Joanna turned away with a huff of aggravation and vanished from view. But her last muttered words floated back to him from across the terrace. "The way you're going, I'll never stay out of boarding school." Stuart was in no position to dispute that prediction just now. And though he was no more inclined to play on Edie's sympathy now than he'd been before, he also knew that Joanna had a point. All the things he'd said to Edie were true, but they weren't what he'd need to say in order to win her. Unfortunately, he had no idea what were the right things to say. He'd always been rather adept at charming the fair sex, but his charms, as he was well aware, had never impressed Edie. He knew a love affair gone wrong had broken her heart and ruined her reputation. He also knew she hadn't offered him marriage because she desired him, though discovering that had been rather a blow to his vanity at the time. "I'm offering you everything you want from life. Don't allow masculine pride to get in your way." Well, he hadn't, and the result had been something akin to an Arabian Nights tale. Like a genie out of a bottle, she'd appeared and solved all his problems, absolved him of all his irksome duties, and handed him everything in life he could have asked for. Everything except her. That night in the maze, he hadn't considered what effect their bargain would have on him, and during the frantic days before their wedding, surrounded by relatives and chaperones and an entourage of fawning journalists eager to report the details of the latest transatlantic marriage, he'd had little chance to ponder the topic. Beyond the understandable sting to his pride, her lack of attraction to him and her aversion to bedding him had taken second place to other considerations, like securing his estates. But afterward, alone together here at Highcliffe, it had begun to matter a great deal, and for reasons that had nothing to do with pride. He'd begun to want her more and more with each day that passed, and by a fortnight after the wedding, the bargain they'd made had begun to seem like Faust's deal. He'd left early for Africa, a month earlier than they'd arranged, unable to tolerate the impossibility of wanting her and not having her. He even remembered the exact day he reached his limit. He turned, staring through the open French door to the terrace, and his mind went back 5 years to a warm July afternoon and tea laid out for them on that wrought-iron table. They'd been touring the estate. A long day on horseback when he'd shown her some of the remotest acreage at Highcliffe. Gone all day with no refreshment other than a few sandwiches at the home farm, they'd decided to have tea on the terrace before going upstairs to change. And Edie's voice, clear and filled with her American common sense, came floating to him out of the past. "Such a shame those acres to the south couldn't be made useful in some way," she said, handing off her black top hat and riding crop to a footman, then taking the chair Stuart had pulled out for her. "For crops or pasture or something. As it is, they're just a swamp." "It is rather a bog," he agreed, moving to take his own seat across from her. "It's a problem with the slope of the land, you see." "Can nothing be done about it?" "We've done what we can." He explained the grading that had been done, the Henry French drains that had been dug, and various other attempts to deal with the problem as she poured tea for them. "And yet it's still a swamp," she pointed out as she handed him his cup. "True," he agreed. "Any further measures would need to be taken by Lord Seaforth, and he won't make any improvements to his land that would also improve mine. He hates me, you see." "Hates you? But why?" He shrugged, took a swallow of tea, and leaned back in his chair. "Hating Margraves is a Seaforth family tradition. Back in 1788, the third Duke of Margrave, desperate for money, eloped with one of the Seaforth daughters to Gretna Green. The Seaforth version is that she was kidnapped, and it caused an enormous scandal. The relations between our families have been hostile ever since." "But that's silly." "Possibly, but that's how things are. I tried several times to heal the breach while Seaforth and I were at Cambridge, but Seaforth wasn't having any. So the feud and the bog remain." "But that bog is a breeding ground for mosquitoes, not to mention disease. Why, he has a pasture full of sheep just there. He's risking an outbreak of typhoid or cholera or any number of other contagions. I agree, but what will you? As I said, it's how things are. She made an exclamation of impatience at his repetition of that statement. What if I just bought the useless land on his side? Then it could all be graded properly, couldn't it? He laughed, making her pause to look at him over her teacup, a frown of puzzlement crinkling between her brows. Why are you laughing? What if I just bought it, she says, with all the confidence of the wealthy American. Her frown deepened slightly. Are you making fun of me? Perhaps a little. He smiled and set aside his tea. Leaning forward, he went on. Many Margraves have offered to buy that acreage, at least when our family's in funds, but no Seaforth will ever sell them to us. You could try. I already did. A week before we were married. Seaforth refused. Oh, for heaven's sake! This is absurd! She fell silent, and he could see her practical mind turning to find a solution. What if someone else bought that land? She asked after a moment. Seaforth might be persuaded to sell it to someone else, but who'd buy it? Land's a dismal investment these days, especially a sliver like that. Shoehorned between two estates, it's no use to anyone. I believe Madison and Moore could be persuaded to buy it. Her lips curved in a tiny smile at his blank look. Seaforth would never have to know that Madison and Moore Incorporated is one of my father's many companies. By God, that might actually work! He laughed. You assured me you had brains, Edie, but you didn't tell me you were brilliant. She laughed, too, at the outrageous compliment, giving him a wide, radiant smile across the table, and all of a sudden, he couldn't move. It was every bit as riveting as the feeling he'd experienced the first time he'd ever seen her, but for a different reason. The first night, he'd been riveted by the sense that he was looking at something out of the common way. But this time, something else pinned him in place. When Edie smiled and laughed, it lit up her whole countenance, showed the gold sparks in her green eyes, and shattered the touch-me-not shield that usually enveloped her. Like a light illuminating the dark, a plain girl was suddenly beautiful. His throat went dry, his pulses quickened, and, like a dam breaking, desire flooded through him. Until now, he'd been able to suppress it, ignore it, keep it at bay, but this time it was so sudden and so overwhelming that it refused to be suppressed. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't do anything but stare helplessly at the woman across the table as lust spread unchecked through every part of his body. This is my wife, he thought. And at that moment, he'd have given anything to see her laughing like that, naked amid a snowy pile of bedsheets. What a beautiful smile you've got, he said without thinking. That's a sight I wouldn't mind waking up to first thing in the morning. Her smile faded away slowly, and as he watched it go, he wondered if right now her heart was pounding as hard as his, if her body had the same burning ache as his, and her mind the same torrid thoughts. Her eyes, such a clear, pretty green, were wide with shock, but there was no jeweled hardness in their depths. Her hand lifted to touch the side of her neck. A hint of colour washed into her pale cheeks, and he knew she felt, at least a little, what he was feeling. "Shall we, Edie?" he asked softly, rolling the dice. "We are married, after all." She sucked in a sharp breath. Her body stiffened, and he saw a wall come up between them like a physical barrier. "You gave me your word," she said, her voice low, cold and withering, and any hope he'd persuade her to a tumble in the sheets went utterly out the window. He'd left the next day without seeing her smile again. Sometimes, at night, sitting outside his tent in Kenya, he'd thought of her face across the tea-table, soft with desire for that one fleeting moment, and he'd wondered what his life might have been like if he'd negotiated a different sort of deal, if he hadn't been so desperate to accept the one she'd offered. Now, as he stared at the wrought-iron table and remembered that day, he reminded himself that he had the chance now he hadn't taken then. He'd changed over the years, and so had she. However devastated she might have been as a girl of 18, 6 years was surely long enough to get over a broken heart. There was passion inside his wife. He'd sensed it the night they met, and he'd seen it that day on the terrace. Brief glimpses, perhaps, but he knew enough about women to know he hadn't imagined it. He just had to figure out how to ignite that passion so that it burned for him. Time was his ally. Despite her defiant declaration, it would be impossible for Edie to avoid him every hour of every day for the rest of their lives. They would be living in the same house, eating at the same table, reading in the same library, having tea at that same wrought-iron table. Bit by bit, if he was patient, he would capture her attention, break down her resistance, and light her fire. It was just, he told himself, a matter of time. "She's done what?" He looked up from the plate of kidneys and bacon Wellesley had just placed before him, the butler's answer to his inquiry about Edie's whereabouts sufficiently astonishing that breakfast was forgotten. "She's gone to London?" "She has, Your Grace. She departed on the early train at 8:30 this morning." He glanced at the clock, verifying that the train had gone nearly an hour ago. "Did she say anything? Offer a reason for going? Leave instructions what's to be done with Joanna? Where is Joanna, by the way? And what about the governess?" "The Duchess had a cable from Mrs. Simmons yesterday evening, just before dinner. It seems that the governess disembarked the train at King's Lynn, but forwarded Miss Jewel's things on to Willowbank, and will be returning by tomorrow's train. The Duchess, however, chose to have Miss Jewel accompany her to town, and she left a letter for Mrs. Simmons with further instructions." "I see." If avoiding him was Edie's strategy, she was doing a fine job of it so far. She'd had dinner in her room and remained there for the entire evening, and now she was off to town. If she intended to make a habit of dealing with him by continually running away, his goal of a true marriage between them would be tedious business. "Did Her Grace give a reason for going, or say how long she would be gone?" "No, Your Grace. She simply said she fancied a trip to town. However, this may help to elucidate matters." Wellesley pulled a folded slip of writing paper from the breast pocket of his jacket and handed it to Stuart. "From Miss Jewel. She asked me to give it to you as she was leaving." "Ah." The letter was not sealed, simply folded in thirds, leading Stuart to conclude it had been composed in a hurry. Unfolding it, he scanned the few lines and found his guess confirmed. "We're off to London. She says she's seeing Mr. Keating on business, which doesn't usually take long, but this time she's taking Snuffles, so it could be a while. Mrs. Simmons is to follow us in a day or two and take me from London down to Kent. You've got to come save me. I'll send word to your club where we're staying when I know. No time for more. Joanna. Stuart had a suspicion of just what business Edie intended to discuss with Keating, and if he was right, everything was about to get far more complicated. Grimly, he refolded the letter, put it in his pocket, and picked up his knife and fork as he considered what his next move should be. "Wellesley, who or what is Snuffles?" he asked as he resumed eating his breakfast. "That would be her Grace's dog, sir." He didn't even know Edie had a pet. Another of the many things he didn't know about the woman he had married. When did she acquire a dog? Oh, it must be about 4 years ago now, Your Grace. She found it, by the side of the road, if memory serves. It had been injured. A puppy it was, just a little bit of a thing. Ah. Joanna had assured him Edie had a soft spot for wounded creatures, and here was some evidence of the fact. A mixed-breed stray, I imagine? Oh, no, sir. It was one of the terrier pups from the home farm, but Mr. Mulvaney wanted to drown it, for it was badly injured, and he didn't think it would ever be a proper ratter. Well, her Grace wouldn't hear of that, and took it upon herself to care for it. He smiled. The Duchess has a soft heart, I've been told. She does, sir. Not that you'd know it sometimes. Raked Travis over the coals a month ago, good and proper, then dismissed him with no letter of character. Travis? He frowned, not recalling the name. Who is Travis? Second undergardener, a new man, hired not long after you left. Stuart noted in some amusement that to Wellesley, and to most English minds, having only 5 years of employment was considered being new. What did Travis do that impelled the Duchess to sack him? He asked, curious. The second housemaid, he said in a low voice filled with significance. It was rather a dust-up. Mrs. Gates was inclined to dismiss her, and she consulted the Dowager Duchess, who was here at the time. The Dowager agreed that the housemaid needed to go, but the Duchess got wind of it, and she wasn't having it. Wellesley leaned closer in a confidential manner and murmured, She countermanded the Dowager Duchess. I'd have liked to see Mamma's reaction to that, Stuart said, grinning around a forkful of eggs. Go on. The Duchess kept Ellen on, but dismissed Travis. The Duchess, he added with a look of apology, doesn't always understand the way things are. Quite so. Stuart suppressed his smile with an effort. Things are different in America, I imagine. I dare say. Those 2 words made short shrift of how things were done in America. The Dowager Duchess attempted to explain to the Duchess that dismissing the male servant whilst keeping the female servant wasn't quite the way things were done in an English household. And what did her Grace say to that? Wellesley gave a dignified sniff. She said, It might be an English household, but it is run by an American. Again, Stuart had to suppress a smile. Poor Mamma. That ruffled her feathers, I'll wager. It would not be my place to say, sir. But the Dowager Duchess no longer stays long when she visits Highcliffe. The Duchess, as I'm sure you know, has her own unique way of doing things. Still, he added, his face brightening a bit, now that you are home, I'm sure things will soon be returning to the proper way. I doubt it, he said cheerfully. I've never been one for the propers, Wellesley. You ought to know that by now. His breakfast finished, Stuart set down his knife and fork. When is the next train to London, do you know? 11:30, sir, the butler answered at once. But it doesn't go straight on, I'm afraid. You'll have to change at Cambridge. Your efficiency never ceases to amaze me, Wellesley. He pulled out his pocket-watch and verified that he had plenty of time. Have Edward pack a suitcase, will you? I'm taking that train. One suitcase. So you will not be staying in London long, then? No, and neither will her Grace. He returned his watch to his pocket, tossed aside his napkin, and stood up. Not if I have my way about it. Chapter 6. Edie stared in dismay at the rotund, grey-haired little man on the other side of the large oak desk. So I've no grounds? None at all? Not even— She paused, her face growing hot. Not even non-consummation? I'm afraid not. I know of no cases where a lawful marriage has been successfully set aside for that reason, not in the past few centuries, anyway. Edie reminded herself that she shouldn't be surprised by this information. Stuart himself had told her the very same thing before they married. But somehow, in coming here, she'd hoped Stuart had been mistaken. You said to your knowledge there hasn't been a successful case. Could you have missed one? Some court decisions do escape my notice, the lawyer admitted. I would be happy to research the matter more deeply if you wish, though I am not at all optimistic about the chance of finding case law in support of an annulment. I understand. Do it anyway. What about— She paused and swallowed hard. What about divorce? Mr. Keating rubbed his nose and sat back with a sigh. Even less likely to be granted, I'm afraid. As to grounds, you might make a case for adultery, if it's true, of course, and if you could provide names, dates, etc. But while adultery is sufficient grounds for a man, it is not the same for women. A wife needs two causes to divorce her husband. You would need something else along with adultery. Her dismay deepened into desperation. Desertion? Could that be considered a secondary cause? But the Duke has come back, so there has been no desertion. In the eyes of the law, he has simply returned from an extended trip abroad, and since he wishes to reconcile— Mr. Keating shook his head. You've no chance there, I'm afraid. Could he be persuaded to divorce me? Your Grace. The lawyer's voice trailed off with a sigh. He waited, but as she continued to look at him steadily, he went on. If he chose to, yes, he could bring a suit, but there would still have to be grounds. Adultery, for example. Is there nothing I can do? Her voice sounded terribly faint to her own ears, even within the hushed confines of Mr. Keating's panelled office walls. Nothing at all. The lawyer gave her an unhappy look across the desk. I realize the Duke's reappearance in your life after so long must be a shock, but that shock will pass. Since he wishes to reconcile, I suggest you allow him to do so. You don't understand, she said, forcing the words out past the fear that felt like a stone in her chest. Many marriages are difficult and often unhappy, but divorce is never a satisfactory solution. It is a messy, protracted, disgraceful business. Even if you had sufficient grounds, It would take you years to successfully break your marriage tie, and both your names would be dragged through the mud. And afterward, your position in society would be destroyed, your title stripped from you, and your reputation disgraced. So I would be ruined by a man not once in my life, but twice, she muttered bitterly. I am afraid so. What about an American divorce? You might be able to obtain a divorce in several of the American states, but the resulting destruction of your reputation would be the same, and such a divorce would never be valid in any part of the British Empire. She looked away from the compassion in the lawyer's face. I see. Is there no way that you and His Grace could work things out? I want children. Edie's hands clenched around the handbag in her lap so tightly her fingers began to ache. There is no possibility of that, Mr. Keating. What if I leave him? Can he force me back? Can he force me to... She paused, for she could not articulate her deepest fear. She simply could not. She could only stare helplessly at the lawyer, her face growing hot, her panic growing deeper. Thankfully, Mr. Keating understood her question without further elucidation. That's a nebulous area of law, I'm afraid. As your husband, he has certain rights. The lawyer gave a cough. Rights of a conjugal nature. A roar began in Edie's ears. The smooth leather back of her chair suddenly felt like the hard stone wall of a summer house. She heard the rending of delicate muslin drawers and the sound of her own sobs. The scent of Frederick's bourbon-laced breath and eau de cologne hit her nostrils, and bile rose in her throat. She lurched to her feet, and the room began to spin. Her handbag fell to the floor with a thud as she grasped for the edge of the desk to steady herself. "Your Grace!" Mr. Keating jumped up. "Are you all right?" He circled the desk to come to her aid, but when he put a hand beneath her elbow, she pulled away. "Of course," Edie lied, stepping out from the confined space between her chair and the lawyer's desk. "I just felt a bit lightheaded for a moment," she said as she walked toward the window. "I'm perfectly well now, but I feel the need to move about a bit. It helps me think. Please, do sit down." Mr. Keating picked up her handbag for her and put it on the desk. Then he returned to his seat as Edie stood by the window. It was a hot August day in London, which meant the air wasn't at its most pleasant, but she didn't mind that, for the odors of the city smothered those of bourbon and cologne. She stood there for several moments, taking slow, deep breaths. "I can't live with my husband," she said at last, and turned from the window. "How can I prevent it?" "The only sure way is a legal separation of bed and board. Financial freedom is not a factor in your case, of course, but a legal separation would enable you to live apart without the censure of society." In command of herself once again, but still restless, Edie walked to the opposite end of the room, where a wall of shelves was lined with legal volumes and deed boxes. Would we need to have the court validate such a separation? No. Private deeds of separation are fairly common. How quickly could you draw one up, Mr. Keating? In a matter of days, but there are several things you must keep in mind, Your Grace. First, a private separation would probably be valid only as long as you remain chaste. If you were ever to take a lover, the Duke could proclaim your adultery and invalidate the agreement. That will not be an issue. Quite so, he hastened to say. But, Your Grace, I'm not certain you appreciate the loneliness that comes to separated wives. My husband was gone for 5 years, she interrupted. I can assure you, I know what separation entails. Mr. Keating opened his mouth, looking as if to say more on the subject, but something in her expression must have told him to let it go. Very well. But one other problem still remains. What's that? He would have to agree. Without his consent, no legal separation is possible without a court proceeding. As we've discussed, no court is likely to rule in your favor without sufficient grounds. Edie sighed. And just how am I to persuade him to consent? But even as she asked the question, Edie thought of the resolute gravity of Stuart's face, and she feared there was no answer. Still, she had to try, for he wanted what she could not give. "Draw up that separation agreement, Mr. Keating," she said, striding to the desk to pick up her handbag. "I'll persuade him to sign it," she added as she turned away. "I don't know how, but I will find a way." How she managed to speak with such surety, Edie didn't know, but thankfully it was not Mr. Keating's place to point out futilities. He nodded, and with that she started for the door. Her stride was rapid, for she felt the need to move, to walk, to escape the chains she could feel tightening around her. Mr. Keating's voice stopped her before she could depart. "Your Grace?" She paused to look over her shoulder at the man who had been in charge of her private legal affairs since her engagement. "Yes." "Are you sure this is what you really want?" "What I want is to be free, Mr. Keating. Free to control my own life. It's all I've ever wanted. This is as close as I shall be able to get, it seems." With that, she left, closing the door behind her. Upon leaving Mr. Keating's offices, Edie did not hail a hansom to return to her hotel. She and Joanna were meeting her friend, Lady Troubridge, for tea, but that wasn't for an hour, and Edie was glad. Just now, she felt like a panicked bird fluttering around a closed room, banging at the windows, and yet never able to find a way out, no matter how she tried. She needed time for that panic to pass. She needed time to think. She crossed Trafalgar Square, walked up Northumberland Avenue, and started up the embankment along the river. It was a hot afternoon, but she walked at a rapid clip, scarcely noticing the sultry air, the dank smell of the river, or the lack of any breeze. The only thing she noticed was the desperation that clawed at her insides. Thousands of miles apart, and 6 years away, but the shadow of Frederick Van Housen seemed to hover right beside her. She quickened her steps along the embankment, faster and faster, until she was practically running, even though she knew one could not outrun a memory. One could not outrun fear. At least, she'd never been able to. She stopped at last beside Cleopatra's Needle, panting, sweaty, her sides aching so badly in the tight confines of the corset that she simply could not go any farther without a rest. She glanced around, and when she spied a bench there overlooking the river, she sank onto it, wondering in despair what she was going to do. She could not live with Stuart, or any man. Just the thought of it was almost more than she could bear. Other women felt arousal, welcomed love-making, wanted children. But inside of her, such desires were dead, killed by a brutal act and a brutish man, and though she'd scrubbed herself raw afterward, she'd been unable to wash it away. She'd told no one, but she'd been unable to prevent the gossip about her, though how it had started she still didn't know. They'd been seen going in or coming out, or Frederick had bragged, or, oh hell, what did it matter now? The damage was done, and it could never be undone. She'd thought Frederick wanted to be alone with her because he actually liked the tall, gawky girl with red hair and freckles who lived at the wrong end of Madison Avenue. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Edie stared out at the Thames, and the sun glinting off the water must have been terribly bright, for it stung her eyes. She blinked, and everything blurred, and she realized it wasn't the sun's glittering reflection that burned her eyes. It was tears. Furious, she blinked again, forcing them back. She shook her head, working to clear away any useless thoughts of desperation, self-pity, or despair. She could not think about the past. She had to deal with now and plan for the future. Her reasoning mind told her that Stuart was not Frederick. He was a different sort of man altogether. But she knew that didn't matter. He was still a man. And he was her husband, and now he wanted what she couldn't freely give him. He had the right to her body, and there would come a time, somewhere, somehow, when he would take it. She could not let that happen. If a legal separation was the only way to prevent it, she would have to find a way to make him sign one. The question was, how? The first and easiest possibility was a threat to cut off his income. She held the purse strings, and if she shut them tight, he might knuckle under. If that failed, she could do the opposite. She could offer him more money, hundreds and thousands of pounds, all she had, if that would persuade him. If those options failed, she would have to go abroad. Her heart sank at the thought of leaving Highcliffe and Almsley and Dunlop and all the other ducal estates. She'd refurbished those houses, redesigned their gardens, invigorated their villages, and improved their lands. The idea of leaving it all behind tore at her heart, but if Stuart wouldn't agree to a separation, she'd have to go away. If going abroad became her only option, she would inform Stuart that she intended to return to New York and fight for a divorce from there. But that would only be to throw him off the scent, for she had no more intention of living near Frederick Van Housen now than she had had 5 years ago. No, she'd tell Stuart she was going home to New York. She'd buy the passage just to make it convincing, but then she'd take Joanna and slip away somewhere else. France, South America, Egypt, even Shanghai. It didn't matter where. Daddy wouldn't like it, but he wouldn't tell Stuart her whereabouts if she asked him not to. She couldn't hide from her husband forever. She knew that. But maybe, once he understood that her refusal to live with him was final, he'd give up this whole crazy idea and let her go. Besides, with his income cut off, how long could he chase her around the world? Her spirits revived a little at these plans. Her sense of control over her life began to return, and she stood up, banishing any further inclination to feel sorry for herself. She would continue to be mistress of her own life. She would be no victim, not of her circumstances, not of fate, and certainly not of any man. Not ever again. When Edie reached the hotel, she did not go in. Instead, she walked several blocks beyond to the nearby cook's office. There, upon inquiring about ocean liners to New York, she learned that the next one departed out of Liverpool 11 days hence. She reserved a stateroom suite, paid the deposit, and asked that the billets be forwarded to her at the Savoy. Arriving back at the hotel, She paused in the Savoy's luxurious tea-room to inquire about Lady Troubridge, for it was nearly 4:30. Upon learning the Marchioness had not yet arrived, Edie continued on up to her rooms to freshen up and fetch Joanna. When she entered her suite, she found her sister already dressed for tea and waiting for her. "At last!" Joanna cried, jumping up from her chair and tossing aside the book she'd been reading. "I was growing worried. Where have you been?" "I told you. I had to meet with Mr. Keating." "For 3 hours? Estate business never takes you this long." Edie's gaze swerved away. She'd been vague about the reasons for their trip to town and her meeting with Keating. She knew Joanna would have to be told the situation, and that it was likely they would soon be leaving for parts as yet unknown. Still, there was no point in bringing up the topic now, not when they were about to go down to tea. And she hadn't given up hope of convincing Stuart to abandon his intentions. "Yes, well, I went for a walk. It's a nice afternoon." Joanna, understandably, looked at her as if she'd gone a bit wrong in the head. "It's London in the summer. It stinks." No arguing with that. "Don't use the word stinks, dearest," she corrected instead. "If you must refer to smell at all, use malodorous. It's more ladylike. I'm going to change and we'll go to tea." She left the sitting room, only to find that her maid was not in her room, dressing room, or bath, and she stuck her head through the doorway into the sitting room. "Where is Reeves?" Joanna looked up from her book, which she had resumed reading. "She took Snuffles down for a walk. She had to, since he was dancing in circles. They'll be right back." "Well, you'll have to help me then. We've no time to wait for her, or we'll be late to tea." Joanna followed her back into her bedroom and helped her out of her wrinkled green serge walking suit and limp undergarments. The Savoy, which had only opened a few weeks earlier, was the height of modernity, and the bath of her suite had both hot and cold running water laid on, enabling her to easily sponge away the sweat of her panicky race along the Victoria Embankment. Within 10 minutes, she'd slipped into fresh undergarments and crisp frock of lavender silk. Joanna was just doing up the last button at her back when a knock sounded on the door of the suite. "That's probably Reeves," Joanna said. "I'll bet she forgot her key. She's always doing that when we stay in hotels." She went to let the maid in, but a few minutes later, it was not Reeves who entered the bedroom. Instead, Joanna returned. Edie caught sight of her sister in the cheval mirror and stopped fluffing the leg-o'-mutton sleeves of her dress in surprise. "Where are Reeves and Snuffles?" But even as she spoke, she noted the strange expression on her sister's face and the sheaf of papers in her hand, and she knew it was not her maid who had come to the door. She cursed cooks for being so efficient. "Why are we going to New York?" Joanna asked, holding up the sheaf of papers. "These are steamship tickets." Edie drew a deep breath. "We may go, or we may not. It depends." "Depends on what?" "It's complicated, dearest." "You're leaving him, aren't you?" The dismay in the girl's voice was unmistakable, and given that she did not want to go to boarding school, that dismay was rather surprising. "You're running away." "We may not go," she reminded, "and even if we did, I wouldn't call it running away." "What would you call it?" A knock on the door saved her from having to answer. "Now that's sure to be Reeves," she said, and brushed past her sister to head for the front door. Joanna, of course, couldn't let the topic go. "It is running away," she said, following Edie into the sitting room, "and it won't solve anything." "That's a fine argument from the girl who jumped off a train to avoid going to school," Edie countered, and reached for the door handle. "You should be agreeing with me. she added over her shoulder as she opened the door. "Running away is sometimes a perfectly acceptable strategy." She turned, expecting to see Reeves, prepared to tease her maid about forgetting her key, but the words died on her lips, for the person standing in the corridor was not Reeves. Instead, she found the man she was trying to avoid, the man who'd once been her salvation, but who was rapidly becoming her nemesis. "You!" she cried. "What are you doing here?" "Is it me you're running away from, Edie?" "What?" he added at a groan of aggravation. "Did you really think going off to London would be enough to rid you of me?" "Obviously not," she acknowledged with a sigh. "I should have bought tickets to Africa." Chapter 7. Stuart was not the least bit surprised by his wife's less than enthusiastic greeting, and he chose to let her dismay roll off him like water off a duck. Having armor plating was, he felt, going to prove useful in the coming days. "Good afternoon, darling," he said with a smile, and though he hadn't a shred of hope she'd smile back, as he watched an answering frown etch its way between her brows, he couldn't help thinking wistfully of that day on the terrace. "You have become the proverbial bad penny," she accused. "How did you know where to find me?" "Wellesley, of course. It is one of the many duties of a British butler to keep his master informed about domestic matters. Being my wife, you are very much a domestic matter." "There is no way Wellesley could have known I was staying at the Savoy." "No, that's true. But even at this time of year, London is full of people who adore gossip. Shall we just say a little bird told me?" "Little bird, my eye," she muttered, and turned to the girl standing by the bedroom door, who immediately pasted on an expression of wide-eyed innocence that Stuart suspected was quite familiar to Edie. "More like an interfering little sister." Obviously realizing the jig was up, Joanna abandoned any pretense of innocence. "I thought Stuart should know where we were, in case anything happened. What if you were run over by an omnibus or something?" "It could happen," she added, as Edie made a sound of derision. "Of all the maddening, interfering, impossible sisters in the world," Edie muttered, "the good Lord just had to saddle me with you." "And Daddy's in New York," the girl went on, dropping the sheaf of papers in her hand onto a nearby table, papers that to Stuart looked suspiciously like ocean liner billets. "If anything happened to you, I'd be all alone in London with no one to turn to." "Your concern for my possible demise is overwhelming," Edie said dryly. "I ought to tan your backside." "Now, Edie," Stuart put in behind her, impelled to come to the aid of his ally, "don't be so hard on Joanna. She was only trying to do a harmless spot of matchmaking." Edie cast a wrathful glance at him over one shoulder, but before she could reply, a sound behind him caught his attention, and he turned to find Edie's maid standing in the corridor. In her hand was a dog lead, and at the other end, sniffing his shoe, was a small brown ball of fluff. "Reeves," he greeted the pale, sombre-faced woman in black with a nod. Then he looked down. "This must be Snuffles." At the sound of his name, the Norwich Terrier looked up, planted his bum on the carpet of the corridor, and gave a bark of resounding agreement. "Hello, old man." Stuart bent down, sticking out his fist for further canine inspection. Snuffles took a sniff, and his docked tail wiggled against the carpet in approval. Edie, however, didn't seem inclined to allow them to become further acquainted. "Reeves, here you are at last," she said, and leaned through the doorway to grasp the maid's arm, but Stuart spoke before she could pull the servant inside the suite. "Reeves, will you escort Miss Jewel down to the tea-room? I believe Lady Troubridge is waiting there," he added, ignoring Edie's sound of protest. "And then take Snuffles for a walk, if you please." "He's just had a walk," Edie said. "He doesn't need another." He turned, and through the doorway he met his wife's aggravated gaze with a resolute one of his own. "Reeves, go," he said, without taking his eyes from Edie. "I'd like to speak with the Duchess alone." The maid hesitated, but only for a moment. The command of a duke outweighed that of a duchess, and she knew it. "Of course, Your Grace." Joanna followed, and as she passed Stuart to go with the maid, she paused to give him an anxious look. He winked in response, and she must have found that reassuring, for the worry vanished from her face, and she followed the maid down the corridor without any further hesitation. He waited until she and the maid had vanished around the corner with Snuffles in tow, before returning his attention to the woman in the doorway, who was glaring at him, arms folded, apparently with no inclination to let him in. "So Joanna is your spy within the gates?" she asked. "That explains how you knew where to find me. How did you manage to win her over? Believe it or not, Joanna likes me." She sniffed, unimpressed. "I suppose you told her you'll manage to keep her out of school if she helps you." He had no intention of betraying his ally. "I tell no tales," he said, and quickly changed the subject. Looking past her shoulder, he gave a whistle. "This place certainly lives up to its reputation. Even in Nairobi, everyone was buzzing about its being the height of luxury. Aubusson carpet, pink marble fireplace, crystal chandeliers. Those are probably genuine Ming vases on the mantel, so I should advise not throwing any of them at my head, though I dare say you can stand the expense. The place is quite posh, isn't it?" He waited, but when she didn't speak, he gestured to the room behind her. "Perhaps you should invite me in? Surely you don't wish to talk with me in the hotel corridor?" "I don't wish to talk with you at all. Edie, we have to discuss things. Although running away from me appears to be your strategy, it won't work forever. And if that isn't good enough reason for you, remember that the more resistance you display toward my attempts to reconcile, the more dismal your chances are of winning any sort of legal battle with me later on. Courts hate intransigent wives." She made a face. "I'm hoping my intransigence, as you put it, will impel you to realize the futility of your efforts." He propped one shoulder against the door jamb. "And what is your degree of success with that tactic?" She sighed. After a moment, she stepped back and opened the door wide to let him in. "You have 5 minutes," she said as she turned away. "Then I have to join Lady Troubridge for tea. I won't keep her waiting longer than that because of you." "5 minutes? Excellent," he said, with all the appearance of good cheer, as he followed her into the suite. "Plenty of time for a drink." "Perhaps." She turned to face him. "But that hardly matters, since I'm not offering you a drink." "More's the pity," he replied ruefully. "If your afternoon here in town was as enjoyable as my afternoon in a hot, stuffy train, we could both use a spot of whiskey right now." "I don't like whiskey. I prefer tea." She made an exaggerated show of looking at the clock on the mantel. "You have 4.5 minutes. Don't worry, Edie. You have more time than you think. As I said earlier, I encountered Lady Troubridge in the tea-room already. I explained that I needed to speak with you, and that in consequence you would be late. She quite understood." "You did what? What gives you the right to be so high-handed?" "Well," he paused, giving her an apologetic look, "we are married." As your husband, I have the right to be high-handed. Speaking of Joanna, he added, cutting off her sound of outrage, if you are running away, why are you taking her with you? Isn't she supposed to go off to school? I suppose you shall try to persuade me against it with some British nonsense about how girls don't need to go away to school, or how it isn't wise to give them too much education. She held up one hand, palm toward him. If so, don't. I've already had that particular lecture from your mother. This, he decided, was the perfect opportunity to fulfill his promise to his young sister-in-law. Regardless of what my mother's opinion may be, I think having Joanna go away to school is an excellent idea. I find higher education for girls quite commendable. Besides, he added, with Joanna away, you and I shall have plenty of opportunity to be alone together. She gave a laugh. You and I will not be spending any time alone together. Of course we will. We are married. Stop saying that. No sense ignoring the truth. As I told you 5 years ago, marriage is something that can't simply be undone. I'm sure Keating reiterated the point for you earlier today. How do you know I've met with Keating? Joanna again, I suppose. So is that why you're here? To find out what my attorney has advised and what I intend to do? I'm sure Keating didn't tell you anything, and I shan't either. I don't need to be told. I can guess. Keating advised you that there are no grounds whatsoever for annulment and insufficient grounds for divorce. I'll go out on a limb and add that he probably also strongly advised you against bringing either action, given the small chance of success and the certainty of scandal. She stirred, looking uneasy, confirming that his enumeration of her attorney's opinion was accurate. I intend to obtain a legal separation. Now I really do need a drink. He limped past her to the nearby liquor cabinet, set aside his walking stick, and poured himself a generous measure of liquor from the decanter. Fortified by a swallow of the excellent whiskey, he turned around, glass in hand, to resume discussion of the subject at hand. You're serious? You intend to pursue legal action? Not if you stick to what we agreed. And as I've already told you, the life I had in Africa is over for me. I'm not going back, and I don't want to. You don't have to return to Africa if you don't wish to. You can live anywhere you choose, as long as it isn't with me. I'll still provide you an income. In fact, I'll double it. Hell, I'll triple it, she added, rubbing 4 fingers across her forehead. If you'll just go away. I don't care about the money. You cared once. She lifted her head, defiance in her eyes. You might care again if I cut you off. No, Edie, I wouldn't. Because for me, money isn't the point. And besides, I've invested all the income you've already provided me and did rather a fine job of it, if I do say so myself. I managed to buy into some very profitable gold mines in Tanzania, as well as some diamond mines, shale fields, and railways. All are paying healthy dividends. I don't need your money. Her slim shoulders sagged a bit, making it clear she'd hoped a financial threat would be enough to dissuade him. But she rallied almost at once. Are those dividends enough to support your family? She asked. And what about Highcliffe and the other estates? I'll cut them off too, Stuart, all of them. You'd do that? You'd really let it all go? Turn your back on everything you've built here? You'd stop providing an income to the villages and employment for the people who live there? You would really destroy everything in their lives? That hit a nerve, he could tell. Her face twisted. I'm not the one destroying everything, she cried. You are. No, I want to make sure all your efforts weren't a waste of time. Don't you see?" She folded her arms, pressed her lips together and didn't answer, making it clear she didn't see at all. Resistance was in every line of her, in her pose, in the stiff rigidity of her body, in the distance between them. They stood only 15 feet apart, and yet the gap between them seemed wider than the thousands of miles between England and Kenya. He swallowed the rest of his whiskey, then set aside his empty glass, reached for his stick, and began walking toward her. It hurt after the cramped hours in the train, but he knew that if they were ever going to work through this, someone had to take the first steps. Hadn't he known all along that that person would have to be him? "Edie," he said as he approached, "it's admirable what you've done with the estates. But what did you do it all for? I'm offering you, both of us, the chance to build something even greater than what you've already accomplished." "And what is that?" He stopped in front of her. "A family to leave it to. What good is Highcliffe or any of the other estates we own if we can't pass them on to our children?" "I can't give you what you want." Her voice wobbled on the last word and she looked away. "I can't." "Can't or won't? Does it matter?" She walked around him and stalked to the liquor cabinet, obviously feeling that the conversation required a drink after all. "Mr. Keating said a legal separation is possible," she said as she poured whiskey into a glass. She downed it all in one gulp, slammed down the glass and turned to face him. "I intend to fight for one." "You haven't a prayer of obtaining it without my consent." "I don't need your consent if I offer sufficient grounds." "Which you don't have." "Don't I? How about adultery? Or shall you claim you've been celibate for the past 5 years?" "Doesn't matter," he said, happy to sidestep that rather sticky wicket. "A legal separation is similar to divorce, and a woman needs 2 causes to have any chance of separation without her husband's consent. What's your other?" "How about desertion?" He felt compelled to point out the obvious. "But I'm right here, ready to reconcile and be a true husband to you, with no regard at all for what I want." "That's not true. But even if it were, it doesn't signify. No court will accept desertion as grounds to separate unless I leave the country, you beg me to come back, and I refuse. That scenario is not going to happen." He once again started toward her. "And even if you were to succeed in obtaining a separation without my consent, think of the price you'll pay. You'll keep your title, but you'll lose everything else. Access to Highcliffe and all the other estates, of course, and your social position. A legal fight with me will cause you to be snubbed by many social acquaintances. And what of Joanna?" He halted in front of her. "Are you prepared to hurt her chances in society by forcing a separation?" Her lips trembled, telling him he'd hit a tender spot. Her eyes shimmered, not with the hardness of resistance, but with sudden unshed tears. "My God, I'm trapped," she whispered, staring at him. "Trapped in a net of my own making." "Is it such a bad net, Edie?" he asked gently, and reached out to touch her face. "Being married to me?" "You don't understand." She jerked at the contact, evading his touch. "You don't understand at all." "No, I don't. Why are you fighting this so hard? Is it—" He paused, but it had to be said. "Is it this?" he asked, gesturing to his thigh with his walking stick. "I'm not the man I was when we met, I know, but—" "It's not your leg!" she cried. "Don't be a goose! It has nothing to do with you at all!" He'd already suspected that, but he felt a rush of relief just the same. "Then what is it?" Her tears vanished, her jaw set. "Let it go, Stuart." "I don't think I will." He tossed aside his stick. "What's the real reason you're so opposed to a true marriage between us?" She looked away. That stubborn jaw trembled, and her lips parted, but she didn't answer. "I'm not such a bad chap, you know." He ducked his head to look into her eyes, smiling a little. "I'm intelligent, good at conversation, well-bred, easy to live with. Some women have even considered me quite charming and not half bad to look at." "Have they indeed?" "You must think so, too. After all, one look, and you followed me out to the maze and blatantly proposed marriage to me." "Not to take anything away from your charms, which I'm sure are considerable, but I chose you because you suited my purpose, that's all." "You didn't find me attractive?" He leaned closer. "Not even a little?" "You could have been 5 feet tall with a potbelly and bad teeth, and I'd still have done it." "Then why didn't you?" She frowned at the question, taken aback. "What do you mean?" "You'd been in London for a full season, with Lady Featherstone introducing you to every peer in town, many of them in just as dire straits as I was. They weren't all going off to another continent. No, but I'll wager any number of them could have been persuaded to do so for the money you offered me. Yet, you admitted to me yourself you'd never made any other man such an offer. I would have done if I'd thought of it sooner, but it wasn't until I saw you that I got the idea." "Just so." She made a sound of exasperation. "And you think the idea occurred to me because you were just so damned attractive?" Granted, he'd had precious little feminine companionship the past 5 years, but not so little that he'd forgotten everything he'd learned in his life about women. She might not have desired him, but she damn well hadn't found him repulsive either. "If I'd been, how did you put it, 5 feet tall with bad teeth and a potbelly, I don't think the proposition you made to me would have even occurred to you." Mentally he crossed his fingers, betting on his knowledge of women, and went on. "I think you were at least a little bit attracted to me the moment you first saw me. I know damn sure I was attracted to you." "Oh, you were not." "Indeed I was. From the moment we met, I thought you were the most fascinating bit of skirt I'd ever seen. I even told you as much, if memory serves." "Yes, but you didn't mean it." "Of course I meant it." He gave a laugh at her astonished face. "For God's sake, do you think I'd have married you otherwise? We both know you married me for the money. Your money, as lovely and fortuitous as it was, my sweet, wouldn't have persuaded me to the altar. I knew what my family's financial situation was before I was 15, and if money was all I needed to tempt me to matrimony, I'd have married long before we met. No, I married you because although I've known plenty of women, I've never known one quite like you. I've never known one who could make me want her even while she's making it so painfully clear she doesn't want me. That intrigued me and attracted me, partly because— forgive me if I sound conceited, but it was rather a novelty. I wasn't used to it. But when the novelty wore off, the fascination didn't." A hint of what might have been panic came into her face. "Yet, despite this fascination, you left after only 1 month, when we had agreed to live together for 2. You kept talking about when I was leaving. By the end of a month, you were practically shoving me out the door, and a man can only tolerate that sort of situation for so long. Wanting you the way I did, I'd have lost my sanity if I'd lingered any longer. And it wasn't as if I was prepared at the time to give up Africa and stay in England permanently. I wasn't. But those last days at Highcliffe were rather a rough go for me. She paused and licked her lips as if they were dry. I didn't know that. Yes, well, it's not the sort of thing a man likes to admit. We like to think we're irresistible, which brings me back to the material point. We're married, I'm home now, and you still haven't told me why you are so opposed to a real marriage between us. And don't tell me it's because of that chap from years ago, for I refuse to believe you're still pining for him. Pining? She echoed, and for a moment she stared at him, her face blank. But then she shook her head as if coming out of a reverie and spoke. Oh, but you're wrong. I am still pining for him. Her words were so unconvincing, a child wouldn't have believed her, and he smiled, relieved to know at least he didn't have some other man's ghost to contend with any more. Still heartbroken, are you? Devastated. She took a step back and grimaced as her bum hit the edge of the cabinet behind her, rattling the glasses and decanters. Crushed. I'll never love anyone else. Never? He once again closed the distance between them. Never, as I once told you, is a long time. She lifted her chin. Not long enough to want you. No. He paused, studying her face, and oddly enough, what he saw there gave him more optimism about his chances than he'd felt yet. There was resentment in her face, and a hint of panic, but there was also something else. The challenge to prove her wrong, and just maybe, the faint hope he might succeed. Uh-oh, he murmured. Now you've done it. You've thrown down the gauntlet. What do you mean? No man worth his salt could let such a declaration stand. He met her challenging gaze with one of his own. I think I can make you want me. Her eyes narrowed. Many men think they can make women want them. Some are less than honorable in how they go about it. And you think I'm that sort of man? I don't know. You damned well do know. Edie, we lived together for a month after we married, and I never once behaved dishonorably. Many a man would have chosen to exercise his conjugal rights after the wedding, promises be damned, but I didn't, did I? She didn't answer, but he had no intention of letting it go. Did I? No, she said at last. No, I was very much the gentleman, and as I said, it wasn't easy. Especially that last afternoon on the terrace. I wanted to ravish you over the cucumber sandwiches in the worst way. She stared at him, and he thought perhaps she'd forgotten that day. But then he watched the colour wash into those pale cheeks, and he realized she knew precisely what he was talking about. His hopes rose another notch. You remember, don't you? He murmured, leaning closer. I made you smile, and I said I wouldn't mind waking up to that smile. I don't know what you're talking about, she interrupted. That was a lie, he knew it, and he couldn't stop the grin that spread across his face. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I think you rather like the idea of waking up with me. Really? She countered. As I recall, I shut you up quick. So you do remember? Enough to know that I didn't welcome your suggestion in the least, she said, but even as she spoke, the colour in her cheeks deepened, and she couldn't hold his gaze. Rot. You wanted to. You just weren't ready to admit it to me, perhaps not even ready to admit it to yourself. You have a vivid imagination, she said, staring at his collar. Have you ever thought of becoming a writer? Because you compose fiction beautifully. Is it fiction? Or am I simply recalling inconvenient facts? The only inconvenient fact here is one you can't accept. She looked up, meeting his gaze. I don't want you. I didn't then, I don't now, and I can't be made to in the future. He shrugged. If what you say is true, then you won't mind putting it to the test. I think, despite what you say, you do feel some attraction for me. What's more, I think I can prove it. And just how do you intend to do that? He considered, lowering his gaze to a pale pink mouth for a moment. I think a kiss would prove it, don't you? Her eyes narrowed. Try kissing me, Margrave, and I'll slap that conceited smile right off your face. No, Edie, you misunderstand me. I think I can persuade you to kiss me. That made her laugh. A full, merry laugh that sounded, unfortunately, quite genuine. And how long do you think it will take you to perform this miracle? She asked. He considered. She'd never agree to a year, or even half a year. A month? 10 days, she said abruptly. You have 10 days. 10 days? Despite this unexpected capitulation, he felt compelled to voice an objection to the narrow time frame. Really, Edie, that's hardly sporting. 10 days from tomorrow is when the next ocean liner sails out of Liverpool for New York, and I intend to be on it. I've already booked passage. New York? He glanced over at the papers Joanna had dropped on the table, appreciating with some chagrin that they actually were steamship tickets. In all the scenarios he'd conjured of how their reconciliation might go, he'd never considered she would rather go back to America than try to make a life with him. What about Joanna? Or are you now changing your mind about higher education for girls? I know the British consider Americans terribly uncivilized, but we do have schools on the other side of the Atlantic. So, running away is your solution? Is that how you handle every crisis in your life? She stiffened, showing that shot had gone home, but she refused to be drawn. 10 days. Take it or leave it. I'll take it because I'm sure I'm right. Are you indeed? She paused, studying him, her expression alert and thoughtful. Sure enough to place a bet on it? A wager? What, you mean money? No, not money. What then? She didn't even hesitate. If I win, you agree to a legal and permanent separation of bed and board. He straightened, staring at her in dismay. But a legal separation means I'd never be able to have legitimate children. Which would make you no worse off than you are now, since I have no intention of giving you legitimate children. And I'm leaving for America, unless... She paused, eyes narrowing. Unless, despite your assurances about your honourable character, you intend to employ force and stop me. Neatly done, he said, giving her a wry look. Do you play chess, too? Actually, I do, and I'm quite good. I can believe that. To spare my sister any scandal, and to make everything as simple as possible, Your consent to a private and discreet legal separation would be the best solution." "It's the most dismal thing I've ever heard." It meant he wouldn't be able to live with her, and without that sort of intimacy to draw her closer, his chance of ever winning her was reduced to almost nil. He knew that, without his cooperation, she would never gain a legal separation, and he opened his mouth to reject her proposition utterly. But then he paused to consider. If he refused this bet, he had no doubt she'd be off to America like a shot. Once that happened, he'd have merry hell dragging her home again, even if the law was on his side. And if he did succeed in dragging her back by force, would it gain him anything but her enmity? This wager, however, might give him exactly what he needed if he could turn it to his advantage. By agreeing, he knew he was taking an enormous risk, but hell, he'd never been a man for playing things safe. He could win a kiss in 10 days, surely. "All right," he said. "If you want a wager, I'm game. But I have conditions." She looked at him warily, sensing the trap. "What conditions?" "You have to come back with me to Highcliffe and spend the 10 days with me there. And," he added before she could object, "during that time, you have to have dinner with me every night and spend at least 4 additional hours a day in my company. For 2 of those hours, we'll do whatever you like, and for the other 2... He paused just a moment, slanting a hopeful gaze over her. "We'll do whatever I like. None of which includes making advances on my person or sleeping in my bed. I refuse to promise the former. Spurn my advances if you choose, but I will make them." He lifted his gaze to her face. "As to the latter, I won't come to your bed unless you invite me to, Edie." Her jaw set. "That won't happen. The odds don't seem to be in my favor, that's true, but I live in hope." She thought it over for a moment. Then she nodded. "I agree. It is only 10 days, after all." She started to step around him, as if the discussion was over, but he blocked her. "Aren't you forgetting something?" he asked. "We have to agree on what happens if I win." "That's hardly necessary," she said, "since you'll lose. A wager requires consideration on both sides. If I win, what do I receive?" "What—" She paused and swallowed hard. "What do you want?" He played his last card. "If I win, you agree to live with me permanently. No moving out, no running off to New York or anywhere else, no annulment or divorce attempts, no separation." "Live with you? For the rest of our lives? I can't make a promise like that." The horrified tone of her voice reminded him that if he pushed too hard, she might withdraw and go bolting off to New York first chance she got, but he didn't care. If they were going to play this game, he intended to play for a win. "It's non-negotiable, Edie." "It's impossible." "You're the one who put the stakes this high." "What's wrong?" he added, as she continued to shake her head in refusal. "Afraid you'll find me irresistible?" Her sound of derision made short shrift of that. "Hardly." He spread his arms wide. "Well, then." She bit her lip, head to one side, considering. "Oh, very well," she said at last. "I fear this is the only way I'll be rid of you without an exhausting legal battle. We'll begin tomorrow morning, 11 o'clock. That's too late for breakfast and too early for luncheon, so I can only assume you have something else in mind?" Meet me at Victoria Station, platform 9, and bring your things. The train back to Clifton shall be our first outing." "The train?" He groaned. "Edie, you are so unromantic." "You're the one who insists we spend these 10 days at Highcliffe," she reminded. "So we have to take the train sometime, and you said I have my choice of activities. But on the train, we shall have no time alone." "Exactly." "So that's the way you intend to play it, keeping me at bay during every second we're together? You'll be dragging Joanna along as chaperone everywhere we go, I suppose?" She didn't answer, but she didn't have to. There was a little smile on her lips that confirmed it. "Have it your way and keep your secrets," he said. But he knew if she insisted upon using Joanna as a bulwark, he'd have to find a way to get around it. "I shall purchase the tickets and meet you on the platform at 11 tomorrow. But the things I'll plan for us to do will be far more enjoyable than hot, stuffy train journeys, I can promise you that." A glimmer of something flared in her eyes. Worry, perhaps even alarm, but it was gone before he could be sure. "Enjoy this game all you like, Stuart. But I've already instructed Mr. Keating to prepare a separation agreement, and 10 days from now you'll be signing it." "Only if you haven't kissed me yet," he answered blithely. "And since we're sharing predictions, let me share mine. By the time that separation agreement arrives, you'll be having so much fun in my company, you won't want to leave me. In fact—" He paused and pushed his luck by leaning even closer to her. "I intend to have you panting for far more than kisses by the time those 10 days are up." "Panting?" she echoed in disbelief. "You think I'll be panting over you?" He answered her in all sincerity. "I hope so, Edie. Because if I can't make you want me, I don't deserve to have you." He paused, smiling a little. "Of course, you could just give in and kiss me now, so that we could move on to things even more pleasurable. I'll make it worth your while, I promise." "And be deprived of all the glorious anticipation of panting over you? I wouldn't dream of it." Her hand came up between them, flattening against his chest, and she pushed him back with a smile that banished any scrap of hope on his part that she might be worried about the outcome. She had every reason to be confident, he supposed, as he turned to watch her walk toward the door. Because right now, the notion of Edie's willingly kissing him seemed about as likely as a snowstorm in the Sahara. Chapter 8. Edie couldn't have imagined a better deal than the one she'd made. As a result, the dark cloud of dread that had been hovering over her since her husband's return began to lift, and relief took its place. To regain her freedom, all she had to do was refrain from kissing him for 10 days. Since she had no desire to kiss him, how hard could that be? That thought had barely crossed her mind before Stuart's words echoed back to her. "I think I can make you want me." Her relief was displaced by a sudden glimmer of uneasiness. She tried to dismiss it. Stuart wouldn't employ force with her. As he'd reminded her, he never had before. He'd said he wouldn't now. One could never be absolutely sure with men, of course, but that wasn't the source of her uneasiness. "For 2 hours, we'll do whatever you like, and for the other 2, we'll do whatever I like." It was obvious his plan was to seduce her, but so what? She didn't know just how he intended to attempt it, but seduction only succeeded if a woman wanted to be seduced, and she most definitely did not. She was immune to all that. Edie ought to have been reassured by that reminder, but instead her uneasiness deepened. If she was immune, why did she need reminders? The clock chimed, and she shoved aside that pesky little question. It was 5 o'clock, and she was supposed to be downstairs having tea. Stuart's 5 minutes had turned into half an hour, and she was still up here dithering. She grabbed her handbag and left the suite to join Lady Troubridge and Joanna, and by the time she entered the tea-room, she had succeeded in pushing aside any feelings of worry. He could try all he liked to seduce her, but it would be like trying to coax a fish to fly. Pausing by the door, she glanced around, peering between marble columns and potted palms, but the room was vast and every table filled with people, and she could not find a friend or sister amid the crowd. "Your Grace." She turned to find the maître d'hôtel at her elbow. "I'm here to meet Lady Troubridge and my sister." "Of course." The man gave a bow. "Lady Troubridge is expecting you, and I believe Miss Jewel is with her, if you will follow me." He led her through the crowded tea-room and out to a beautiful terrace overlooking the embankment gardens and the river, where her friend and her sister were seated at a table by the balustrade. Belinda spied her approach, murmured something to Joanna, and both of them stood up to greet her as the maître d'hôtel stepped aside with the announcement, "Her Grace, the Duchess of Margrave." "Edie, dearest!" Belinda moved out from behind the table to clasp her hands as the maître d'hôtel departed. "It's been ages. How wonderful to see you." "And you," she replied, pressing an affectionate kiss to her friend's cheek. "Sorry I'm late." "Not at all," Belinda said, and gestured to her companion. "I've had Joanna to keep me company." "Yes," Edie countered with a wry glance at her sister. "She's been telling you all about my unexpected visitor, no doubt." "A bit," Belinda admitted. "But of course, I saw him before Joanna came down. He had just finished tea and paused by my table on his way out. When he learned I was waiting for you, he was kind enough to inform me you would be delayed." "Yes," Edie answered with a sigh, wondering how much more interference from him she could expect in her social calendar during the coming 10 days. "So he told me." "It was a bit of a shock seeing him, I must admit," Belinda added. "I knew he'd been injured, of course, but—" "You knew?" Edie stared at her friend, astonished. "Belinda, why didn't you tell me?" "He wrote to Nicholas and 1 or 2 of his other close friends, but he didn't want to be the subject of gossip and asked them to keep mum. Nicholas did tell me about it, but he made me promise not to discuss it with anyone. I assumed Margrave would write to tell you himself." "Well, he didn't. When I saw him, it was—" She paused, rubbing 4 fingers across her forehead. "It was rather a shock." "I dare say," Belinda murmured, her perceptive blue eyes studying Edie's face. "But what happened upstairs?" Joanna asked, entering the conversation and cutting to the chase with her usual impatience. "Did you 2 make peace?" "Joanna, really," Belinda remonstrated. "Didn't you promise me not 10 minutes ago that you would refrain from asking your sister any tactless questions?" "You might as well ask the sun to set in the east," Edie told her friend, and when Belinda laughed at that, she was struck by the radiance in the other woman's face. With her black hair and blue eyes, Belinda had always been a striking beauty, but she looked especially lovely today. "Heavens, how well you're looking," she remarked, happy to change the subject. What's your secret? A new face cream? Belinda laughed. No, not a face cream. Something else entirely, but that can wait. Let's sit down. She and Joanna resumed their seats, and Edie circled her sister's chair to take the seat opposite her friend. Well, she prompted, still studying her friend as she pulled off her gloves. Tell me what on earth is giving you such a glow these days? Belinda actually blushed. I'm expecting a baby. A baby? She and Joanna said it at the same time, making Belinda laugh. You seem so surprised, she said, but I have been married a year after all. I think it's wonderful, Joanna said. It almost makes me an auntie. I should love, she added with a mournful sigh, to be an auntie. Edie kicked her under the table. A baby, Belinda? Truly? You did say I was glowing, her friend answered, pouring her a cup of tea from the pot. I thought you'd have guessed the reason why before you'd even sat down. I didn't. She paused, laughing, confounded. A baby! My congratulations! Does Troubridge know? Yes, he's delighted, of course. Everyone is. Belinda handed Edie her tea, and once she'd taken it, her friend leaned closer, her eyes dancing with mischief. I think even Lansdowne may be happy about it, she said, referring to her loathsome father-in-law, the Duke of Lansdowne, who'd been violently opposed to his son's marriage. Belinda, despite having been married once before to the Earl of Featherstone, and despite having lived a decorous life as a widowed countess prior to her marriage to Troubridge, was still an American, and Lansdowne loathed Americans. The consolation in that, as Edie had wickedly pointed out, was that most Americans, herself included, loathed him back. Really? She gave her friend a skeptical glance over the rim of her teacup. Will he stay happy if it's a girl? Probably not, Belinda said, laughing. But as much as I detest that man, I can't blame him for wanting a boy. Every peer wants that. Yes. Edie took a gulp of tea, and her cup rattled a bit as she put it back in its saucer. Every peer wants that. Belinda, always quick to appreciate nuances, shot her a worried glance across the table, but she was too tactful to ask any questions with Joanna present. Edie was glad, for the last thing she wanted was to discuss her own marital situation, especially with Belinda. Her friend was a matchmaker, and though she knew now that Edie's marriage to Margrave wasn't the love match she'd originally thought when she'd endorsed it to Edie's father, Belinda was enough of a romantic to find notions of separation hard to accept. I can't believe we're both in town at the same time, Belinda said instead, tactfully changing the subject. Edie jumped onto the new topic at once. I know! When I called at Berkeley Street earlier today, I fully expected your butler to tell me you'd already gone off to Kent. I'm sorry I wasn't in when you called. I was actually here, having luncheon with a client. Open less than a fortnight, and the Savoy's already a favorite with our fellow Americans. Still, you received my invitation to tea, and were able to accept, so everything turned out well. You still have clients? Edie asked, rather surprised by that. Troubridge has allowed you to keep up your matchmaking business, then? It was Belinda's turn to be surprised. Why wouldn't he? Edie shrugged. Oh, I don't know. Men don't usually allow their wives to engage in commerce, do they? He knows better than to try and stop me, Belinda said, laughing. And he can hardly disapprove. Since he's engaged in commerce himself, it would be hypocritical. Not many husbands would care about the hypocrisy of it, but Edie restrained from pointing that out. Instead, she gave a polite smile, took another sip of tea, and reached for a tea cake from the tray. "So," Belinda went on, "despite being married, I still come to London quite often, even in August. Your arrival in town, though, is a shock." It wasn't, really, considering the circumstances, but of course she couldn't explain what had brought her here. "Is it?" she asked, and took a bite of cake. "Of course it is. Darling, prying you away from Highcliffe in summer is like prying a barnacle off a rock." The tea cake in her mouth suddenly tasted like sawdust. Edie took another swallow of tea, but that didn't help. It didn't stop the awful reality that no matter what happened with Stuart, her days at Highcliffe were numbered. Soon it would no longer be her home. She'd known that from the moment she'd seen her husband standing on the platform, yet until this moment she hadn't appreciated just how awful it would feel. She hadn't considered how it would be to say goodbye to the only place she'd ever lived that felt like home. "You'd really let it all go? Turn your back on everything you've built?" Stuart's words echoed back to her, and her spirits began sinking. She'd have to relinquish Highcliffe, for Stuart would never let her continue to have charge of it now that he was home. And why should he? Highcliffe was his home. It would no longer be hers. No more picnics at the wash. No more digging for clams with Joanna on the shore, or exploring the tide pools, or bathing off the rocks. No more picking chestnuts in autumn, and planning new spring gardens during the rainy winter-time. No more work with the village charities, work she'd always found so gratifying. No more purpose to her life. "Heavens, Edie, what's the matter? You've gone quite pale." Belinda's voice pulled her out of these dismal contemplations with a start, and she found both her friend and her sister staring at her with concern. "Edie?" Joanna put a hand on her arm. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, dearest," she lied, forcing a smile to her lips. "I must not have eaten enough lunch today. The sugar in the tea and cakes is going to my head a bit." Joanna seemed satisfied by that, for the concern in her face diminished, and her hand slid away from Edie's arm. "You didn't eat much at lunch, that's true." "Have a sandwich," Belinda suggested. But as Edie took one, more of her husband's words insisted on invading her mind. "I wanted to ravish you over the cucumber sandwiches in the worst way." Damn it all, she thought as she took a bite of sandwich. She didn't want to be ravished. And if leaving Highcliffe behind was the price she had to pay to avoid it, then she'd pay that price. There were other places to live. There were other houses that could be made into a home. She could go anywhere in the world she wanted. But as she thought of where she might go when the 10 days were over, Edie feared no place on earth would ever seem like home again. When it came to women, Stuart had never been the sort of man who needed to plan ahead. Not for him carefully written romantic letters or bouquets of flowers chosen for their appropriate sentiment. Not for him long courtships with lingering glances and chaperoned walks and quick furtive presses of hands. For him, winning a woman had never been a thought-out campaign or a chess match. But during the cab ride from the Savoy to his club, he had cause to wonder if a little planning ahead in regard to Edie might not go amiss. Granted, he'd improvised his way into spending the coming 10 days with her at Highcliffe, which was certainly preferable to chasing her hither and yon. At Highcliffe, there was privacy and shared memories together. A few, anyway. But he only had 10 days, and he knew he would need to use every single minute to his best advantage. But as he stared out the carriage window and pondered what his strategy for those precious days ought to be, he found himself rather at a loss. Looking back, he appreciated with some chagrin that his luck with the fair sex had made him quite cocky as a young man. That is, before one determined girl with cool green eyes and an even cooler heart had come along and shredded his rather high opinion of himself and his appeal. No, his experience with other women had never been of much use in dealing with Edie, and he doubted it would be enough to win her over now. If he was going to seduce her, he'd need far more than the shallow tactics he'd employed with women in his salad days. The hansom cab jerked to a halt, and he came out of these speculations to find himself in front of White's. He exited the cab, grimacing as he did so, for thanks to all the time he'd been spending in hansom cabs and trains, his leg hurt like the devil, and he wished he'd walked the mile from Savoy to White's. Still, it was nothing a second whiskey and soda wouldn't alleviate. He paid off the driver and went into the bar of the club, where he acquired a drink, hooked his walking stick over the arm of a comfortable leather chair, and sat down. Propping his right leg onto a footstool, he settled back to sip his whiskey and contemplate what his next move ought to be. Glancing around, he wondered what his fellow peers would think of his dilemma. Few, he suspected, would understand. Some would ask why he didn't just enter his wife's bedchamber, remind her of her duty, ignore her objections, and get on with producing the required heir. Others would regard it all as hard lines and advise him to find a mistress and let the dukedom fall to his brother. To his mind, the former had never been an option, and the latter was no option now. This situation certainly wasn't turning out as he'd envisioned during the journey home. His imaginings about what making a real marriage with Edie would be like had been based on the idea that she'd be over that other chap by now, and though that had seemed to be an accurate assumption on his part, it had also made no difference whatsoever. He cut no ice with Edie. He never had. Perhaps he never would. That thought had barely gone through his mind before he shoved it out again. Contemplating failure was pointless, and he refused to do it. Instead, he concentrated on the one task before him, the only one he needed to worry about right now. He had 10 days to persuade her to kiss him. If he could do that, he'd have all the time he needed to win her over properly. 10 days to a kiss. How easy such a game would have seemed to him before he met her. But with Edie, it seemed rather on par with his ability to climb Mount Kilimanjaro. She wasn't the sort to be paid a few compliments, plied with champagne and carried upstairs, a fact for which he supposed he ought to be grateful, since his days of carrying a woman anywhere were over. A bit of champagne wouldn't hurt, of course, and might enable her to let down her guard a bit, but he needed more than that. He needed to ignite her desire. But how? Stuart! He turned to find the Marquis of Troubridge at his elbow, along with another gentleman he'd never seen before. Stuart set aside his drink and reached for his stick. "Don't stand up," Nicholas said, as Stuart moved to rise. "It's all right." Stuart ignored that. "Nick!" he greeted as he slid his leg off the footstool, grasped his stick, and rose to shake hands. "God, man, how long has it been?" 2 years, at least," Nicholas answered, as he accepted the handshake and gestured with the glass of whiskey in his other hand to the lanky brown-haired man beside him. "Are you acquainted with Dr. Edmund Cahill?" "I haven't had the pleasure." Then may I present him to you? Doctor, this is Stuart James Kendrick, the Duke of Margrave. He's an old friend of mine from Eton days. And from carousing around Paris together on occasion, so I've heard, the doctor put in, smiling. Is it my reputation that precedes me? Stuart asked Nicholas, or yours? Yours, his friend answered at once. My carousing days are over. Stuart lifted his walking stick. As are mine, I'm afraid. Please join me, he added at once, before the usual awkward pause over his injured leg could occur. The other two pulled chairs closer to his. Stuart shoved aside his footstool, ignoring the protests of the other two, and insisted a table be moved to the center of the group. I've read about some of your adventures in Africa from the newspapers, Your Grace, Cahill told him, once they were all comfortably settled and the drinks had been brought. Quite a feat, navigating that stretch of the eastern Congo. Not to mention finding a new species of butterfly, Nicholas added. God, I shall always envy you the scientific research you've done. Most people only care about the hunting exploits, Stuart told him wryly. They want to hear about the elephants and the lions, not the butterflies. Well, you're among scientific-minded men at the moment, Cahill said. We understand the importance of insect life to the natural order. On the other hand, he added, grinning beneath his thick brown moustache, lions do seem much more exciting. And dangerous, from what I understand, Nicholas murmured. Sorry about the leg, old chap, he added, taking a sip from his glass. Stuart frowned at those words, for it wasn't like Nick to thrust forward an awkward topic. As I told you when I wrote, it wasn't that much of a surprise. Safari and exploration work can be hazardous, and I always went into the bush half expecting something of the sort, and I came out of it rather lucky. He thought of Jones and took another swallow of whiskey. It burned his throat. At least I didn't die. Hear, hear, Nick approved, lifting his glass to confirm that sentiment before he also took a drink. But what about your leg? Still painful? A bit stiff, but I can manage. A muscular injury? Cahill inquired in a voice so bland that Stuart was instantly suspicious. Forgive his curiosity, Nicholas put in. It's professional. Dr. Cahill's got a practice in Harley Street, and his specialty is injuries to the muscles. Indeed, Stuart muttered, glaring at his old friend. What a coincidence that the pair of you happen to be here this afternoon at the same time as I. Not a coincidence at all, actually, Nicholas countered, grinning, oblivious to Stuart's accusing stare. I heard you were in town and staying here at the club when I arrived, and I immediately dispatched a note to Cahill here, begging him to abandon his other patients for the rest of the afternoon and join me. We've been lounging here about half an hour or so, waiting for you to stroll in. Missed me that much, have you, Nick? I wish I could say the same, but I never miss interfering, irritating friends who decide they know what's best for me. Cahill did wonders for my shoulder after Pongo shot me, Nicholas went on, impervious to insults. The man's a marvel. You flatter me, my lord, Cahill murmured, shifting in his chair, looking a bit embarrassed by the Marquis's praise and this clearly unwelcome interference in his friend's medical condition. Nicholas, however, waved aside the doctor's embarrassment as easily as he had Stuart's irritation. The thing is, Cahill, Margrave's in pain. He won't discuss it, he added, overriding Stuart's strenuous denial. Can you do anything for him? No, he can't, Stuart said, before the doctor could answer. I've consulted 2 doctors already. The scar tissue is extensive. The pain has to be lived with, and there's an end. Cahill gave a cough. That's not necessarily true. There are therapeutic techniques that can be employed to ease pain and increase your mobility. What techniques? Soaking myself in mineral waters? One of my doctors recommended that, and though I tried the spas at Evian on my way home, it accomplished little except to ease the pain for a few hours. He lifted his glass. If that's all I'm to get for my trouble, I'd rather soak in whiskey. Drinking is hardly an adequate remedy, Nicholas objected. Well, I did consider cocaine and laudanum. Stuart took another swallow, savoring the gratifying burn. But whiskey tastes better. For God's sake, man, if you're in pain, becoming a dipsomaniac is hardly a solution. Something else must be done. I'm not a dipsomaniac. He took another swallow from his glass and grimaced. Not yet, anyway. And even if I were, it's not your business. I'm bloody well making it my business. Gentlemen, please, Cahill cut in. If an actual doctor might be allowed a word. Mineral baths can help, but as His Grace already concluded, they are an inadequate remedy. As for cocaine and laudanum, I know many doctors dispense them without a thought, but to my mind, their addictive properties make them undesirable options. And while I've nothing against a good whiskey, I might be able to suggest a more effective course of treatment. Such as? Nicholas asked, ignoring Stuart's groan of aggravation. That depends. He looked at Stuart. Do you find walking provides relief, Your Grace? Yes, actually, he was forced to admit. Walking helps. Then exercises to stretch and elongate the muscles could offer significant improvement, particularly if combined with massage and warm mineral baths, but I should have to do a complete examination before I could recommend any specific treatments. Stuart's attention was caught at last. I believe you might be able to help me after all, Doctor, he said, straightening in his chair. I should like you to conduct an examination, but I haven't much time. I'm off to Norfolk tomorrow, so our consultation would have to be this evening. Will that do? Of course. We could adjourn to my surgery after we've finished here. Excellent. Stuart leaned back in his chair again, and although he could feel his optimism returning, he knew possible treatments for his leg had nothing to do with it. Chapter 9. That evening, after dressing for dinner, Edie sat down with Joanna and impressed upon her the importance of discretion. At least she tried. Her sister, however, failed to see why informing Stuart of their whereabouts while in London had been a breach of discretion. "He's your husband, isn't he?" Joanna countered, seeming understandably bewildered. "Aren't husbands and wives supposed to know each other's whereabouts? What if something happens?" "Stuart and I are not. We're not like other husbands and wives. We're separated, as you know. But he's home now, and he wants to make amends." Joanna looked down, plucking at the counterpane of Edie's bed where they were sitting. "And he's terribly nice. Handsome, too. Don't you like him?" "Darling, it's not that simple," she said with a sigh. "He obviously still likes you. You must have liked him, too, when you married him. Can't you try to like him again?" "Not in the way you mean," she said, the admission tasting strangely bitter on her tongue. She thought of the romantic girl she'd been before Saratoga, and as she had done that night in the maze with Stuart, she wondered what might have been. "When I was younger, perhaps. Before—" She broke off, remembering who she was talking to. "Before what? Before Frederick Van Housen came along?" "You know about that? But you were only 8. Joanna seemed surprised. "Of course. I remember Daddy shouting the house down about how Van Housen would have to marry you because he'd ruined your reputation." If only that were all he'd ruined. Edie looked across the room at her dressing table, staring at her reflection in the mirror. Suddenly, a wave of longing swept over her that she hadn't felt for years, a longing for the things Frederick had stolen from her. "Is that what you mean, Edie?" Joanna's voice broke in. "I remember Daddy saying we'd have to come to England to find you a husband because your reputation was ruined." "Oh!" The exclamation was sudden, and Edie tensed as she saw understanding dawning in Joanna's eyes. "Is that why you married Stuart? To salvage your reputation?" Edie relaxed. "Yes, partly," she answered. "It wasn't for love," she added, and though she saw the hint of disappointment in Joanna's face, she was glad that she was the only one who'd suffered from her shame and disgrace. She had that consolation, at least. "Not everyone marries for love, dearest," she said gently. "I know. And love is no guarantee of a successful marriage anyway. Some marriages work out, and some don't. Ours didn't." "But you could try, couldn't you?" Could she? Edie tried to set aside the panicky feeling that always came with such contemplations, and pondered that question as objectively as she could. But as she considered what it would mean, she shook her head. "No, I don't think so. It's too late for that." "But I don't understand this at all," Joanna burst out. "Too late? You talk as if you're old, and you're not. You're only 24. It's not a question of age. It was a question of fear, shame, and pain. She knew that, and though she hated having those emotions hanging over her like a shadow, she had long ago accepted them. At least, as her life was now, they hid, lurking but bearable in the shadows. If she and Stuart had a real marriage, he would want, expect, and perhaps even demand access to her body whenever he liked, and she would not be able to bear that. "I am content with my life as it is, and I don't want to change it. I'm happy, and I hope—" She paused and took her sister's hand. "I need to know that whatever happens, you'll stand by my decisions and respect them. Please tell me that no matter what, you're on my side." "You're my sister," Joanna said stoutly. "Of course I'm on your side." The next morning, however, even that contention was to be called into question. When they arrived at Victoria Station, Stuart was already on the platform waiting for them, and the sight of his tall frame amid the swirling steam of the train reminded her forcibly of when she'd seen him at Clifton Station 2 days ago, and he'd turned her life upside down. With his tanned skin and carved walking stick, he still had that air of the exotic man from foreign places. But this time, he wasn't surrounded by stacks of steamer trunks and cases of crocodile leather. The only thing at his feet was an enormous picnic basket, and the letters stamped on the wicker proclaimed that basket to be every bit as British as plum pudding and Queen Victoria. "Fortnum and Mason?" Joanna cried with delight, having also noted the inked F&M monogram on the side. "Ooh, Edie, look! Fortnum and Mason!" "Yes, Joanna, I see it," she answered, looking at her husband. "Bribery, Stuart. You call it bribery. I call it lunch." He doffed his hat and bowed. "Good morning, ladies," he said, and bent to give the dog a pat. "Hello, old boy." Snuffles, however, was living up to his name by an avid inspection of the picnic basket, and he gave Stuart's greeting nothing more than a half-hearted wag of his docked tail. When the dog nudged the lid with his nose to try to lift it, Stuart bent down, wrapped a hand around the terrier's middle, and lifted him up. "No," he said firmly, "that is definitely not for you." "I'll take him, Your Grace." Reeves stepped forward and suited the action to the words. "Best if I board and settle him in his crate anyway." "You'll need your ticket." Stuart tucked his stick under his arm and rummaged in the breast pocket of his grey herringbone tweed morning coat. He pulled out 4 tickets and handed the one for second class to the maid. "Your lunch is taken care of. I've arranged for that." "Thank you, Your Grace." Reeves, that staunch, efficient grenadier of a lady's maid, tipped her lips upward in what looked suspiciously like a smile. Edie couldn't believe her eyes. "What have you done to my maid?" she demanded in a fierce whisper, the moment Reeves was far enough away not to hear it. "Edie, really," he murmured, giving her a look of reproof. "As a gentleman, I couldn't possibly answer such an inappropriate question." With that, he donned his hat, brushed a speck of lint from his coat, and pulled his stick from under his arm, then turned his attention to the girl who was now following Snuffles's example and attempting to have a peek in the picnic hamper. "Joanna, no peeking." She straightened at once. "But I love Fortnum and Mason. It is my favorite store in London. Edie's, too." "Is it?" He glanced at Edie, a smile tipping the corners of his mouth. "Fancy that." That smile was far too self-assured for her peace of mind. "You seem quite pleased with yourself this morning," she remarked. "And that bothers you?" His smile widened into a grin. "Starting to worry already, are you?" "I'm not worried. I'm amused," she said with dignity, and nodded to the hamper at his feet. "Do you really think you can wheedle your way into my affections with that picnic basket?" "No," he answered at once, "which is why it's not for you. It's for Joanna." The girl gave a cry of delight. "For me? Ooh, how lovely!" Edie met the laughter in Stuart's eyes with a wry look. "I can't believe that you are bribing my sister to be your partner in crime." He gave her a look of mock apology. "I have no shame, it seems." "You must indeed be desperate to resort to such tactics," she said, with perhaps more assurance in her voice than she actually felt. "But Joanna is still my sister. You can't buy her loyalty." "Are there chocolates in there?" Joanna asked. The girl bent down again, but Stuart used the tip of his stick to shut the lid again before she could acquire an answer to her question. "I said no peeking. You'll have to wait for lunch to find out what's inside. Be a darling," he added, cutting off her protest about waiting as he held out the remaining tickets. "Take charge of these for me." When Joanna complied, he reached for the handle of the picnic basket and picked it up. "Shall we board?" Without waiting for an answer, he turned away and started for the train, Joanna beside him. Edie followed in their wake, watching as he crossed the platform, and though he seemed to be managing the heavy basket rather well, she couldn't help noticing the stiffness of his right leg as he moved, and she wondered if she ought to call for a porter. When he stood aside at the entrance of their first-class carriage so that she and Joanna could board, she did not follow her sister up the steps and onto the train. Instead, she paused beside him, gesturing to the basket. "Perhaps I should carry it. No, thank you. I can manage. If you won't let me take it, you should have a porter do so. I've never been much good at doing what I should." His voice was light, but there was an unmistakable hint of steel underneath, that told Edie arguing about it would be useless. She boarded the train, but as she followed her sister along the aisle between the fat, high-backed armchairs that lined each side of the car, she glanced back over her shoulder to watch him. He was able to ascend the steps with the basket in one hand by leaning heavily on his walking stick with the other, but Edie could tell it hurt. She caught the grimace that crossed his face, and even though it would probably have done no good, she wished she had argued more strenuously about a porter. "Edie?" Joanna's voice called to her from the other end of the coach, but Edie didn't turn around. Instead, she kept her gaze on the man now coming toward her along the aisle. "Are you always so foolishly stubborn?" she asked him as he halted in front of her. "I'm afraid so." He smiled. "Are you sure you don't want to just give in? I'll make it worth your while, I promise." "Edie!" Joanna's voice came again, impatient and eager. "Do stop dawdling and come look!" She took a deep breath, heartily grateful for the distraction. Turning away from those smoky eyes, she found her sister standing about a dozen feet ahead of her with a wide grin on her face. "Heavens, Joanna, you look like the Cheshire Cat. What is making you smile like that? Look what's in your seat." With a dramatic flourish, she gestured to her right, and Edie stepped forward to peer over the high back of her chair. There, in all its splendid English glory, was another Fortnum and Mason picnic hamper. "That one's yours," Stuart's voice murmured behind her. A cry of delighted surprise was out of her mouth before she could stop it, but she pressed her lips together at once, hoping he hadn't heard it. He might be playing to win this game, but so was she, and she didn't want to show him a shred of encouragement. But when she turned toward him and looked into his eyes, she knew it was too late. "I'm glad you like my gift," he told her, laugh lines creasing the corners of his eyes. "It has all your favorites, too. Fresh bread and Irish butter, olives, pâté de foie gras, smoked salmon, cherries. There's even a tin of your American baked beans in there, though why you like them so much truly baffles my British palate. How do you know what my favorite Fortnum and Mason foodstuffs are?" But even as she asked the question, she was sure she already knew the answer. "Joanna, really?" she said, feeling hopelessly outmatched at the moment. "Did we not discuss the importance of discretion just last night?" "I didn't tell him anything," Joanna denied, laughing as she took the seat kitty-corner from Edie's, her back to the engine. "Not this time, I swear. Although I would have if he'd asked me," she added, and leaned around her sister to look at Stuart. "She likes champagne, too." He leaned around Edie to offer his reply. "Thank you, Petal, but I've always known that. Which is why," he added, as he straightened and returned his attention to Edie, "the conductor has an excellent bottle of Laurent Perrier chilling on ice for you at this moment." "You brought me champagne, too?" "Of course. What else would one drink with a Fortnum and Mason hamper? The real question is—" He paused a fraction of a second, and when he spoke again, his voice was a low murmur only she could hear. "How shall you thank me?" Her stomach dipped, an odd, weightless sensation, rather like riding the electric lift at the Savoy. She tried to ignore it. "With a simple thank you? How mundane." She saw where this was going. "I suppose," she murmured back, "you'd like a kiss instead." He leaned closer, and as she looked into his eyes, she saw their silvery gray depths darken, turning smoky. For no reason at all, she blushed, even before he said, "God, yes." Her toes curled in her shoes. The tips of her fingers began to tingle. You could do it right here, he went on, his voice still low enough that only she could hear. It would shock all the passengers in first class out of their snooty British sensibilities. Think how fun it would be. You have strange ideas of what's fun, she scoffed, striving to sound as derisive as possible. But to her mortification, her voice came out in a strangled whisper because she couldn't seem to breathe properly. You only say that because you haven't kissed me. His lashes lowered. His gaze dropped to her mouth. Yet. The warmth in her fingers and toes flooded through the rest of her body in an instant. Her skin flushed, her throat went dry, and her limbs felt inexplicably languid. It was such an unexpected feeling, so unlike anything she'd ever felt before, that she didn't know what to do. She wanted to move, but couldn't seem to find the will to do so. She wanted to look away from those smoky eyes and the promise in their depths, but she couldn't do that either. It was just a picnic basket, champagne, and a bit of flirtation. Just the sort of thing any man bent on seduction might do, and she told herself only yesterday that such tactics would not work on her. The idea that she might be softening already forced Edie out of her flustered daze. "We should sit down," she said primly. "People are starting to stare, and despite your blatant attempts to flirt with me, I have no intention of giving them a reason for such scrutiny. Really, Edie, where's your sense of adventure?" He sighed, shaking his head. "Have it your way. But if we are to sit down, you'll have to move back a bit first." When he lifted the basket in his hands, she realized what he meant, and she took several steps back to be out of his way. He moved to set Joanna's lunch on the small table beneath the girl's window. Then he removed Edie's from her seat and put it on her table so that she could sit down. He took the chair opposite her, and just in time, too, for he'd barely tucked his hat and stick beneath his seat before the final whistle blew and the train began moving out of the station. "Where's your picnic hamper?" she asked, raising her voice a bit to be heard above the puffing steam engine as it worked to pick up speed. He laughed, leaning back in his chair. "Even I, as fond of Fortnums as I am, thought 3 hampers was a bit thick. I'm hoping to sponge off you." "I haven't looked in my basket yet." She gave a sniff. "I don't know if I want to share." "So you'll let me starve?" "You won't starve. There's a dining car, or Joanna will share with you. You've become her new best friend, it seems." He leaned forward, moving closer to her. "Jealous?" he murmured. "Afraid you're being displaced?" "No!" she denied, her reply far too vehement. She was a bit jealous, she realized. How ghastly. "Don't worry," he said, as if reading her mind. "You're still her favorite. I'm a very distant second. Third," she was happy to inform him. "Daddy is far ahead of you." "I stand corrected. So, won't you share your lunch with me? Come on, Edie," he coaxed. "I brought you champagne and everything." "You are the most absurd man," she said, but her voice was not nearly as stern as she would have liked. "And unlike my sister, I can't be bribed." "But it's an excellent vintage, the same one we were drinking that night in the garden." She glanced at Joanna, then leaned closer to him. "Keep your voice down," she admonished. "You remember the vintage of the champagne we drank?" "I remember everything about the night we met, Edie," he said, his voice low in compliance with her request. "How could I not? It changed my life. The last time you and I drank champagne together, wonderful things happened. I'm hoping history repeats itself." "You mean if I drink it, you'll leave?" she smiled sweetly. "Fetch the bottle." "You are quite determined to keep me at arm's length, aren't you?" He tilted his head, studying her. "I would dearly love to know why." "No," she said with feeling, "you wouldn't." "The champagne notwithstanding," she rushed on before he could pursue the point, "I'm not sure you're playing fair. You are allying my sister on your side, which is 2 against 1. Where is your British sense of sportsmanship? I intend to employ all the weapons in my arsenal. And in her defense, Joanna isn't who told me about your love of Fortnum and Mason." "Then how did you know?" "Reeves, of course. I bought her a hamper, too. You see," he added, as she gave a groan, "it's not 2 on 1, but 3. You'll be even more outnumbered once we reach home. I'll have the other servants on my side as well. Soon, all of us will be aligned in a vast conspiracy to impel you to kiss me." Appalled, she straightened in her chair. "You can't do that," she cried. "You can't!" "What can't he do?" Joanna's voice called from across the aisle, intruding on their conversation and making Edie realize how loudly she'd spoken. "It's nothing, dearest," she answered her sister, and leaned closer to Stuart once again. "You are not intending to tell the servants about our bet, surely?" she whispered. "I already warned you. I will use whatever weapons I've got." "The servants have been answering to me for 5 years," she said, rallying. "You think you can earn their loyalty in a matter of a few days?" "I don't have to earn it. I was born with it. I am the Duke. Besides," he added, leaning back in his seat with a grin, "Cecil's a useless twit who can't be dragged out of Scotland, and all the servants know it. So the hope of having an alternate heir to the dukedom will spur everyone at Highcliffe to the most shameless acts of matchmaking. You haven't a prayer." Edie fell back in her seat, too horrified to reply. The 10 days ahead suddenly seemed like a lifetime. They arrived back at Highcliffe just before tea-time, and Edie made for her room straight away, fearing that soon it would be the only refuge she had. But even the privilege of privacy usually accorded to a married woman in her boudoir wasn't quite as private as she'd hoped. She had barely changed into a pale pink dressing gown, dismissed Reeves, after offering yet another lecture on discretion where her husband was concerned, and lay down on her bed for a nap before there was a rap on her door. "May I come in?" Stuart's voice, though muffled by the heavy door, was unmistakable. But before she could answer with the most emphatic refusal, he opened the door. "Are you dressed?" he asked through the opening. Edie was off the bed in an instant. "No, I am not dressed," she lied, hoping to stop him from coming in. "And you have no right to push into my room." "I'm not pushing in. I'm in the corridor. And since you're not dressed, I'm not looking. I'm exercising true gentlemanly fortitude and staring at the carpet." His head was bent, and he did seem to be looking at the floor, and Edie sighed, giving it up. "For heaven's sake, you don't have to stare at the carpet. And I'm not naked, so stop imagining the possibility." "I'm always imagining that particular possibility," he said, and opened the door wider, straightening to look at her. "I sat outside my tent in Kenya at night and imagined it quite often." "Oh, you did not!" He'd thought about her while he was in Africa? Naked? Her face grew hot, but at the same time, her heart gave a queer little leap in her chest that had nothing to do with embarrassment. "Yes, Edie, I did." He came in, but when he started to close the door, it was a step too far into her privacy for Edie to bear. "Leave it open." His dark eyebrows lifted a bit at the sharp edge to her voice, but he didn't quibble. "If you like," he said, and pulled the door wide again. I just didn't think the corridor was an appropriate place to discuss my carnal imaginings about you while I was in the bush. And by the way," he went on, meeting her eyes across the bedroom, "I have no intention of stopping that particular activity now that I'm home." The color in her cheeks deepened. She felt vulnerable, exposed, as if she really were naked. She wrapped the folds of pale pink silk more tightly around her and turned away, feeling the sudden, desperate need to do something. She walked to her dressing table, sat down, and began fiddling with the bottles as if selecting which hand cream to apply was suddenly the most important thing in the world. "I'd ask what you thought about me while I was away," he went on as she opened a jar, "but I'm reasonably certain you never spared me a thought." "That's not true." The words came out before she could stop them, and she wished she could take them back, for they made her feel even more vulnerable than before. "It would have been impossible," she said, striving to sound offhand about it as she lifted her gaze to look at his reflection. "Everybody talked about you all the time. Your navigation of the Congo was in all the papers, and that butterfly you discovered was in all the scientific journals." He leaned a shoulder against the door jamb, watching her face in the mirror, grinning in a way that made her wish even more that she'd held her tongue. "You read the scientific journals, do you?" She opened the jar, scooped out a dollop of cream, and began rubbing it into her hands with a wholly unnecessary vigor. "Was there something you wanted?" she asked, desperate to change the subject. "Actually, yes. I came to ask if you would like to take tea with me on the terrace by the library." Her hands stilled at a memory of tea on the terrace. Something he'd said flashed through her mind. "Shall we, Edie? We are married, after all." "Tea together?" she asked, striving to appear cool and indifferent as she looked at his reflection in the mirror. "Is this to be part of your 2 hours today?" "I'm not intending to require it, if that's what you mean. I simply thought having tea together would be a good opportunity for us to become better acquainted. And," he added softly, "I have fond memories of that terrace." There was a tenderness in his face. It hurt to see that, for it made her think of what she might have had if Saratoga had never happened. "I don't think," she said after a moment, "that tea on the terrace with you is a good idea." "It's only tea, Edie. Joanna and her governess will be there too." He smiled a little. "So you see, I'm foiled again in my desire to ravish you over the cucumber sandwiches." Heavens, if she couldn't even sit down with him for something as innocuous as tea, the coming 10 days would be unbearable. "You're right, of course," she said. "Give me a few moments, and I'll join you on the terrace." He nodded and left, and Edie returned her attention to the mirror, noting her flushed face with some chagrin. The idea that he'd been imagining her naked body flustered her, flummoxed her, and made her afraid, but with a wholly different sort of fear than she was used to. It made her wonder what he would think if he saw the real thing, and she feared it would surely be a disappointment. Which was a ridiculous fear indeed, not only because he'd never have the chance to see her naked, but also because she didn't care in the least what he thought of her. Edie picked up her brush and started to push some wayward curls back from her forehead, but then she realized what she was doing and stopped. If she didn't care what he thought, why was she primping? Edie slapped down the brush, stood up and tugged the bell pull for Reeves to help her change into a tea gown. As for ravishing her over the sandwiches, he could think it all he liked, but even without the presence of Joanna and Mrs. Simmons, he wouldn't have a chance of success. Chapter 10. When Stuart came out to the terrace, he found Joanna already there. With her was the same small, indomitable-looking, grey-haired lady he recognized from the Clifton train platform as Joanna's governess. The girl's introduction confirmed the fact. "A pleasure to meet you at last, Mrs. Simmons. I see that you have returned from your aborted journey to Kent. I must offer you my apologies, for I fear I was the cause of your departure without your pupil." Her faded blue eyes twinkled a bit, indicating that despite her firm mouth and unassailable aura of propriety, she had a sense of humor and was well acquainted with Joanna's willful streak. "It is a pleasure to meet you as well, Your Grace, and no apology is necessary, I assure you." She gestured to the table where tea things had been laid out over a pristine white tablecloth. "Shall I pour you a cup of tea?" she asked. "Thank you, yes, I'd love one." "Did you see Edie?" Joanna asked. "Is she coming down to join us?" "She'll be here in a moment. No sugar, Mrs. Simmons," he added, as he watched the governess pick up the sugar tongs. "And no milk or lemon either. I like my tea plain." "Without even any sugar?" Joanna asked, looking at him askance. "I grew accustomed to drinking it plain while I was in Africa," he explained. "We couldn't very well cart milk, sugar, and lemons into the bush. But mostly I drank coffee, for it was far easier to obtain." "Joanna and I read about your expedition in the Congo," the governess said, placing his filled cup in its saucer and handing it across the table. "Didn't we, Joanna?" "We read all about it in the newspapers," the girl said as she slathered cream onto a scone. "It sounded terribly exciting." "More disastrous than exciting, I fear," Stuart said, taking a sandwich from the tray. "It's amazing we were able to complete the expedition, for everything that could possibly go wrong did so. We lost a cartload of supplies, including medicine, powder, and shot. All my men were laid low with a bout of fever for 3 weeks, and we were attacked twice by marauders, and, if all that wasn't bad enough, we had both English and French cartographers. It was to be a cooperative expedition, but there was little cooperation about it. The rivalry was fierce, and because I was the guide, I was expected to keep the peace." "The same sort of rivalry exists in matters of religion, it seems," Mrs. Simmons told him. "Our vicar, Mr. Ponsonby, is very committed to missionary work, as I'm sure you know. He mentioned once how terribly difficult it is for Anglican missionaries to operate in the French territories because the Catholic officials and guides are so unhelpful." Stuart shifted in his chair, and he couldn't help rolling his eyes at the mention of the vicar. Ponsonby was a self-righteous windbag who knew nothing about Africa or its people. Fortunately, Mrs. Simmons was occupied with pouring herself a second cup of tea, and by the time she looked up, he'd managed to conceal his distaste for the man. "Yes, Mr. Ponsonby is quite committed to missionary work," he said, trying out of sheer politeness to keep his negative opinion out of his voice. "But the Congo is a bit savage, even for men of—" He paused and coughed. "Men of the cloth, which, in his view, makes what you did all the more splendid. He said that cartography expedition provided maps and information that have proved invaluable to the missionary work." "I'm delighted to hear it," he said, and he feared he had been unable to inject the proper amount of enthusiasm into his voice. "Still, after that trip, I decided to conduct future expeditions exclusively within the British territories. It's far easier to arrange, and I find Kenya and Tanzania much more pleasant than the Congo." "We saw the butterfly you discovered," Joanna told him. It's on display in the British Museum. We saw it last year." "I didn't know they'd put it on display. Last I'd heard, they were only considering it." He glanced at Mrs. Simmons. "I'm glad to see you are taking your pupil on outings such as the British Museum. My sister's governess thought French and how to curtsy were enough for a girl." "I don't agree with that sort of limited education, it's true," Mrs. Simmons said, "but I can take no credit for that particular outing. Her Grace took Joanna to see your butterfly." A flash of white caught his eye, and he looked up to find Edie standing in the French door to the library. "Did she indeed?" he murmured. "How gratifying." She had changed into a tea-gown of white lawn and Battenberg lace, and the bright white color made her seem radiantly lovely as she stepped out into the sunlight. The image of her naked amid white sheets flashed through his mind, just as it had the last time they'd taken tea together, and his throat went dry. "Actually, I didn't," she said as she came out onto the terrace. "I took her to see the paintings. There was a Monet exhibition, and Joanna loves art. The butterfly happened to be on exhibit at the same time." "But you wanted to see it too," Joanna said with an unmistakable impish glee. "You told me so." "Did I?" Her face was smooth and cool as marble, not even a blush to indicate what she might be thinking. "I don't remember." Stuart stood up, and as he watched her cross the terrace, he fancied he could see the lithe, slim outline of her body beneath the loose layers of white fabric, and desire began flooding his body. He tried to stop it, telling himself that what he saw beneath the layers of white fabric was his imagination. But that didn't seem to help much, and he was relieved when she sat down, for he could then do the same and allow the table to conceal, at least partly, what he felt. But he couldn't conceal the look on his face, apparently, for she paused in the act of reaching for the teapot, looking at him across the table. "Is something wrong?" He shoved imaginings of her naked amid the sheets out of his mind, and hastily invented an excuse. "I'm stunned, Edie. You went to see my butterfly?" She didn't reply. Instead, she bent her head to pour her tea, and the hat she'd donned, a wide-brimmed straw affair trimmed with white ribbons, successfully shielded her expression. "Joanna and I both wanted to look at it," she said. "Everyone was talking of it at the time." "It was a lovely thing," Joanna put in. "Bright, bright blue with yellow dots. I did a watercolor of it." "Did you, Petal? I should like to see that." Joanna paused, her scone halfway to her mouth. "Would you truly?" She tossed aside her napkin, dropped her scone back onto a plate, and stood up. "Edie had it framed and put it in the drawing room. Come, and I'll show you." "Really, Joanna," Edie said without looking up, displaying a great fascination with the choice of cakes on the tea tray. "Allow the man to at least drink his tea first." "I'll look at it after dinner, Petal," he promised, and settled back in his chair to enjoy the view he had right in front of him. Pity about that hat, he thought, studying his wife across the table. He understood the protection a hat afforded her fair skin, but he still wished she'd take it off, for he'd have liked to see her bright, brilliant hair in the sunlight as he had that afternoon 5 years ago. Still, it was probably for the best that she kept it on, since the added distraction would hardly be helpful to keeping his desire in check. And it was important that he do so. For it to count, Edie had to kiss him, not, alas, the other way around. Thanks to his consultation with Dr. Cahill, he now had a strategy by which he might bring that about, but to implement it would require quite a measure of control and self-discipline. That wouldn't be easy if he was going to become aroused simply by watching her walk across a terrace. Still, before he even worried about that particular problem, he had another to solve. He controlled 2 hours a day of her company, but he couldn't force her compliance with what he had in mind. To gain her willing cooperation would be a bit tricky, for she was bound to perceive his true intentions straight away. By the time she finished her second cup of tea, Stuart had managed to put his desire aside, at least enough that it would not be painfully obvious the moment he stood up. When she set down her cup and put aside her napkin, he spoke before she could arise from her chair. "Shall you be wanting any more tea, Edie, do you think?" "I don't believe so. Why do you ask?" "Because if you've finished, I think you and I should take the dog for a walk. He could do with a walk after being cooped up for hours on that train, don't you think? I'm sure Snuffles would love a walk. Perhaps you and Joanna—" "Joanna hasn't finished her tea," Stuart cut in before Joanna could speak. "No, Edie, I fear it's up to us." He ate the last bite of his sandwich, grabbed his walking stick, and stood up. "Come on. You can spend the next 2 hours showing me what you've done to the gardens while I've been away." The moment he mentioned the time frame, she understood. She gave a nod and rose to her feet, albeit a bit reluctantly, as he came around and unhooked the loop of the leather lead from the back of her chair. "Come on, old boy," he said to the dog as they started across the terrace toward the steps down to the south lawn. "I refuse to call you Snuffles. Why your mistress would ever give a ripping terrier like you such a ridiculous name, I can't think." "Don't blame me," Edie said, as they turned onto the gravel path that led across the lawn to the gardens. "Joanna named him." "And you allowed her to give that name to a Norwich terrier with over a century of impeccable breeding behind him? Edie, really?" "Well, she was only 11 at the time, and she had recently lost her cat. Under the circumstances, I just couldn't bear to say no." "I spoil her, I know," she added with a sigh. "Raising a child is never an easy thing, I imagine, especially when you seem to be doing it all yourself. What of your father?" "I prefer having Joanna with me, and my father finds it convenient to oblige. It's a common enough thing for a widower to feel. Raising a daughter would rather impinge on the life he leads, you see." He did see. He saw more than she probably realized. But then, his impression of her father had always been that of a man who liked to arrange his life for his own convenience. Her next words rather confirmed it. "Daddy comes every year to visit, assures himself that we're getting on all right, then happily goes back home to his mistress and his business deals. He adores his life, drinking at the Oak Room, playing cards at the house with the bronze door, yachting at Newport, all that sort of thing. He owns racehorses, too, doesn't he?" "Yes." Something in that curt, clipped answer startled Stuart. He cast a sideways glance at her, but he could see nothing amiss in her profile. She looked as coolly unflappable as usual, and he concluded he'd imagined the sharpness of her reply. "And you don't mind?" he asked, curious. "It's a big responsibility, having full charge of Joanna, and not fully yours to assume." "I wouldn't have it any other way. I love Joanna, and I like having her with me, not only because she's my sister, but also because she's quite good company, and—" She broke off, her steps slowed, and then she stopped. "And?" he prompted, halting on the path beside her. "I hate the idea of handing her care over to anyone else," she said slowly. I want to watch over her myself every minute. I want to be sure always that she's happy, well looked after, and safe. Of course, I should feel the same in your place. Although I'm not so sure I would have been quite so torn over sending my sister off to school, he amended with a laugh. We are talking about Nadine, after all. I fear I'd have had to send her to be finished well before her 15th birthday, unless I wanted to go mad. My sister is a breathtakingly lovely, very sweet featherbrain, as you have no doubt observed for yourself. Edie laughed too. A younger sister with intelligence isn't necessarily a good thing, you know. Joanna's too clever by half. Yes, so I've noticed, he answered, which is why you really shouldn't procrastinate about sending her to school. She shot him a wry look. Why do you say so? Because I might choose to use her as a chaperone? No, Edie. I'm saying it because I genuinely think school would be good for her. And Willowbank is an excellent institution for both academics and the arts, and it would be challenging enough to keep her occupied. It would also prepare her to enter society. They call it a finishing school for that reason, after all. I know. And I'm not procrastinating. I'm not, she insisted in response to his skeptical look. She resumed walking. It's just that she won't be attending Willowbank now, since we'll be going to New York. He didn't debate the point. Instead, he tugged at the terrier's lead, and the dog, which had been burrowing amid a mound of the lady's mantle that lined the path, moved to join him as he resumed walking by Edie's side. Let's go down to the Roman temple, he said, nodding to a flagstone path nearly covered with creeping thyme and bordered by clumps of fennel and spires of mullein. Flagstones are a bit easier for me to walk on than this gravel. Of course. You should have said something sooner, she admonished as they veered onto the other path. Are you certain you want to spend our 2 hours together walking? At least part of it. Unless... He broke off, glancing at her profile, liking the pretty golden freckles scattered across her nose and cheek, noting with masculine appreciation the luminous quality of her skin and the delicate shape of her ear below the wide-brimmed hat. Walking seemed the best thing, but if you've a more enticing suggestion to offer, I'm listening. Soft pink bloomed in her cheeks, and he liked that, too. Her tendency to blush was one of the few things that enabled him to gauge what she was thinking, and he needed all the indicators he could find right now. I only meant that I shouldn't want you to be in pain, she said primly, and I was under the impression that walking was painful for you. It is, but my leg always feels better afterward. I like walking with you, by the way, he added. You don't rush me, and I appreciate it. Thank you. You're welcome, but I hardly think that's something for which you need to thank me. Anyone else would surely do the same. No, I'm afraid you're quite wrong there. Most people tend to go too fast, then have to stop and wait for me, and it always makes me feel terribly self-conscious, so I usually walk alone. But you don't rush me or display any impatience, and I appreciate it. They emerged into the Roman garden. Designed to resemble a Pompeii courtyard, it had a central fountain bordered on 3 sides by a strip of turf and a thick wall of trees and shrubbery. Along the 4th side stood the marble temple built by his great-great-grandfather, a wide limestone structure fronted by marble columns and topped with a slate roof. Beneath the pediment, a wrought-iron bench looked out over the fountain. He decided now was as good a time as any to broach the subject he'd brought her out here to discuss. Still, I wouldn't mind sitting for a bit," he added, pointing to the bench. "I've always liked this bit of the garden. It's one of my favorite places. I used to come here to read." "You did? You sound surprised." "I am, rather, because I like to read here, too. I know it's called the Roman garden, but I call it the secret garden because it's tucked back in this isolated corner. It's quiet here, peaceful, and I find the sound of the fountain soothing." "I feel the same. So we have something in common, then." He smiled. "A good thing for husband and wife, don't you think?" She didn't reply, but being an optimistic fellow, he decided to take that as a good sign. They walked up the limestone steps, where he looped the handle of the terrier's lead beneath one leg of the bench. Snuffles immediately began rooting around amid the lady's mantle and lamb's ears at the edge of the steps, while he spread his handkerchief across the seat for Edie. They both sat down, and Stuart immediately grimaced as he leaned against the ornate back of the seat. "If we both intend to come here and read, I say we invest in a more comfortable bench. This one's a bit hard for sitting." "True. I never thought about that, for I always lie in the grass when I read." She pointed to a patch of turf in the shade of a gnarled oak. "Just there." "I used to do the same." He set aside his stick and stretched his leg out in front of him, relieved that the tightly cramped muscles had been loosened by their walk. "But nowadays, lying on the ground is a bit tricky." "Your leg feels better now than it did when we started, though, I hope." "Yes, it does, thank you." He paused a moment, then added, "I consulted a doctor in London yesterday, by the way." "Did you? You seemed dead set against it when I suggested it." He met her surprised look with a rueful one. "It was Lord Troubridge's doing. While you were having tea with Lady Troubridge, her husband was dragging me off to Harley Street." "And did the doctor prescribe a course of treatment?" "Yes." He turned toward her on the bench. "But to follow his prescription, I need your help." "My help?" "Yes. The doctor recommended daily walks, followed by exercises to stretch the muscles of my injured leg, and lastly, a massage with a special liniment. For that, I shall require an assistant." Her eyes went wide as she appreciated what he was asking of her. "You want me to massage your leg?" She made it sound as if he'd just asked her to jump off a cliff. "Yes. The stretching is also more effectively done with the aid of another person, so I shall need your help for that, too." She was shaking her head before he'd even finished speaking. "No, I can't. I won't. You can't possibly expect me to." "I can and I do," he interrupted, cutting off her flow of refusals. "I'm in pain, Edie. I didn't think there was anything to be done about it, but Dr. Cahill has convinced me otherwise. But his course of treatment impels me to ask for your help." "I don't see why it has to be me. Surely a valet—" "I don't want a new valet." "I've discerned that," she said, her voice softening a little. "But, Stuart, you shall have to replace Jones at some point. I know, and I will. But I'm not ready, Edie. Not yet. And even if I were, it wouldn't matter. With this, I want your help and yours alone." She looked away. Her fingers weaved together, pulled apart, an agitated gesture. "If alleviating the pain in your leg is the purpose, then I don't see why it matters who assists you. It matters to me." He reached up, entwining a curl of her hair around his finger. It looked like fire against his tanned skin, and it felt like silk. He tucked it back, and he heard a sharp, indrawn breath as his fingertips brushed her earlobe. "Skittish as a gazelle," he murmured, and cupped her cheek in his palm, turning her face toward him. She went rigid beneath his touch. "I don't—" She broke off, frowning as she lowered her gaze to his shirt front. "Please don't touch me." Despite her words, she didn't pull back or turn her face away, and he took advantage of the fact, sliding his thumb across her mouth, savoring the velvety softness of it. Her lips trembled, but other than that, she stood utterly still beneath the light caress. "Why not? Is it really so awful to have me touch you?" The moment he asked the question, he wanted to kick himself in the head, because if she answered in the affirmative, what the hell was he supposed to do then? "It's not—" She paused, but she still didn't pull away. "It's not appropriate." That wasn't at all the same thing, and Stuart felt a rush of relief. "Not appropriate? I know we're almost like strangers, but we are married. Why so reticent?" Even as he spoke, a possible explanation occurred to him, and he lowered his hand to his side in surprise. "Edie, are you still a virgin?" Her face flooded with color. "That is a most improper question," she cried, and jumped to her feet. "You have no right to ask me such a thing." "Since I'm your husband, I rather think I do." He stood up. "Under ordinary circumstances, of course, a husband would never have to ask his wife that particular question, at least not after the wedding night. But we are not in ordinary circumstances, and it's important for me to know. Have you never made love?" She looked away, pressing a palm to her forehead and giving a short laugh, as if unable to believe they were even having this conversation. "No," she said in a strangled voice, her face scarlet. "I have never made love." "There," she added, lowering her hand and returning her gaze to his, her flushed face resentful and defensive. "Does that satisfy your curiosity?" He drew a deep breath and let it out slowly, trying to think. This put what he was asking her to do in a different light. He'd always assumed Edie and that Van Housen fellow had been lovers, but clearly that had been an erroneous assumption on his part. And given the right circumstances, any incident, however innocent or trivial, could blacken a girl's good name. That explained her reticence. Many young women were modest to the point of prudery. It was pounded into them as a virtue from the time they were born. Virginal fear was a common thing, particularly if a girl hadn't had many suitors, and there was no mother to explain the facts of life to her. "Thank you, Edie," he said after a moment. "Thank you for telling me the truth." She shifted her weight from one foot to the other, understandably uncomfortable. "Yes, well, now that you know, I'm sure you see why what you're expecting me to do is impossible." "I don't see any such thing. To my mind, this makes what I'm expecting all the more necessary." "You can't be serious! I have no intention of massaging you, or stretching you, or whatever else you have in mind. I won't do it." "So, you're saying you wish to renege upon our bet? If so, then you'd best tear up that separation agreement, because you haven't a prayer of obtaining my signature 9 days from now, unless you live up to the terms we agreed upon. I shan't allow you to make advances upon my person. I already warned you I would, But this isn't an advance on my part, because I won't be touching you. You'll be touching me. I fail to see any difference. The difference is that you'll be in complete control of the situation. I thought you'd like that, he added as she shook her head in refusal, since you're so bossy. She bristled, seemed to take issue with that description. That's a fine accusation coming from you, since you seem to be the one issuing orders. Only for 2 hours a day. You're doing this because you think it will make me desire you. I'm as transparent as glass, it seems. It won't, Stuart. There was a hint of desperation in her voice he hoped made her words a lie. She ducked her head, staring down at the ground. It won't. He refused to contemplate that possibility. I'm in pain, Edie, and I'm tired of it, and I don't want to drink to excess or dose myself with laudanum, and I'd like to be able to take a walk without dragging along my leg as if it's made of wood. I was skeptical that anything further could be done, but Dr. Cahill assured me that his course of treatment will significantly reduce the pain and increase my mobility if done daily, and since I am allowed to command 2 hours a day of your time, this is how I want us to spend it. Oh, for heaven's sake, she burst out. This is the most ridiculous, absurd, futile... She broke off, clearly having run out of adjectives. At last, she heaved an aggravated sigh. Oh, very well, she muttered, and turned away to unhook Snuffles's lead. Have it your way, then. You'll do it? He blurted out the question, so startled by her unexpected capitulation that he forgot he hadn't allowed her a choice. Thank you. She straightened, and when she turned to look at him, her cool green eyes were lit with those fiery gold sparks. It's stupid to fight you. We both know if I refuse, I lose by default, and I have no intention of letting that happen. Besides, if your leg heals properly, you might decide to go back to Africa, and I can live here at Highcliffe without you, just as I did before. She jerked the lead. Come on, Snuffles, she said, and turned to start back toward the house. We'll begin tomorrow after tea, he called to her, retreating back as she stalked away. And be sure to let me know what you would like us to do during your 2 hours. Oh, I have several things in mind, she shot back over her shoulder as she walked away. Believe me. Despite that vehement vow, Stuart couldn't help being relieved. At least she'd agreed to his plan. If she had continued to bark, he wouldn't have known what the hell to try next. As for what she had in mind for him, he could only hope her intent wasn't to shoot him with a pistol. Edie was a redhead, after all. Chapter 11. Shooting him with a pistol, Stuart found out the following afternoon, was not what Edie had in mind at all. Still, her plan for their time together proved to be almost as awful. And I can't tell you how much we of the church appreciate your efforts, Your Grace, Mr. Ponsonby said, for perhaps the 5th time since Edie and Stuart had arrived at the vicarage for tea. He beamed at Stuart with beatific pleasure. You paved the way for our work quite splendidly. Had he known how splendidly, he'd have avoided the expedition altogether, but he didn't say so. Wisely, he stuffed his mouth with a bite of seed cake instead. Your maps have enabled us to take the word of God into the deepest jungles of Africa, the vicar informed him. The souls of many poor brown babies have been saved by baptism since our missionaries have penetrated the African interior, and it's all due to your efforts." Stuart pasted a polite smile on his face. "I'm delighted to hear it," he said, and managed to refrain from pointing out that medicines and food would be far more useful to the native peoples than dunkings in the Congo River. "And so much valuable work is being done. Let me tell you all about it." No, really," he hastened to say. "It's not necessary to give me a full account." "Oh, but I insist. You must know just what your bravery and intrepid exploration has done for our missionary work. Even Her Majesty the Queen was most impressed. She is a cousin of mine, you know, and holds our work, and yours too, of course, in the highest regard." He thought he heard a choked sound from Edie, who sat beside him on the sofa, and as the vicar began a long, pompous, thoroughly aggravating dissertation on the churches that had been built, the barrels of clothing, stiff collars and corsets, he had no doubt, that had been shipped, and how many lost souls had been saved, Stuart ate many bites of seed cake and cast many furtive, longing glances at the clock. But after over an hour of the unceasing monologue, he couldn't help forcing a word in. "You've been able to transport food into some of these places during times of famine, I trust." "Food?" The vicar blinked at him. "Well, yes." Stuart offered an apologetic smile for interrupting the flow of missionary accomplishments. "Food is rather an important thing. They can't eat churches and clothes, you know," he added with forced jocularity. "Food for the body is important, of course, but it's the food of the spirit, Your Grace, that is of greatest importance," Ponsonby said, as he sat back and folded his hands over his substantial stomach. "Quite." Stuart ran his finger around the inside of his collar and cast another desperate glance at the clock. But since he still had over 30 minutes to go before Edie's 2 hours were up, he felt impelled to turn the conversation to something a bit less nauseating. "I hope you feel we've been keeping up our part here in the parish while I've been away." "Yes, indeed. Oh, quite." The vicar paused to give Edie a beneficent nod. "Her Grace has been most generous as far as the parish is concerned, most generous. Sales of work, fetes, donations and subscriptions. If I may say so, Her Grace tends to place a bit too much emphasis on our little hamlet. Not that I'm criticizing Your Grace," he added to Edie with a deprecating wave of his plump hand in Edie's direction. "But I do wish," he added, returning his attention to Stuart, "that the Duchess possessed the more far-reaching, more worldly view that you and I hold, Your Grace." Stuart jumped on those words, happy to take his revenge where he could. "I fear the Duchess has a woman's view of these things, dear vicar," he said gravely. "Somewhat narrow and confined." Edie choked on her tea, something which, given the circumstances, he found quite gratifying. Yes, the vicar replied. "We men have a far greater talent for appreciating the wider world. The ladies are more inclined to ponder the minor matters of life." "Indeed," Stuart was happy to agree. "But we must allow the frail sex their little vagaries, mustn't we?" That remark earned him a well-placed elbow in the ribs, and much to his relief, spurred Edie to bring tea with the vicar to an early end. "Forgive us, but we really must be going," she said, and set aside her teacup. "The Duke has only been home a day, you know," she added as she stood up, "and we've so many calls to make." Stuart reached for his stick and was on his feet before the vicar had a chance to protest, and he was too relieved by their imminent departure from the vicarage to worry about what other ghastly visits Edie had in store for them. "Right," he added firmly. "Many calls." Of course, of course." The vicar, who obviously spent a great deal of time eating sandwiches while he pontificated about the spiritual state of the world, had a bit of a struggle getting out of his chair, but they were soon led out of the drawing-room. "Shall I see you for early service on Sunday or late service?" he asked, pausing with them in the foyer as his maid opened the door. "Neither," Stuart wanted to reply, but Edie spoke before he could think of saying the word out loud. "Early, of course. Having been in heathen parts for so long," she added, smiling. "The Duke is looking forward to attending church services with great anticipation." Naturally. We shall see you for early service, then, and I look forward to discussing our missionary work at greater length with you many times in the future, Your Grace." Stuart managed to hide his lack of enthusiasm for that prospect only until they were on the other side of the vicarage gate. "He'll wait in vain for those conversations," Stuart assured her, as they started walking down the lane that led back to the house. "I'd rather be thrust into a medieval Inquisition torture device than discuss anything about Africa with that man." "What?" Edie glanced at him, her eyes wide with the pretense of astonishment, and a definite smile smirking at the corners of her mouth. "But, Stuart, don't you want to hear more about the souls of the poor African babies?" "Babies who don't need food, apparently," he muttered, jerking at his tie. "I'd forgotten just what a pompous nincompoop the man really is." "He is, isn't he?" She started laughing. "Oh, you should have seen your face when he expressed his gratitude for your exploration, because it furthered his missionary work. It was beyond description." "I'm glad to know that you enjoyed yourself so thoroughly at my expense," he said, and he wondered in some chagrin if she intended to force him into tea with the vicar every day. But then he turned his head to look at her, and any chagrin he might have felt vanished in an instant. She was looking at him, and her face was lit with laughter. Her smile, wide and lovely, made him catch his breath. "On the other hand," he murmured, "if you intend to smile like that every time you enjoy yourself at my expense, I believe I shall be able to stand it quite happily." Her smile faded, and she looked away at once. But when she lifted her hand to touch the side of her cheek, the self-conscious little gesture told him she was more affected by the compliment than she let on. "Then you won't mind if we make one more call on our way back? You haven't met the new curate, Mr. Smithers?" He groaned. "Edie, no! First the vicar, and now the curate." She pointed to a narrow lane that branched off from the one they were walking. "His cottage is just there. No, that's the gamekeeper's lodge. No, I built a new lodge for the gamekeeper a few years ago, one closer to the wood. This one, being so close to the church and the vicarage, is much better suited to the curate." She paused, then added in a diffident voice, "Perhaps you disagree?" "No, actually. I think it was a fine idea. You did well." He was watching her as he spoke, and thought his words pleased her. But when she started down the lane to the curate's cottage, he stopped at the road. Pleasing her did not extend that far. She paused a few steps ahead and turned to look at him over her shoulder. "Aren't you coming?" "I am not calling on the curate. The vicar was enough for one day. Besides," he added, as she opened her mouth to debate the issue, "we don't have time." She glanced at the enamelled brooch watch pinned to the lapel of her green Reseda walking suit. "But I have 20 minutes left, which is hardly enough time for a call. You can deduct the 20 minutes from my time," he added, desperate to avoid another conversation with a member of the religious community. "Oh, very well," she said, giving in, smiling like a cat with the cream. "If you insist upon being such a stickler about time. I shall be, if you insist we call upon people as ghastly as Ponsonby. It doesn't matter anyway, I suppose. You'll meet the new curate when we attend evensong." "Evensong?" He looked at her, determined to put his foot down about that. "I might have to go to Sunday service, but I will not attend evening prayers too, not with that idiot Ponsonby. No, Edie, that is a step too far." "But I always attend evensong. We conduct the committee for the sale of work afterward. You should come to that, too, because it's an ideal way for you to reacquaint yourself with several of the local gentry. My, you do seem quite adamant," she added, as he continued to shake his head in refusal. "So you prefer to just give in now, then, and sign our separation agreement?" He eyed her askance. "You're serious about this?" "Of course," she said, and resumed walking. "Mr. Ponsonby can tell you all about the missionary efforts in South America afterward." The words were barely out of her mouth before she was laughing again. "After all, you men appreciate the wider world so much more than we women do." "Wider world, my eye," he muttered, falling in step beside her. "The fellow's never been beyond the cliffs of Dover in his life. I'd forgotten just what a fool he was. And so dull. How could I have forgotten those ghastly Sunday sermons when I was home from school for the holidays?" "They are too terrible for words," she agreed. "Half the congregation falls asleep." "It doesn't have to be that way, though. I'm the Duke, after all. I can sack him and find a new vicar." "I'm afraid you can't. He is a cousin of the Queen, you know," she added, adopting a hint of Ponsonby's lofty tone. Stuart made a sound of derision. "The relation is so distant, it's hardly credible. I'm more closely related to Her Majesty than he is. Still, there are some things that just aren't done, and sacking the vicar is one of them. You'll have to put up with him, I'm afraid. That's the way things are." He grinned at that. "So, you've learned some battles against